Chapter 532. The news that the Ji family's ancestor was trapped somewhere and did not pass away had only spread within the Ji family's small circle. It had not spread to the outside world yet. Therefore, the few people in front of the Ji family's mountain gate were only whispering to each other. They did not intend to let the many cultivators passing by at the foot of the mountain hear them. Before the Ji family's higher-ups decided whether to spread the news, they did not dare to say anything. However, now that they heard the news that the Ji family's ancestor had not passed away, all of them felt excited and swept away their previous depression. The reclusive Ji family had been silent in the upper realm for too long. It had been so long that many forces and orthodoxies had almost forgotten about the existence of such an ancestral family. Just as the Ji family members were talking about this, roar, in the distant sky. Suddenly, a huge commotion could be heard. A white jade carriage flew across the sky and descended towards this place. The white jade carriage had 9 pale blue WRMs as its mounts. As it flew across, the sky trembled. It looked incomparably grand and imposing. Even from a long distance away, a terrifying pressure could be felt emanating from it. Many cultivators outside the Ji family's mountain gate had a change of expression. They felt their hearts palpitate. Those are Great Saint WRMs. 9 Great Saint WRMs pulling the carriage. Who is it? Who has such a grand display? Could it be the Ji family? Many people were shocked. They felt that such a display would only be seen when some imperishable sects or supreme orthodoxy sect masters or patriarchs traveled. Who is it? Quickly report to the elders. Many members of the Ji family, who were chatting, felt their hearts tremble at this moment. They became solemn as they looked at the white jade carriage that was descending. Some of them even quickly returned to the family to report. They were extremely cautious. In the current upper realm, what did it mean to have 9 Great Saint WRMs pulling the carriage mean? It meant that at least one of them was a patriarch or sect master of a supreme sect or imperishable orthodoxy. Their strength was far above the supreme level. The current Ji family must treat such a figure with caution. They dared not be negligent. Soon the white jade carriage sped over. It crossed thousands of miles and landed in front of the Ji family's mountain gate. The 9 flood dragons were like 9 majestic mountain ridges, emitting a monstrous aura and pressure. Just their eyes were like blood moons, filled with malevolence and savagery. Everyone in front of the Ji family's mountain gate had a drastic change in expression. They were very uneasy, and many of them were out of breath. They almost knelt down before the 9-headed Jiao dragon. This had nothing to do with seniority. It was just a natural reaction when facing a powerful opponent. There was no way to control it. I wonder which senior has come to my Ji family. Someone braced himself, plucked up his courage, walked forward and asked cautiously. The rest of the Ji family members were also extremely cautious. They took out their Dharma artifacts, worried that the Ji family's enemies would come looking for them. Right when everyone was anxious while their thoughts ran wild, the curtain of the white jade carriage was opened, and a beautiful and extraordinary white-clothed figure walked out. Her expression was calm and indifferent, and she revealed an extraordinary bearing. "It's me," Su Qingge said. "Miss Qing Xian." When they saw Su Qingge, all the members of the Ji family were stunned. Then they let out a long sigh of relief. It was fine as long as it wasn't an enemy, but soon they reacted and were even more shocked. From the looks of it, Miss Ji Qingxian should have come back with someone. Could it be a senior with profound cultivation? They looked at the white jade carriage curiously, wanting to know who Ji Qingxian had come back with. However, the white jade carriage was obviously a powerful Dharma artifact. It was engraved with many array patterns that could block prying eyes. It was a world of its own. Don't think too much. The person in the carriage is young Master Chang'e. Quickly inform the elders that an important guest has come to the Ji family. Su Qingge knew what they were thinking and couldn't help but say. During this period of time, she had been living in the Ji family as Ji Qingxian, so no one noticed anything unusual. What? Young Master Chang'e? Young Master Chang'e actually came to the Ji family personally? Hearing this, everyone in front of the Ji family's mountain gate was very shocked. Their eyes widened as they looked at the white carriage with disbelief. They even suspected that they had misheard. A figure like Gu Chang'e actually came to the Ji family personally today? After realizing this, their expressions changed drastically. They didn't dare to delay, and turned into divine rainbows, as they quickly returned to the family to report this matter. If it was really Gu Chang'e who came personally, he wasn't someone that they, the gatekeepers, were qualified to welcome. This is the family that my younger sister has been living in. This is my first time coming here. The curtain of the white jade carriage was pulled open again. Ji Qingxian walked over, and seemed to be curious and exclaimed. She was wearing a purple dress, and her face was equally beautiful and delicate. It was as if she was carved out of the same mold as Su Qing'e. Seeing this scene, the Ji family's people's eyes almost popped out. They couldn't believe it. There were two people who looked so similar in this world. They looked exactly the same. If Su Qing'e wasn't standing in front of them, they might not be able to tell who was who. Before this, many people only heard that Ji Qingxian had a twin sister, and that sister seemed to be Gu Chang'e's maid. Because of this, many of the Ji family's people who had made things difficult for Ji Qingxian didn't dare to make things difficult for her anymore. They didn't expect to see Ji Qingshuan's sister with their own eyes today. It seemed that the person in the white jade carriage was indeed Gu Chang'e. Thinking of this, everyone's expression became extremely respectful. They stood there and didn't dare to breathe. What the Ji family's people said just now is a bit interesting. In the white jade carriage, Gu Chang'e didn't appear. He looked a bit pensive. When his divine will swept over just now, he happened to hear the conversation of the Ji family's people. The Ji family's ancestor didn't die, but was trapped somewhere? This news surprised him a bit. In terms of seniority, the human ancestor he killed in the human ancestor palace was half a generation younger than the Ji family's ancestor. The Ji family's ancestor was a very talented person. Ji Shengqiu was one of the most outstanding people after the taboo era. Rumor has it that he passed away, but I didn't expect him to be trapped somewhere. Now it seems that the Ji family is planning to spread this news to get other orthodoxies to help. Gu Chang'e recalled the many records about the Ji family's ancestor in his mind. The Ji family's idea was good, but the Ji family's enemies might not want Ji Shengqiu to reappear in the world at this time. After all, the Ji family's ancestor was one of the most powerful people in the upper realm. His cultivation was unfathomable and unimaginable. If he regained control of the Ji family, it would inevitably affect the current situation in the upper realm. Moreover, as the former human ancestor, Gu Chang'e didn't know how Ji Shengqiu was related to the reincarnation of the human ancestor he killed, Jiang Yang. Thinking of this, the best solution to this situation was to make Ji Shengqiu disappear forever. Without Ji Shengqiu, it would be easier for Ji Qingxian to control the Ji family, which would be more beneficial to Gu Chang'e. However, in terms of righteousness, it's best for me to go with the flow and plan in secret. After all, if I rescue Ji Shengqiu, I might be able to solve the current problem of extinction heaven. Most of the orthodoxies in the upper realm understand this, and since they owe Ji Shengqiu a favor, they might agree to help. Gu Chang'e's eyes flickered slightly as he fell into deep thought. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the news of Ji Shengqiu's imprisonment shocked the entire upper realm. When that time came, many bad guys would appear. Wouldn't this be an opportunity for him? While Gu Chang'e was scheming in his heart, inside the Ji family's mountain gate, divine rainbows descended. In the distance, there was a golden path that extended into the depths of the Ji family's mountain gate. The current Ji family master, many of the Ji family's elders, and even the old antiques who came out because of Shang Luan's rescue of their ancestors, all rushed over to personally welcome Gu Chang'e. To them, whether it was rescuing their ancestors or Gu Chang'e's personal arrival, they had to be cautious and did not dare to relax. You've come at the right time. At this time, Gu Chang'e sensed the fluctuation and also walked out of the carriage. Young Master Chang'e, it's an honor for the Ji family to travel hundreds of millions of miles to visit us. The Ji family master looked at Gu Chang'e, who appeared in front of him, and said with slight respect. He was a middle-aged man with a dignified face. He looked extremely elegant, but there was a sense of pressure and oppression that was difficult to ignore. When his eyes opened and closed, there was a divine light and golden light lingering around him. Many of the Ji family's elders and antiques behind him also looked extremely solemn. After the end of the expedition in the 8 desolates and 10 regions, Guchanga's power in the upper realm had reached an unimaginable level. Even a group of elders like them did not dare to be arrogant in front of Guchanga. They had to treat him with respect. "You're too kind, Ji family master." Guchanga nodded slightly. His expression was gentle and natural, without the hostility that the Ji family was worried about. Everyone in the Ji family heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. When they learned that Guchanga had personally come, everyone was shocked and even worried. The Ji family and Guchanga did not have a deep relationship. Previously, because of the search for the Skypalm Tower, the Ji siblings offended Guchanga. Many of the Ji family's elders were worried that Guchanga would take revenge, so they took the initiative to give the Skypalm wheel to resolve the trouble. Many people looked at Suchinga, who looked exactly like Ji Qingxian. While they were shocked, they were also guessing the purpose of Guchanga's visit. "May I know why young Master Changa has come to the Ji family today? If you need, the Ji family will fully cooperate." The Ji family master's eyes moved slightly. He glanced at Suchinga and vaguely guessed Guchanga's purpose. However, he still took the initiative to ask. "I'm actually here this time to accompany Chinga." Hearing this, Guchanga smiled slightly. As he spoke, he gestured to Ji Qingxian and continued, "I think everyone in the Ji family already knows the relationship between Chinga and Qingxian. Chinga was brought up by me from the lower realm. She was separated from her mother when she was young and hasn't seen her mother for more than 20 years. I happened to have some time during this period, so I wanted to bring her to meet her biological mother. So it's about this." Hearing this, the expressions of many Ji family members changed slightly. They were a little worried that Guchanga would blame the Ji family because of this. Of course, they knew the relationship between Ji Qingxian and Suchinga. Many elders even personally went to see Suchinga in Chaos City. Suchinga's mother Ji Shui fled to the lower realm to escape from the marriage and gave birth to Suchinga there. After that, the Ji family powerhouses found out about this and went to the lower realm to capture her. Under the pleading of Suchinga's mother, they finally let go of her daughter and husband in the lower realm. However, after returning to the upper realm, the Ji family found out that Suchinga's mother was actually pregnant. As the family master, Ji Hao was Ji Shui's brother. Although he was angry, he didn't blame her anymore. Instead, he let her give birth to their daughter Ji Qingxian. Therefore, Suchinga's mother had been imprisoned all these years and couldn't leave the courtyard at all. After all, she had embarrassed the entire Ji family. Not killing her was already very merciful. "Young Master Changa, don't worry. Since Chinga wants to see her mother, then let her see her. As her uncle, there's no reason for me not to see her. Although Ji Shui did something wrong back then, I'm sure she has thought it through after so many years." The Ji family master nodded and promised solemnly. He wasn't surprised by this. Ever since he saw Suchinga beside Guchanga, he guessed the purpose of Guchanga's visit. From this, he could tell that Suchinga seemed to be very favored by Guchanga. Otherwise, with Guchanga's status, why would he come here personally for such a small matter? He only needed to say one word, and who in the Ji family would dare to disobey him? Now Ji Shui was a mother because of her daughter. With Suchinga's relationship, who in the Ji family would dare to make things difficult for her? They couldn't wait to curry favor with her. Many elders and old antiques of the Ji family nodded at this moment, indicating that there was no problem, and that they didn't dare to stop them. Even those who were very angry about this matter didn't dare to say anything now. Seeing this, Ji Qingshuan's expression was a little complicated. She still remembered how difficult the situation was for her and her mother in the Ji family. Many of the family members looked at them with disdain and couldn't wait for them to die. Because of this, she lived like walking on thin ice and was very careful. However, she couldn't avoid being used as a tool for the Ji family's marriage alliance. But now, Guchanga only needed to say one word, and who in the Ji family would dare to make things difficult for them? This was the taste of power. After that, the people of the Ji family welcomed Guchanga in. Many direct descendants also appeared and looked at this scene in shock. A beautiful girl in a light yellow dress was standing on top of a mountain peak. She had large eyes and a crafty expression on her face. She was looking at the scene on the other side of the mountain. Beside her was a very calm young man in a golden robe. Golden divine runes were flowing in his eyes, making him look like a young god. Brother, do you think Gu Chang'e really came to the Ji family just for Ji Qingshuan's mother? But my intuition tells me that it's not that simple. The girl in the light yellow dress shook her head gently, and couldn't help but say, she was Ji Chuwe. When she was looking for the heavenly palm tower, she had a lot of interactions with Gu Chang'e. The young man beside her was the young master of the Ji family, Ji Yaoxing. No matter what the reason is, it can't stop us from rescuing our ancestor. Even if Gu Chang'e is now omnipotent and has unparalleled power, he can't interfere in this matter. A person like him won't do anything stupid at such a juncture, Ji Yaoxing said calmly. His eyes flickered with a divine light, revealing his sharpness. We definitely have to save our ancestor. He has been trapped in Kuan Mountain for countless years. It wasn't easy for him to find an opportunity to tell me about this matter. We definitely have to save him. Ji Chua nodded. Thinking of the experience some time ago, it still felt like a dream. Ancestor Ji Shengqiu was once called the human ancestor by countless living beings in the upper realm. He was a dazzling existence. The reclusive Ji family was also known as the human ancestor family. Unlike now, they were almost reduced to a second-rate family. However, Ji Chua believed that everything would turn for the better after they saved their ancestor. Kuan Mountain was an extremely dangerous place in the upper realm. It was even called a forbidden zone for life, and also known as the Immortal King Mountain. Rumor had it that a long time ago, an extremely powerful immortal king had fallen there. His blood dyed the world red and illuminated the universe. Some time ago, she and a few others were trying to find a mountain treasure at the edge of Kuan Mountain. In the end, they suddenly heard their ancestor's summons. Ji Chua was extremely shocked. After hearing her ancestor's summons, she was even more shocked. She did not dare to stay, and hurriedly returned to the family to tell everything to the family leader and the elders. If we save our ancestor, our Ji family will recover its ancient glory. It's just a matter of time. Ji Chua smiled. What kind of person was our ancestor? Even if he was trapped in Kuan Mountain, he was still at death's door for countless years. When mentioning their ancestor, Ji Yaoxing's face was filled with unconcealable reverence. But soon something occurred to him. Frowning, he said, "Don't keep in touch with that so-called friend of yours for the time being. You know what happened on the Purple Mountain?" Ji Chua's face froze a little when she had heard that. She seemed very uneasy. "Elder brother, you know," she said timidly. "Of course I know. In order not to offend Gu Chang'e, I threw him out without any hesitation. But you saved him at the auction house a few days ago," Ji Yaoxing said calmly. Ji Yaoxing said indifferently. His eyes were filled with indifference, as if everything was under his control. Ji Chua was embarrassed. She explained and retorted, "I did that because I felt guilty. Besides, Jiang Chen did me a favor. He has the inheritance of a divine origin master. This time, at the edge of Kuan Mountain, if it weren't for him, I wouldn't have heard our ancestor's summons." Frowning, Ji Yaoxing said, "Don't forget that Jiang Chen regards Gu Chang'e as his enemy. As the princess of the Ji family, you should consider everything from your family's standpoint. What can befriending Jiang Chen bring you and your family? If you offend Gu Chang'e, what will happen to your family? I hope you can consider it carefully. You can make use of that Jiang Chen, but don't befriend him sincerely. He's not a good person. There's something disgusting about him." Ji Chua's face froze when she heard her elder brother's words. She wanted to refute, but she couldn't find anything to say. She was a little unhappy. She thought Jiang Chen was a good guy. However, it was a pity that he had always regarded Gu Chang'e as his enemy and wanted to take revenge. Chapter 533. At the same time, in the main hall of the Ji family, many higher-ups and elders of the Ji family gathered. However, they were all very quiet and stood respectfully at the side. In the center, a haggard woman was reuniting with Su Qingge. Both of them looked sincere. Their eyes were red as they held each other's hands tightly, as if they were reuniting after a long time. This woman was naturally Su Qingge and Ji Qingshuan's mother Ji Shui. She had been imprisoned all these years and was forbidden from leaving the courtyard. Today was the first time she left the courtyard. She was told that her other daughter was looking for her. This made Ji Shui so emotional that she almost cried. She didn't know that Ji Qingxian and Su Qingge had swapped identities. The two daughters looked exactly the same. As long as they studied each other's description and behavior, even she, as the biological mother, couldn't tell who was who. I've heard your sister mention you before. You really look like her. It's been hard on you all these years. I'm sorry. Ji Shui's eyes were red as she choked. She never thought that she would see the light of day again. She had never wished for such a thing, because she knew it was impossible. She was destined to die of old age in that quiet courtyard. Yet today, the entire clan had decided to cancel her punishment and even restore her former status. Ji Shui knew that this was all brought by her daughter Su Qingge. To be exact, it was because of the young man beside her. Her daughter had an unimaginable backer. Even the Ji family had to take a step back in front of him. This made her feel gratified and bitter. If her daughter didn't meet Gu Changge, how much hardship would she have to suffer? Young Master Changge, we have prepared a lunch banquet. After Qingge and Ji Shui are done with their mother-daughter relationship, we can eat. Ji Hao, the head of the Ji family, said respectfully. He now looked like a good uncle. Gu Changge nodded slightly and didn't refuse. If he didn't know about the relationship between Su Qingge and Ji Qingxian, even he would be fooled by Ji Qingshuan's acting. On the way here, I heard that your Ji family's ancestor, Senior Ji Shengqiu, is currently trapped somewhere. Is this news true? At this time, Gu Changge seemed to have thought of something, and could not help but raise his eyebrows as he asked unhurriedly. Hearing this, the expressions of the Ji family members in the main hall changed slightly. They did not expect Gu Changge to suddenly ask such a question. How did he get this information? One had to know that none of them had decided to spread the news. Where did young Lord Changge hear this news from? Regarding this matter, we still haven't decided whether or not we should inform the outside world. However, at this time, it wasn't appropriate for them to ask any questions. The Ji family's patriarch, Ji Hao, regained his composure and said, "Oh, then it seems that the news is true." Gu Changge nodded in understanding, then smiled faintly. Senior Ji Xingqiu's past deeds have earned this junior's admiration. Now that I hear that he is trapped somewhere, I can't help but feel a little worried. If the Ji family intends to rescue Senior Ji Xingqiu, this junior is willing to lead the Gu family to help. What? Hearing this, the Ji family members in the hall were stunned at first, then reacted. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Gu Changge was willing to help their ancestor? Would he be so kind? Many people were extremely shocked by this, but they felt that Gu Changge did not seem to be joking at this time. They could not help but show excitement and surprise on their faces. Even the head of the Ji family, Ji Hao, took a deep breath to calm himself down. But there was also a look of surprise on his face, and his voice trembled slightly. If young Lord Changge is willing to lend a hand, the Ji family will naturally be grateful. As long as Gu Changge said so, he could immediately order the clan to spread the news of their ancestor being trapped in Mount Kuan throughout the upper realm. Previously, they were worried that because of this matter, the enemies of the Ji family would come looking for them and join forces to attack them. Over the years, the Ji family had been weakening day by day. If many enemies attacked together, they might not be able to hold on before they could rescue their ancestor. That was why he hesitated. After all, there were pros and cons to this matter. However, after Gu Changge's words, the situation changed, and it gave Ji Hao a lot of confidence. After the entire Ji family had Gu Changge's help, it was an invisible deterrent to their enemies. There's no need for that. Senior Ji Shengqiu had made a great contribution to the upper realm and protected hundreds of millions of lives. Now that he's in trouble as juniors, how can we not help? Gu Changge gently shook his head and smiled faintly. Hearing this, the Ji family members who had a good impression of Gu Changge, because of what happened just now, admired him even more. Such a righteous matter was said by Gu Changge, but it was understated and not worth paying attention to. They could only say that he was worthy of being young Lord Chang'e. His state of mind was far beyond their reach. Ji Chuiwei and Ji Yaoxing, who had just walked into the main hall, were stunned when they heard this. Especially Ji Chuiwei. Her beautiful eyes stared blankly at Gu Chang'e. She could not imagine that this was what the Gu Chang'e she knew would say. In her impression, not only was Gu Chang'e powerful, but he was also very shrewd. He would not give up until he achieved his goal, and was very cold and ruthless. Previously, she was still worried that Gu Chang'e would very likely stop them from rescuing their ancestor. However, now Gu Chang'e was willing to take the initiative to help. Gu Chang'e's mind is indeed not something that I can fathom. Ji Yaoxing was also secretly shocked and very surprised. He guessed that Gu Chang'e would not interfere in this matter, but he did not expect that Gu Chang'e would be willing to help. No matter the reason, this was a great kindness to the entire Ji family, and it was worth remembering forever. Young Lord Chang'e's noble character and unquestionable integrity is truly admirable. Many of the Ji family's higher-ups and old antiques also spoke at this moment. Their expressions were much more respectful, and their words were also from the bottom of their hearts. Later, at the luncheon, Ji Hao and the others of the Ji family told Gu Chang'e in detail how they knew that the Ji family's ancestor was trapped in Mount Kuan. Mount Kuan was extremely famous in the entire upper realm. It was a place of death, and even supreme beings only dared to wander around the periphery. In the deeper parts of Mount Kuan, even a small puddle could contain endless dangers. After all, Mount Kuan was also known as the Immortal King Mountain. Legend had it that an immortal king had fallen there. Countless years had passed, and even a drop of the immortal king's blood contained unimaginable power, enough to obliterate everything. So Senior Ji Shengqiu is trapped in Mount Kuan. After so many years he's still alive. I can only say that he's worthy of being called a man. Gu Chang'e nodded in realization. He seemed to be somewhat impressed, but he was somewhat thoughtful in his heart. Although Mount Kuan was extremely dangerous, as the saying goes, misfortune and blessing go hand in hand. Naturally, there would be unimaginable opportunities. The Ji family's ancestor would not be trapped in Mount Kuan for no reason. Chapter 534. It's been countless years since our ancestor disappeared. If Chua didn't hear our ancestor summon this time, I'm afraid we wouldn't know that our ancestor was trapped in Mount Kuan. For so many years we thought our ancestor had fallen. We didn't expect him to still be alive, and trapped in Mount Kuan to be tortured. As a descendant, we know nothing about this. We are truly ashamed. We don't have the face-to-face ancestor Shengqiu. In the Ji family's main hall, the banquet was halfway through. A lot of wine had been drunk, and some of the elders were dizzy. Their emotions were affected, and they said shamefully. Gu Chang'e sat comfortably and smiled faintly. Senior Ji Shengqiu's cultivation base is profound. He has been trapped in Mount Kuan for so many years, and yet he still hasn't passed away. This proves everything. If we can rescue Senior Ji Shengqiu this time, wouldn't it be a good deed for the upper realm? Hearing this, everyone in the hall trembled, and joy appeared on their faces. They naturally knew what this meant. One must know that the current upper realm was troubled by the disaster of extinction heaven, and there was nothing they could do. After all, their ancestor was in existence known as the human ancestor. When he recovered to his peak, he could sit in the Ji family and wait for the various orthodoxies of the upper realm to worship him. How glorious would that scene be? They could not help but feel a surge of emotion as they imagined it. Young Lord Chang'e is right. With our ancestor around, our Ji family will not have to worry about not being able to restore our ancient glory. The Ji family head, Ji Hao, drank a few cups of wine. His dignified face showed a rare joy. As he spoke, he glanced at Su Qingge and Ji Qingxian who were standing behind Gu Chang'e. It was hard to tell who was the elder sister, and who was the younger sister. He could not help but ask, "Young Lord Chang'e, what do you think of Qingxian?" In terms of identity, although he was Ji Qingshuan's uncle, he rarely cared about her all these years, let alone take care of her. However, at this time, he must act like an uncle, afraid that Gu Chang'e would think that he had mistreated Ji Qingxian all these years. Qingxian is quite smart. Very likable, Gu Chang'e said with a faint smile. While speaking, he glanced at Su Qingge beside him. Su Qingge lowered her eyes and appeared to be very quiet. She did not speak much and was now playing the role of Ji Qingxian. A look of joy appeared on Ji Hao's face as he hurriedly nodded his head and said, Qingxian is indeed a smart girl since she was young. She also does things reasonably and efficiently. At this moment, the rest of the elders could not hide their joy. Although Su Qingge was Gu Changge's maidservant, her surname was not Ji after all. In their eyes, she was no different from an outsider. However, Ji Qingxian was different. She was a direct descendant of the Ji family and grew up in the 630 Ji family. If she could be like her sister and catch Gu Changge's eye, it would naturally be a great thing for the entire Ji family. In today's upper realm, was there anyone more reliable than Gu Changge? Chu Wei Yaoxing. Then, Ji Hao called his son and daughter, Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiwei over. The two of them had been in contact with Gu Changge before. However, this time, he suddenly came to the Ji family, and they had not come to greet him. Therefore, in Ji Hao's opinion, it was better to take this opportunity to build a good relationship with Gu Changge. On the other hand, the Ji family master, Ji Hao, also had his own thoughts. In terms of appearance, his daughter, Ji Chuiwei, was not inferior to Ji Qingxian and Su Qingge at all. After all, Ji Qingxian was only his niece, and Ji Chuiwei was his daughter. Ji Chuiwei was wearing a light yellow dress. She was tall and slender, and her face was beautiful. Her eyes were sparkling with craftiness, and she was surrounded by the spirit of heaven and earth like an elf. Chuiwei greets young Master Changge. She blinked her eyes and bowed to Gu Changge. Beside Ji Chuiwei, Ji Yaoxing was wearing a golden robe. His expression was calm, but at this moment he also cupped his hands and said, Yaoxing greets young Master Changge. In the Purple Mountain, they had gone to look for the whereabouts of the Sky Palm Tower without telling Gu Changge, and they had offended Gu Changge. Later, they had given him the Sky Palm Wheel, which the Ji family had obtained with great difficulty to solve this problem. You don't need to be so polite. Speaking of which, in the Purple Mountain, it was thanks to you that I was able to find the Sky Palm Tower. Gu Changge nodded slightly with a smile on her face. Ji Chuiwei and Ji Yaoxing felt awkward. They were embarrassed. If Chen Ning had not been following them secretly, the restriction outside the Purple Mountain would not have been broken by Gu Changge so easily. Of course, they had to thank Jiang Chen for this. Young Master Changge, you are so generous. You don't care about my sisters and my mistakes. Now you are even willing to help the Ji family. I'm truly ashamed, Ji Yaoxing said with a guilty look on his face. It's just a small matter. Don't worry about it. Gu Changge waved his hand casually. He did not care at all. In his opinion, Ji Yaoxing was a smart man who would achieve great things. It could be seen from the fact that he had abandoned Jiang Chen without hesitation. Such a man knew what he should do at the right time. Even if Gu Changge had not asked, Ji Yaoxing would have given up the position of the Ji family's lord to Ji Qingxian. In the next few days, the news that the Ji family's ancestor Ji Shengqiu had not died spread all over the East Ascension heaven, as if it had grown wings. It caused a great sensation in the upper realm. Many imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies were shocked and could not believe it. The Ji family's ancestor, Ji Shengqiu, was a man from countless years ago. He had been called the human ancestor. Later he had founded the Ji family. Such a person was also extremely outstanding in that era. However, for some unknown reason, he suddenly disappeared without a trace. Many people thought that he had passed away, which led to the gradual decline of the Ji family. Now they had suddenly heard that the Ji family's ancestor had not died, but had been trapped in Mount Kuan. Many people were petrified. They opened their eyes wide. They could not believe it. How many years had the Ji family's ancestor been trapped in Mount Kuan? They were afraid he had been trapped in there for several eras. This news was absolutely true. It had been told by an old man of the Ji family. It was so shocking that the upper realm was shocked. At this moment, almost no force or orthodoxy could sit still. After all, the Ji family's ancestor was a peerless man from countless years ago, standing at the peak of the upper realm. He had been trapped in Mount Kuan all these years. Did that mean he had been trapped in Mount Kuan for at least several eras, or even longer? As to how the Ji family's ancestor had been trapped in Mount Kuan, no one knew. Whatever the reason was, the news that the Ji family's ancestor was still alive was shocking enough. After all, he had been called the human ancestor. When this news spread across the upper realm, many imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies were the first to react. Some orthodoxies who had a grudge against the reclusive Ji family could not sit still. They were worried that the Ji family's ancestor would start to deal with them after he was freed. Then another news was even more shocking. The Ji family planned to rescue their ancestor, so they sent many powerhouses to Mount Kuan. However, before they could get close to Mount Kuan, they were met with an inexplicable formation pattern. All of them were turned into dust and disappeared. This shocked many orthodoxies who had been paying attention to this matter. Mount Kuan was a dangerous place. Even supreme beings did not dare to go there. There were many stories of those who had achieved the Tao and lost their lives there. Now, it seemed that the Ji family's plan to rescue their ancestor was not going to be easy. The Ji family's ancestor, Ji Shengqiu, was a person who had made great contributions to the world. The other orthodoxies are not going to help at this time. I think it won't be long before all the imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies in the upper realm gather here. After all, there's a real human ancestor living in Mount Kuan. Within the various ancient cities, there were cultivators and creatures that were discussing this matter. This place was bustling with activity, continuously discussing, expressing their own opinions. In their opinion, Ji Shengqiu was not only the Ji family's ancestor, but also the human ancestor in the eyes of countless living beings in the upper realm. Now that he was facing a crisis and was trapped in Mount Kuan, those orthodoxies who had been indebted to him would definitely help him. Moreover, on the other hand, if Ji Shengqiu was rescued, the Inday's calamity in the upper realm could be easily solved. With this in mind, many orthodoxies were waiting to see what the upper realm's attitude towards the Ji family's ancestor being trapped was. During this time, the Ji family had also mobilized their own forces and asked for help from those who were on good terms with the Ji family, especially those who had been taken care of by Ji Shengqiu. Then, another piece of news spread from the Ji family, which shocked everyone and caused a huge commotion. Gu Chang'e planned to lead many powerhouses of the Gu family to help the Ji family break through Mount Kuan and rescue their ancestor, Ji Shengqiu. This news shocked many of the imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies. They found it hard to believe. Logically speaking, the longevity Gu family and the Ji family did not have a close relationship. Why did Gu Chang'e want to do this? Could it be that he was warm-hearted? Or did he just want to help the Ji family's ancestor escape? However, this was very different from the Gu Chang'e they knew. On the other hand, after seeing that the Ji family had received Gu Chang'e's help, many of those who were hostile to the Ji family quietly restrained themselves. With this confidence, the Ji family received help from many orthodoxies and began to mobilize their resources in preparation for their first attack on Mount Kuan. In an instant, the entire upper realm was in turmoil again. Many orthodoxies had their eyes set on Mount Kuan. Mount Kuan was an extremely famous place with no life in the upper realm. However, from the outside, it was green with clouds and rosy clouds, showing a sense of simplicity and vicissitudes of life. Rosy clouds rose and colorful mists swirled. It was gorgeous. Many majestic and terrifying divine demonic mountains stood in the depths. They were majestic, as if they had been there since the beginning of the world. Around Mount Kuan, there was a layer of chaotic mist that could not be sunk. There were faint traces of blood intertwined and reflected in it, as if it was telling the world that something horrible had happened here. Those who had attained the Tao had died in a bloodbath, and the true immortal realm was difficult to achieve. At the foot of Mount Kuan, there was an ancient city called Kuan City. It covered a territory of millions of miles. It was grand and prosperous, and it was extremely vast and ancient. It had existed for a long time. During this period, Kuan City was bustling with people. Every day, divine rainbows could be seen flying in from all directions. Many cultivators and living beings rushed over from all over the world when they heard that the Ji family's ancestor was trapped in Mount Kuan. They had a feeling that something extraordinary would happen at Mount Kuan soon. A living human ancestor was now trapped in Mount Kuan. The commotion caused by this news was earth-shattering. No force could remain calm, other than the sect leaders, elders, and other figures from the various large sects who had arrived on clouds. Even many of the younger generation had gathered together, intending to observe this matter. Mount Kuan was also known as the Immortal King Mountain. Opportunities and dangers coexisted. There was once someone who picked a red grass outside Mount Kuan. After swallowing it, his cultivation base increased greatly. He traveled thousands of miles in a day, and later became a boundary emperor. Some people said that the grass absorbed the blood of an immortal king. Although it was very likely that it was only 1 in a billion, it was still extremely rare and priceless. There were quite a few divine objects like this. Every day in Kuan City, cultivators could be seen going to the periphery of Mount Kuan to search for treasures. Even some strangely shaped stones contained special Taoist rhymes and were very valuable. Some Merchant Alliance forces even set up stone gambling dens in Kuan City. Those rare stones were all taken from the periphery of Mount Kuan. Some powerful beings even risked their lives to carry them out. They were very valuable and unimaginable. Among those rare stones, some people even found supreme scriptures, rare immortal ores, and even a drop of blood that was sealed. Just the aura that it emitted caused the sky within thousands of miles to change drastically. Even the stars in outer space were trembling. That mysterious drop of blood was finally bought by a force at a sky-high price. It was said that they even created a peerless genius, but he disappeared for unknown reasons. In short, Mount Kuan contained all kinds of mysterious fortunes. Even some people who had attained Tao were able to prolong their lives and alleviate the 5 decay of heavenly beings because of some divine objects in Mount Kuan. Buzz! The sky trembled. Many dazzling ancient warships and divine carriages came from afar. They were like small suns descending on Kuan City, causing quite a commotion. That's divine son Tianjuan of the Taiyin sect. Some people were shocked as they recognized a young man who walked out of the ancient warship. He looked feminine, but there seemed to be bright moons floating behind him. It's said that he looks like a woman and has the Taiyin divine body. Now he's already at the middle stage of the saint realm and is invincible. I heard that he killed a supreme saint ferocious beast with ease some time ago. His Taiyin divine body is already at the initial success stage. Many cultivators in Kuan City whispered as they stared at the young man in front of them. Kuan City was filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Almost every day, young supreme beings from various clans could be seen arriving. Apart from those elusive sect masters of the great sects, these young supreme beings were the most eye-catching. Boom! At this moment, a fluctuation came from another direction. A very tall white jade airship flew over and landed here. An ancient and grand aura filled the air. That's a member of the reclusive tranquil tribe. I heard that the descendant of the reclusive tranquil tribe is very mysterious. He has never been in the world, but his strength is unimaginable. I wonder if we can meet the descendant of the reclusive tranquil tribe this time. This immediately caused quite a commotion. Many cultivators were shocked as they stared at that white jade airship. Apart from the reclusive tranquil tribe, many young supreme beings had already shown themselves. Even Six Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others had shown themselves. It could be said that this time, Mount Kuan attracted the attention of the entire upper realm. Many young cultivators came from Kuan City. Many cultivators and creatures were looking forward to it. They felt that before the various orthodoxies came to rescue the Ji family's ancestor, there would be a great clash between the younger generation here. Huh. Did you guys notice that the girl in green, who just walked in from outside the city, looked a bit familiar? At this moment a cultivator suddenly spoke. His eyes widened as he looked in the direction of the city gate. However, that girl in green's figure only flashed for a moment before disappearing. It was as if he was hallucinating. I think it's the little princess of the Gu family. I didn't expect her to come as well. A cultivator on the other side was also a bit surprised. Seems like Kuan City will be very lively this time. Chapter 535. Kuan City was not far from Mount Kuan. As long as one looked from the city wall, one could see a mountain range shrouded in chaotic fog. Towering over the clouds, it was magnificent and majestic. It was misty there. One could not see clearly at all. It was more like an ancient land that had existed since the beginning of the world. It was mysterious and vast. Even from a long distance away, a terrifying pressure that made one's heart tremble could be felt, and it was enough to shake one's soul. Streaks of divine lights or divine rainbows swept across the sky and landed from the distant world. They rushed to Kunwu City. These days, too many big shots had come to Kunwu City. One could even hit an elder of an imperishable sect with a stone thrown in the city. Many practitioners, even since the fluctuation of some powerful doctrine attainment artifact. It flashed in Kunwu City. It was really scary. Those who had come to help the Ji family even brought doctrine attainment artifacts to attack Mount Kun. Such a move was so rare that it shocked the whole world. It was rare to see such a thing in the past few eras. The upper realms had sent troops to attack the 10 desolation fields, but that was the power of a whole realm. Now they were facing Mount Kun, a forbidden land for life. As to whether there were any supreme creatures in Mount Kun, it had always been a mystery, because none of the practitioners or creatures who had entered Mount Kun had come back alive. If they could save the Ji family's ancestor this time, they would break the precedent. At this moment, in a stone gambling den in Kunwu City, a young man in disguise was with a monk. He glanced at the stones from time to time, as if they were discussing something. The young man was good-looking. He was tall and straight. He had an air that was totally different from others. As for the monk beside him, although he looked kind and amiable, he gave off an uneasy feeling. Mr. Jiang Chun, you are a divine origin master's descendant. You should know what is hidden in these strange stones, don't you? The two were Jiang Chun and Monk Pudu. The one who spoke was Monk Pudu. He said with a smile. When his eyes swept over the many strange stones in the stone gambling den, there was a gleam in his eyes. Jiang Chun looked natural and calm. Nodding, he said, "Of course. The general trend of heaven and earth, the evolution of mountains and rivers, and so on were all within the scope of the creation immortal boat's deduction and exploration." Although he could not directly see what was hidden in those strange stones, he could not directly see through them. However, he could sense the rarity of the items within. Not to mention that during this period of time, he had become more familiar with the cooperation between him and the vessel's spirit. He could even activate part of the vessel's power. The stone gambling den in front of him seemed to be tailor-made for him. That's good. I'll be in charge of buying the raw gemstones. Mr. Jiang Chun, you'll be in charge of the selection. Mr. Jiang Chun, you and I will share it equally. What do you think? Monk Pudu could not help but say with a smile after getting Jiang Chun's assurance. It was a stark contrast to his amiable image. Jiang Chun didn't hesitate at all. He nodded and agreed right away. He and Monk Pudu were old acquaintances. Naturally, he wouldn't doubt Monk Pudu's character. Of course, there was also another layer of relationship. He was indeed embarrassingly short of money now, and most of his money had been used to purchase cultivation resources. And the raw gemstones here were very expensive. Since they were mined near Mount Kun, they were much more expensive than the raw gemstones in other ancient cities. Then the two squeezed past the practitioners in front of them. They walked up to the taller pavilion of the stone gambling den. Monk Pudu was obviously a regular customer of the stone gambling den. He knew the raw gemstones in the lower pavilion were actually from the periphery of Mount Kun. Very few of them were precious. Soon the two arrived at the third floor of the pavilion. It was quite spacious and full of colorful fog. It was a totally different world. The raw gemstones placed everywhere were also emitting colorful lights. Some of the raw gemstones were even vibrating. The practitioners here were much better than those on the lower floors, in terms of temperament and cultivation. Apparently, they had great backgrounds. Jiang Chun even saw many disciples of the imperishable sects. Shrouded in brilliant lights, they looked extraordinary. Mr. Jiang Chun, feel free to choose. Choose whichever one you like. Monk Pudu showed a smile after arriving here. Apparently, he trusted Jiang Chun a lot. Jiang Chun did not waste time. His eyes were shining. He was talking to the weapon spirit of the celestial boat of fortune in his mind, while looking for the raw gemstones here. Lil Chenzi, choose that one. Yeah, the biggest one in the center. The weapon spirit of the celestial boat of fortune urged him. Jiang Chen nodded. He laid his eyes on the biggest primordial stone in the center of the third floor. It was as big as several people's arms. It was uneven and had many lumps on it. Compared to the other primordial stones, which were shining brightly, it looked much worse than the others. I want this one, Jiang Chen said calmly. He pointed at the raw gemstone without any hesitation. Hearing his words, many people here turned their attention over, and their expressions were somewhat strange. They had glanced at Jiang Chen and Monk Pudu when they had come in. They did not know them, so they did not pay much attention to them. They had thought it would take them a while to choose, but Jiang Chen chose the biggest raw gemstone after only one look. This shocked them a little, and then they couldn't help but laugh. In their eyes, this was more than a little stupid. He was like a layman who didn't know anything. Where did this fool come from? Did he think he could get something good from the biggest one? Even Elder Mo shook his head and said he could not see through that raw gemstone. I can't believe he wants to buy it. Some people could not help but shake their heads in a sarcastic manner. Elder Mo was a famous original master in the nearby stone gambling den. He had great attainments, but even he could not see through this raw gemstone. As a result, this raw gemstone had gradually become an object that no one cared about. It had been sitting there for several years. Young master, are you sure you want to buy this one? However, the shopkeeper in charge of this place was pleasantly surprised. However, no matter whether Jiang Chen understood it or not, in his eyes, Jiang Chen was a fool who had sent himself to his doorstep. How could he not rip him off? This raw gemstone had been sitting there for so many years, but no one had ever asked about it. That day, a fool had finally come. Of course, Jiang Chen said calmly. Jiang Chen said calmly. He looked calm and indifferent, as if he wasn't surprised by the crowd's reaction. How many spiritual stones? Monk Pudu was puzzled too, but he trusted Jiang Chen very much. He took out his Sumeru ring directly. 300,000 spiritual stones, the shopkeeper said, smiling. Jiang Chen showed a sarcastic look when he had seen the shopkeeper's expression. He thought to himself, you'll cry later. Monk Pudu agreed readily. He took out 300,000 spiritual stones to buy this raw gemstone. Young master, let's make a deal. Once you buy it, no matter what you get from it, it will have nothing to do with our stone gambling den. Don't regret it. The shopkeeper was worried Jiang Chen would regret it, so he explained to him kindly. Cut the crap. Cut it now, Jiang Chen said calmly. He looked impatient. Seeing this, the rest of the people gathered around immediately. They looked interested. They hadn't expected Jiang Chen to really buy the stone. This guy looked not only stupid, but also rich. Although there were many disciples of big sects here, not many of them could afford 300,000 spiritual stones. 300,000 spiritual stones, tut tut tut. If he gets nothing, he'll cry later. Many people watched with interest and a hint of mockery. Then, the cultivator in charge of cutting the stone carefully peeled off the layers of stone on the surface of the origin stone. A mysterious fluctuation suddenly filled the pavilion. Everyone's expression changed slightly at this moment. They were no longer as casual and contemptuous as before. Some old men, including the shopkeeper, even looked over seriously. In the next moment, a rich crimson light suddenly burst out from within, accompanied by an aura that made one's pores open up. That's Blood King Ginseng. It's at least 1,000,000 years old. Someone exclaimed, opening his eyes wide. 1,000,000-year-old Blood King Ginseng was a divine herb that even prospective supreme venerables coveted. It was extremely rare. It was worth at least 1,000,000 spiritual stones. The shopkeeper's expression changed slightly. He found it hard to believe. Although he did not cry, he felt sad. 300,000 spiritual stones for 1,000,000-year-old Blood King Ginseng. It's not a bad deal. She begged for fresh flowers. Jiang Chen said calmly. He shook his head slightly. Seeing this, people in the stone gambling den did not dare look down on Jiang Chen anymore. However, some people were still not convinced. They thought Jiang Chen was just lucky. It's Blood King Ginseng. Did someone cut it out here? At this moment, A few young men and women walked over from the pavilion. They looked extraordinary. They had a doctrine charm. Their clothes were embroidered with the symbol of the palace of heavenly immortals. It was a young woman who spoke. She was very pretty. Her hair was as long as the clouds. Her skin was fair and smooth. Her legs were longer than average women's. Wearing a white dress, she looked cold and otherworldly, like an otherworldly fairy. Jiang Chen's body stiffened when he heard the familiar voice. The calm expression disappeared from his face. He looked back in disbelief. He laid his eyes on the young woman walking over from the pavilion. Ruoin? Why was she here? Jiang Chen was excited. He was trembling slightly. He had not expected to run into Xiao Ruoin here, after so many days. However, since he had changed his appearance, Xiao Ruoin would not recognize him. Jiang Chen was a little disappointed, but he calmed down. He knew it was not the right time to meet Xiao Ruoin. Do we know each other? Xiao Ruoin felt that the young man who was staring at her seemed to be somewhat familiar, but she couldn't put her finger on it. No. This is the first time I've seen you, fairy, Jiang Chen said, shaking his head smiling. Xiao Ruoin did not care about this. Laying her eyes on the Blood King ginseng in Jiang Chen's hand, she asked, Did you cut this Blood King ginseng? She remembered her master, Yin Ji, was a prospective supreme venerable. She supposed the Blood King ginseng would be useful to her. Yes, we hit it off at first sight. If you want it, I can give it to you as a gift, Jiang Chen said with a smile, as if the Blood King ginseng in his hand was a common cabbage. He could tell Xiao Ruoin wanted the Blood King ginseng very much. At such a critical moment, he was going to give the Blood King ginseng to Xiao Ruoin without Monk Pudu's permission. In his opinion, Monk Pudu would not care about such things. Many people on the third floor turned pale. After all, this was a Blood King ginseng, which was worth more than 1,000,000 spiritual stones. Jiang Chen was going to give it to a woman he had just met, although this woman was so beautiful that she did not look like a woman from the human world. Monk Pudu also frowned slightly, but he didn't say anything at this time. He felt like he had seen Xiao Ruoin before. Jiang Chen seemed to have been paying attention to this woman when they were in the Great Void Divine Tomb, so the two were old friends. However, since Jiang Chen had changed his appearance, Xiao Ruoin could not recognize him. Xiao Ruoin was also surprised that this somewhat familiar man was going to give the Blood King ginseng to her directly. His intention was too obvious. She frowned slightly. With her current status in the Palace of Heavenly Tao, of course she could afford the spiritual stones to buy a Blood King ginseng. Young master, I appreciate your kindness, but I can afford the spiritual stones to buy a Blood King ginseng. Just state your price, Xiao Ruoin said in a cold voice, shaking her head to refuse him. Only then did Jiang Chen realize what he had done was a little too abrupt. He touched his nose, embarrassed. Tut tut tut. Another toad lusting after a swan. I advise you to take a piss and look at yourself. Don't even think about it. Apprentice Sister Ruoin is with young Lord Chang'e. Seeing this, the young men and women behind Xiao Ruoin could not help but burst into laughter. They spoke in a sarcastic tone. Apparently, this was not the first time they had seen such a scene. Don't talk nonsense. If young Master Gu hears this, he'll probably laugh at my wishful thinking. Xiao Ruoin blushed. She could not help but roll her eyes at her sibling companions behind her. Seeing this, Jiang Chen's face stiffened. His face turned pale. He tightened his grip on the ginseng. Ordinary. Chapter 536. Xiao Ruoin was definitely at the top of the list of people Jiang Chen missed and worried about the most. Even his good friend Niu Tian was not as good as Xiao Ruoin. That was why Jiang Chen had been so excited when he had seen Xiao Ruoin. He had almost recognized her as his friend. The Blood King ginseng was precious and priceless, but in Jiang Chen's eyes, it was not as good as Xiao Ruoin's smile. However, what he had done was too abrupt. Xiao Ruoin did not like him at all. Instead, she took him for an impulsive man. Jiang Chen was annoyed by his stupidity. He wished he could slap himself. He was just about to open his mouth to explain when he suddenly heard the words of his fellow disciples behind Xiao Ruoin. It simply made him almost spit out a mouthful of blood, and his expression became even more gloomy. It would have been better if they had not mentioned Gu Chang'e. As soon as they mentioned Guchanga, Jiang Chun could not hold back his hatred and anger. He could not help but recall how Guchanga had killed Niu Tian and the others in the territory of the ancient country of Vermilion Bird. Guchanga was only wearing a disguise. Poor Xiao Ruoyin still thought Guchanga was a good person. She could not see his true face. She admired Guchanga very much. Jiang Chun really wanted to reveal his true identity and tell Xiao Ruoyin everything. But he did not have the nerve. In Kuanwu City, as big as it was, numerous forces and orthodoxies were trying to curry favor with Guchanga. If he had the nerve to tell Xiao Ruoyin what he had done, many people would come to him for trouble. So, Jiang Chun had to swallow his anger, even though he was very aggrieved. Miss, if you want the Blood King ginseng, give me 1,000,000 spiritual stones in exchange for it. Monk Pudu seemed to have seen through Jiang Chun's embarrassment. He smiled slightly and walked up to him. He patted Jiang Chun's shoulder to help him out. Then he said to Xiao Ruoyin and the others. At the moment, the people on the third floor were still shocked by Xiao Ruoyin's words. They could not understand what was going on. Then they sized up Xiao Ruoyin and the others. After all, Guchanga was involved. It looked like this white-clothed woman was close to Guchanga. Palace of Heavenly Tao. No wonder. Many people became serious. Not until then did it occur to them that Guchanga's other identity, the Palace of Tao, the best candidate to be the next palace master. Since this young lady knows young Master Changa, this old man will take this Blood King ginseng for 1,000,000 spirit stones. But I can't use it with my current cultivation. Why don't I take this opportunity to give it to you as a gift? Let's build a good relationship. At this moment a white-haired, haggard old man spoke. He had been standing in a corner, so he did not look surprised at all. His eyes lit up. Then he said with a smile. While speaking, he took out 1,000,000 spiritual stones without hesitation. The spirit of the universe was shining brightly. He was going to exchange for the Blood King ginseng. Seeing this scene, the expressions of many people in the pavilion changed drastically. Old Dogwu, you are smart. You have a good vision. Some people couldn't help but curse him. They regretted that they hadn't said so earlier. Although it was painful to spend 1,000,000 spiritual stones, it meant something else. After all, the woman had a close relationship with Guchanga. It was obvious that she could get in touch with Guchanga. Therefore, if they could enter Guchanga's field of vision, it would be more worth it than anything else. 1,000,000 spiritual stones was nothing to them. Xiao Ruoyin was also shocked. Apparently, she hadn't expected anyone to buy the Blood King ginseng at such a high price, just to give it to her. This was too dreamy. Even Jiang Chun and Monk Pudu were a little bit stunned. Of course, Xiao Ruoyin knew it was because Guchanga had been mentioned in the sibling disciples' conversation. After all, she was from the modern world. She was very flexible. She figured it out almost immediately. These people wanted to please her, so that they could get in touch with Guchanga. Young Master Gu is just a title, but they are so. If he was here in person, I wonder how big of a disturbance he would cause. Xiao Ruoyin's eyes lit up. She couldn't stop imagining things. She was actually a woman who knew how to take advantage of her advantages. Therefore, after inexplicably arriving in this bizarre fantasy world, the first thing she did was to ensure her own safety. After her safety was guaranteed, she gradually adapted to this world. Then she learned about Guchanga's amazing identity and status. She knew she had to find a way to get Guchanga's protection if she wanted to stay in this world for a long time. So, when she was in the Palace of Heavenly Immortal, she often mentioned to others, intentionally or unintentionally, how she had talked with Guchanga all night. Besides, it was Guchanga who had sent her to the Palace of Heavenly Immortal in person. Over time, many elders and disciples believed Xiao Ruoyin was actually Guchanga's woman. Even the elders had to treat Xiao Ruoyin with caution. They didn't dare slight her. Of course, Xiao Ruoyin was smart. She knew there was a limit to everything. She was worried Guchanga would be unhappy when he learned about this. So, every time people misunderstood the relationship between her and Guchanga, she would always try to explain. It seemed to work, but in fact the more she explained, the worse it would get. In the eyes of others, her explanation was only because she was shy. And this was the effect that Xiao Ruoyin wanted. Sometimes, she even wanted to let all the orthodoxies in the upper realm know about it. Xiao Ruoyin was Guchang's woman. Miss, I heard from the servants that in one of the Merchant Alliance's stone gambling houses, someone has cut out 1,000,000-year-old blood ginseng. At the same time, in a magnificent palace deep in Kunwu City, a woman with a gentle face and natural charm was supporting her delicate chin. She was listening to the report outside the palace, as if she was in a trance. Behind her 9 snow-white and fluffy fox tails swayed from time to time. A slender and fair hand gently brushed past, causing her to squint her eyes lazily and comfortably. 1,000,000-year-old blood ginseng. If it was in the past, it would be enough to alarm many old antiques. However, after hearing the report outside the palace, Inmei shook her head lightly. She did not seem to care much. But now all the orthodoxies in Kunwu City are involved. 1,000,000-year-old blood ginseng is not worth mentioning. Ask someone to find out who cut it out. Guchanga put down his teacup, but he seemed to be deep in thought. He had a feeling that he was going to meet an old acquaintance. Yes, young master. Inmei got up and walked out of the palace. Qingxian, what do you think the chances of your Ji family rescuing the ancestor this time? After Inmei left, Guchanga suddenly smiled faintly and asked Suchinga who was behind him. After leaving the Ji family, he came to Kunwu City immediately, but he did not attract the attention of others. Ji Qingxian, on the other hand, returned to the chaotic galaxy. At that moment, it was Suchinga who was with him. She was the Ji family's precious daughter, Ji Qingxian in everyone's eyes. If young Lord Changa can help us, the chances will be much higher. Suchinga was struck dumb. Apparently, she had not expected Guchanga to ask her such a question all of a sudden. However, her answer was watertight. Guchanga smiled faintly and did not ask more questions. Suchinga was the true inheritor of the demon method, while Jiang Chun, the son of good fortune, was the inheritor of the demon seed created by Guchanga himself. They were both in Kunwu City. It would be more lively in the following days. In the gambling stone house, although Xiao Ruoyin had declined several times, she still got the blood ginseng in the end, and it did not cost her a single spiritual stone. A very wizened old man said. Although he felt the pinch, he still had a smile on his face. He felt that the 1,000,000 spirit stones were well spent. He got the blood ginseng in this place today. I don't know whether it's his luck or his ability. Some disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Tao fixed their gazes on Jiang Chun. They looked at him curiously. Jiang Chun had calmed down by then. He knew he had to find another way to let Xiao Ruoyin see Guchanga's true face. Then Jiang Chun glanced at Xiao Ruoyin. He communicated with the immortal boat of nature's vessel's spirit in his mind. Then he started to choose the raw gemstones. Since even Xiao Ruoyin could not see through his true identity by then, there was nothing for him to worry about. By then, all the heavens in the upper realm were paying attention to him. Kunwu City was the center of attention. It was a good chance for him to make a name for himself. Today's gambling stone house is my chance. Jiang Chun thought to himself. Soon, when the crowd was shocked and petrified, many brilliant lights shone on this place. The raw gemstones in Jiang Chun's hand started to emit their original brilliance. All kinds of rare divine objects were cut out of them. There were even some extremely rare fragments of immortal crystals in the end. They were so dense that many of the older generation's eyes turned red. Apparently, it was not luck that Jiang Chun got the blood ginseng, but he had the ability to do so. Is this the reappearance of a legendary divine origin master? He looks for heaven and earth to settle the universe and explores yin and yang to go to the underworld. An old man said in a trembling voice. He suddenly recalled something. He could not believe it. Young man, who are you? You're 4. 9 is even better than the most accomplished divine origin masters in Kunwu City. Everyone here was shocked as they watched this scene, especially the various divine objects that were cut out from the origin stones. They were almost speechless. Streaks of dazzling radiance illuminated the entire area resplendently. Xiao Ruoyin was also surprised. She did not expect this man, who seemed familiar to her, to cut out so many divine objects in such a short time. Each of them was very valuable. Some of them even had special effects. Many practitioners would fight for them. Can he see through the mysterious objects hidden in the raw gemstones? Many people stared at Jiang Chen, not even blinking. Xiao Ruoyin's look changed slightly. She knew a little about the raw gemstones in the gambling stone house. She knew these raw gemstones were contaminated by the energy of special rules. Practitioners could not figure out what was hidden in them with holy awareness at all. At this moment, even supreme venerables, prospective emperors, or doctrine achievers might not be able to figure out what was hidden in these raw gemstones. However, Jiang Chen seemed to know what was hidden in each raw gemstone. He was very precise. He had never made a mistake. Very soon, the news spread like wildfire, causing a huge commotion in a small area. Chapter 537. Kunwa City had attracted many practitioners from all over the world. One of its features was that the primordial stones from Mount Kuan had been soaked in the energy of a special rule. All kinds of rare treasures could be found in them. Even many old antiques from the upper realm often visited the city, hoping to see some holy objects that could prolong their lives. As a result, original masters were highly respected in Kunwa City. Even some supreme venerables had to be polite when they asked original masters to look at their stones. They did not dare offend them. The inheritance of original masters was extremely weird. Their strength could not even be defined by their state. That day, they had found many holy objects in the stone gambling den of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Doctrines. They had even found some holy herbs that were so rare that they had gone extinct. The news spread quickly. It caused an uproar in a small area. Although it was not enough to affect the whole city, it was already a big deal in Kunwa City, which was bustling with noise and excitement. Many strong people from the orthodoxies sent strong people to investigate as soon as they heard the news. There had been many practitioners in the stone gambling den. Many of them had even seen what had happened with their own eyes. From the moment Jiang Chen had cut out the million-year-old Blood King ginseng, to the moment when the disciples of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals had shown up and Jiang Chen had shown his great power to cut out so many rare items, there was no mistake at all. It was recorded by the image-retaining stone, and it was circulated in all the shops and markets. In an instant, Jiang Chen and Monk Pudu, who was next to him, became famous. However, they had changed their appearances. Monk Pudu was still being hunted by the Divine Void race, because of what had happened in the Great Void Divine Tomb. As a result, no one had recognized Jiang Chen and Monk Pudu. Many people thought they were very mysterious. They thought they were probably from one of the 12 mysterious inheritances. Jiang Chen's method of stone exploration made many old original masters open their eyes wide. They had watched it many times, but they did not find many traces related to original method. If Jiang Chen's method had not been so mysterious and incredible, they would have doubted whether Jiang Chen knew any original method at all. After all, judging from the images in the shadow stone, Jiang Chen had known many times which primordial stones contained holy objects with a single glance. Such a method was truly shocking. I don't know if the Kuan Mountain's strange movement this time is related to the Ji family's ancestor. It is said that the stone embryo that the supreme existence of the Huanxi Holy Land took out from the Kuan Mountain also had strange movements. The time roughly coincided with the strange movement of the Kuan Mountain. Many people have guessed that there is something extraordinary sealed in the unknown stone embryo that caused the destruction of the Huanxi Holy Land. All these years, the stone embryo has been kept in the depths of Kunwu City with the Taoist tool. It is said that the stone embryo will be taken out in this Godstone convention. Many forces are planning to cut it. Old Genesis masters from all over have been invited. Even the dragon-subduing clan and Lianzhu clan are said to have sent people over. Many cultivators and creatures were discussing this matter in Kunwu City. During this period of time, the Ji family had joined forces with many other forces in an attempt to break through Kuan Mountain and rescue their ancestors. There was another matter that also stirred up a storm and attracted the attention of everyone. The Godstone Convention in Kunwu City. As the name suggested, in this convention, various orthodoxies, sects, trade alliances, and ancient races would take out the divine stones that had been sealed for a long time. They would invite Genesis masters from all over to explore, discuss, and cut the stones. If someone was interested in the divine stones of other forces, they could also buy them at a high price. At the Godstone Convention, all kinds of divine objects were cut out. There were even sealed ancient creatures, immortal spirit herbs, longevity doctrine fruits, and so on. In short, every Godstone Convention would involve many immortal sects and supreme orthodoxies from the upper realms. This time, the Ji family's attempt to attack the Kuan Mountain had attracted the attention of many forces. Many people had expected that this Godstone Convention would be unprecedentedly grand and lively. That mysterious young man probably got the inheritance of a divine origin master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been so strong. If it's possible, I must make use of him. Since the Godstone Convention was involved, the leaders of many orthodoxies had different expressions. They didn't want to miss such an opportunity to make friends with the divine origin master. Soon, they sent their subordinates or clansmen to inquire about Jiang Chen's residence, trying to reach out to him. A divine origin master. In the depths of Kuan-Wu City, in a grand and simple palace that was shining with celestial light, Gu Chang'e was drinking tea rather happily and couldn't help but chuckle. That divine origin master looks strange. I haven't seen him before. A trace of doubt appeared on Yin Mei's face. It's just a disguise. I know who he is. And that monk. The corners of Gu Chang'e's mouth revealed a strange expression. If he remembered correctly, he had killed so many leaders of the great sects in the Great Void Divine Tomb. This matter hadn't been solved yet. In the end, the Great Void Divine race had blamed Jiang Chen for it. Jiang Chen had stolen the divine personality of Great Void and killed so many leaders of the great sections. How would he have the nerve to show his true face? I heard that Jiang Chen ran into Xiao Ruoyin in the gambling stone house. Then Gu Chang'e recalled what Yin Mei had told him. He suddenly felt he could take advantage of this opportunity. The weapon spirit of the fairy boat of creation with Jiang Chen could obviously solve all kinds of geographical changes of tactical patterns easily. It even gave people the impression that Jiang Chen was the descendant of a divine origin master. However, the weapon spirit of the fairy boat of creation might play a role in the invasion of Mount Kuan this time. It's time to visit Xiao Ruoyin, the great priest of fate. Gu Chang'e smiled. Then he got up and left the palace. He didn't ask Yin Mei, Su Qingge, and the others to follow him. Although he hadn't been paying much attention to Xiao Ruoyin lately, Yin Ji had been reporting a lot of things that had happened in the palace of heavenly celestial beings. As a result, Gu Chang'e had seen Xiao Ruoyin's actions and ideas. He didn't hate her behavior. On the contrary, in Gu Chang'e's eyes, although Xiao Ruoyin was very utilitarian, she was smart. She knew how to judge the situation. She was better than many women in this aspect. Besides, the most important thing was that it was easier for him to control her with such a character. At the same time, in the base of the Palace of Heavenly Celestial, Xiao Ruoyin still couldn't believe what had happened during the day. Frowning, she was trying to recall where she had seen Jiang Chen. Then she suddenly heard a disciple report that Gu Chang'e had come here. She was stunned for a moment. When she came back to her senses, she hurriedly applied some makeup on her face to make herself look even more radiant and beautiful. Then she took a deep breath to calm herself down. She was secretly delighted. Why is young Master Gu in Kuan-Wu City? Why is he here at this time? Xiao Ruoyin's heart was beating fast. She blushed slightly. However, she still tried to stay calm. She didn't look much different from before. She had always thought she could get close to Gu Chang'e, because she had time traveled from the modern era. She didn't know Gu Chang'e's identity back then. That was why she had the nerve to talk to him about many things that had happened in the modern era. She wasn't as scared of Gu Chang'e as other women were. That was why Gu Chang'e found her special and different from other women. That was why he remembered her. Although such an explanation sounded ridiculous, even tacky, in Xiao Ruoyin's eyes, it was the truth. Boom! At this moment, in the palaces and pavilions nearby, almost all of the Palace of Heavenly Celestial's disciples and elders were alarmed. They didn't care that it was still night. They hurried to greet him. Greetings, young Lord Chang'e. Although Gu Chang'e was still the Palace of Heavenly Celestial's disciple, His current status was much higher than that of the palace of Heavenly Celestial's master. Many people couldn't help but tremble when they saw him. They could feel an unbelievable and terrifying aura coming from him. Gu Chang'e walked in from the outside of the mansion, and no one followed her. She seemed very casual and natural. He smiled warmly and waved his hand. "There's no need for that. I'm here to see Miss Ruoyin." Hearing this, many of the palace of Heavenly Celestial's elders and disciples had expected this. But at this time, Ruoyin should be resting already. "We'll get someone to call her." One of the elders nodded and said hurriedly. Gu Chang'e seemed a little surprised. He then smiled and said, "Then I won't disturb Miss Ruoyin's rest. I'll come and see her tomorrow." These words shocked many of the elders and disciples. They felt that it was unbelievable. Many of the female disciples widened their eyes in envy. With Gu Chang'e's status, it was an honor for him to come and see a woman personally. They felt that if they were in Xiao Ruoyin's shoes, they would be thrilled to death. However, in order not to disturb Xiao Ruoyin's rest, Gu Chang'e actually said that he would come again tomorrow. What did Xiao Ruoyin do to deserve Gu Chang'e's treatment? They felt that if this matter were to spread, it would definitely cause endless waves in the upper realm, and cause a huge sensation. In the upper realm today, which woman would receive such treatment in front of Gu Chang'e? Of course, this could also be because Gu Chang'e had always been so caring and considerate towards the women he cared about. Ruoyin greets young Master Gu. At this time Xiao Ruoyin, who had rushed over, did not expect Gu Chang'e to say such a thing and care so much about her. This shocked her, but at the same time, her heart was filled with gratitude. Her words were filled with a faint tremble. With Gu Chang'e's status, coming here personally to see her was enough to show how much he valued her. "Oh, looks like you haven't been resting." Hearing this, Gu Chang'e seemed to smile in surprise. He looked at Xiao Ruoyin, who was still beautiful and moving in the dark night. At this moment, almost all of the elders and disciples of the palace of Heavenly Celestial were looking at Xiao Ruoyin with envy. Chapter 538. The night was quiet, and the faint moonlight shone down on the courtyard, making it exceptionally quiet and serene. Not far away, a few bamboo trees rustled, surrounded by a clear light. It was an extraordinary sight. Xiao Ruoyin was dressed in a long white dress, and had a thin layer of powder on her face. Her jade-like features were flawless, and her delicate makeup made her skin glow even more. She exuded an indescribably beautiful aura. This is what Ruoyin just learned recently. "Sir Gu, try it." She blinked and poured a cup of tea for Gu Chang'e. After dismissing everyone from the palace of Heavenly Immortals, the courtyard was very quiet. Gu Chang'e looked at the steam rising from the stone table and chuckled. He raised the cup to his lips and praised, "Not bad." Xiao Ruoyin heard Gu Chang'e's praise and her eyes flashed with joy. "As long as Sir Gu likes it." Then, she spoke in a low voice. "I am truly honored that Sir Gu has come to see me in the middle of the night. You only had to tell me, and I would have come to see you. There was no need to trouble you to come here personally." With Gu Chang'e's status, if he wanted to see someone, he only had to say a word, and who would dare not give him face, and not come to pay him a visit? Xiao Ruoyin was naturally the same. If not for her status, it would have been inappropriate for her to visit Gu Chang'e. Otherwise, she would have wanted to visit Gu Chang'e whenever she had the chance. She was afraid that Gu Chang'e would forget about her. Tonight, Gu Chang'e suddenly came to see her, which really shocked and touched her. Even now, Xiao Ruoyin still found it difficult to calm her heart. "It's just a small matter. You don't have to worry about it." Gu Chang'e gently blew on the steam from his tea, as if he didn't notice Xiao Ruoyin's expression. He smiled casually and said, "I just suddenly heard news about you, and thought that since I had the time and haven't cared about you for a long time, I came to visit. It's not a big matter, so you don't have to worry." His words could be considered an explanation. However, when she heard that Gu Chang'e cared so much about her feelings, Xiao Ruoyin couldn't help but feel touched. "Young Master Gu, not only did you help me escape, you even gave me resources to help me cultivate. You even allowed me to enter the palace of the Heavenly Tao Immortals. You even cared about me so much. It's all thanks to you that I am where I am today. I really don't know how to repay you." I don't know how to repay your kindness. Xiao Ruoyin's voice was sincere, but her voice trembled slightly towards the end. When she mentioned repaying her kindness, her face couldn't help but blush. What was her status? What was Guchanga's status? It could be described as the difference between heaven and earth. In her opinion, it was as if an emperor had remembered a commoner's daughter, and had even taken the initiative to express his concern. This even made her feel flattered. Xiao Ruoyin also understood that this was because she had already gotten used to the strict, cold, and pyramid-like hierarchy of this world, and had developed a fear of it. After all, Guchanga stood at the top of the pyramid, overlooking the countless living beings in the upper realm. If she had first arrived here, perhaps she wouldn't have developed such feelings. Back then, she was like a newborn calf that wasn't afraid of tigers. She even dared to talk to Guchanga through the night, as if she was talking to a friend. Do you think that I'm helping you because I want you to repay me? Guchanga had an amused expression. No, that's not what I meant. Xiao Ruoyin shook her head, then said with a determined look on her face. But, young Master Gu, you've helped me like this, I really feel guilty. I don't have anything to repay you. I can't even make a cup of tea for you. After all, there are countless girls who would want to make a cup of tea for you. How could I possibly have a chance? Even if I wanted to repay you with my body, I'm afraid I'm not qualified enough. You won't like it either. Towards the end of her sentence, there was a hint of bitterness at the corner of her mouth, as if she was mocking herself. Guchanga's face showed just the right amount of surprise, as if he didn't expect Xiao Ruoyin to say such things to him. Miss Ruoyin, there's no need to feel sorry for yourself. In my eyes, you're different from other girls. Why do you think I'm helping you like this? Then, he shook his head lightly and asked solemnly. I don't know. I've always thought that young Master Gu pitted me. Xiao Ruoyin was stunned for a moment, then looked like she was thinking seriously. Then she shook her head in distress. Although she was well aware of it, at this juncture, if she were to say it directly, it would seem that she was too utilitarian. Xiao Ruoyin was very smart, so naturally she knew what to say. Guchanga glanced at her then chuckled. No, I just think that you're different from other girls. In my eyes, you're different from other girls, so you don't have to worry too much about it. I don't need you to repay me. Although Xiao Ruoyin had already guessed that Guchanga was going to say this, she still couldn't help but feel touched when she heard it. But young Master Gu's words make it even more impossible for me to repay you. This makes me feel a deep sense of self-reproach and guilt. I can't accept your good intentions so naturally. She lowered her head, her voice very soft. Xiao Ruoyin only wanted to maintain this simple and direct image in front of Guchanga, and didn't want Guchanga to know that her thoughts weren't pure. Therefore, after saying this, a blush appeared on her face, and her voice was even softer, trembling slightly like a mosquito, as if she was very shy. Young Master Gu, tonight can you stay? Ruoyin understands that her looks can't compare to the beauty beside you. Ruoyin doesn't have any other distracting thoughts or extravagant requests. If you don't like it, Ruoyin can understand. She had already said so much, and Xiao Ruoyin didn't believe that Guchanga would be so heartless and cruel to reject her under these circumstances. If I reject you, why do I feel like I'm letting you down? Seeing this, Guchanga shook his head and laughed. He looked at Xiao Ruoyin, and his tone seemed to be rather helpless. Xiao Ruoyin had said so much, but wasn't it all because she wanted him to stay for the night? What reason did Guchanga have to reject her? Could it be that he would be at a disadvantage? Xiao Ruoyin wanted to play the role of a sweet and naive girl, so Guchanga would do as she wished. It was such a simple matter. Really? That's great. Although Xiao Ruoyin expected that Guchanga wouldn't reject her, she still couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised, and let out a long sigh of relief. The huge rock in her heart was finally lifted. She believed that the next day, the news of Guchanga staying the night would quickly spread among the disciples and elders of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals. In the future, when her identity was mentioned, many people's first reaction would be that she was Guchanga's woman. In today's upper realm, as long as this identity was revealed, who would dare to slight or offend her? The night passed without a word, and the warmth of spring returned in the courtyard. After all, Xiao Ruoyin was still a cultivator, and although it was her first time experiencing human relations, it didn't affect her much. When she heard Gu Chang'e mention the Divine Stone Convention in a few days, she was a little surprised. Divine Stone Convention? So it's about that. I don't know that mysterious divine origin master, but if young Master Gu wants to recruit him, I might be able to help you. Xiao Ruoyin thought for a while and said, although it was rumored that the divine origin master had a strange personality and didn't want to see anyone, many orthodoxies who wanted to reach out to him were all rejected. However, she felt that if she went to visit him, that person might meet her. Chapter 539. Xiao Ruoyin knew something about the Divine Stone Convention. Almost all the forces and orthodoxies in the upper realm would take part in it. It was of great significance. At such a time, the importance of source masters was revealed. All the forces and orthodoxies were trying to recruit those powerful source masters. This time, in the gambling stone house of the Business Alliance of 10,000 Doctrines, the mysterious man had shocked Kunwa City. Many people felt that he was a mysterious divine origin master, or his successor, so they were trying to recruit him. However, he was eccentric. Almost all the forces and orthodoxies who had tried to recruit him were turned away. They didn't even get to meet him. However, at such a critical moment, many forces and orthodoxies didn't have the nerve to play tough. They had to act according to his mood. However, Xiao Ruoyin recalled that the young man had offered to give her the Blood King ginseng in the gambling stone house. If she had paid him a visit, the mysterious man would probably have agreed to meet her. Then she would have told him that Gu Chang'e wanted to recruit her. In such a big upper realm, who would turn a blind eye to Gu Chang'e's recruitment? Are you sure you can help me? Gu Chang'e looked interested. He was a little surprised. He had come to see Xiao Ruoyin with this plan since the beginning. However, it would depend on how Jiang Chen treated Xiao Ruoyin. I can help you, young Master Gu. Xiao Ruoyin nodded. She promised him, but I still have to give it a try. She wouldn't be sure about his attitude until she got in touch with the mysterious man. Then I'll wait for your good news, Gu Chang'e said with a small smile. Then he told Xiao Ruoyin something else and left. He wanted to see the beginning of the break between Xiao Ruoyin and Jiang Chen, but he had other things to do, so he didn't go. Seeing Gu Chang'e leave, Xiao Ruoyin didn't waste too much time. She understood that these 633 things had to be done first. Otherwise, the mysterious man might be recruited by the others first. Thus, even though he was feeling a little unwell, he quickly tidied himself up and brought a few of his fellow disciples to look for the mysterious man from yesterday. Jiang Chen, aren't you afraid that your identity will be exposed if you expose yourself so blatantly? At this moment, in a courtyard on the east side of Kunwa City, a woman in a light yellow dress with her arms crossed said with a puzzled expression on her beautiful face. The courtyard was not big. In the current Kunwu City, it was at most a remote corner. However, the mysterious origin master who had shaken the entire Kunwu City lived here. Gazing at the purple spiritual gold in his hand, Jiang Chen answered Ji Chua calmly. What are you afraid of? Besides you, who else knows who I am? Now, other than Ji Chua, only his old acquaintance Monk Pudu knew his true identity. Jiang Chen trusted Ji Chua. Although she and her elder brother Ji Yaoxing had tricked him in the Purple Mountain, Jiang Chen forgave Jiang Chen. But in the end, Jiang Chen chose to forgive Ji Chua. He knew she had been forced to abandon him because of Gu Chang'e's coercion. Later, he ran into Ji Chua by chance at an auction house. Ji Chua had a special talent. She recognized him immediately. Jiang Chen got a good item from the auction there. But unfortunately, he was targeted by someone, and his life was almost in danger. Fortunately, Ji Chua saved him in the end. The two gradually became familiar with each other. This time, it was thanks to Jiang Chen that Ji Chua had been able to hear her ancestor Ji Xingchu's message near Mount Kuan. I'm here to tell you that I won't keep in touch with you anymore. My elder brother has noticed you, Ji Chua said kindly. Jiang Chen was struck dumb. Seeing Ji Chua was not joking, he said seriously. When did this happen? He did not doubt Ji Chua's good intentions, but how did Ji Yaoxing notice him? I don't know. My elder brother warned me when Gu Chang'e came to the Ji family, Ji Chua said, shaking her head. She and Jiang Chun were good friends. She did not want to see Jiang Chun lose his life because of such a thing. I see. I'll be careful. Jiang Chun nodded. He was very cautious. He did not think Ji Yaoxing was as honest as he seemed. He had also heard that Gu Chang'e was going to help the Ji family rescue their ancestor. So if Gu Chang'e wanted to track him down, Ji Yaoxing would probably inform Gu Chang'e. In this way I was careless. It was a little dangerous. Jiang Chun frowned. He had thought his disguise was flawless. However, to his surprise, Ji Yaoxing had already known where he was. Ji Chua left quietly after informing Jiang Chun of this. She did not stay there for long. This little princess of the Ji family is quite good to Benefactor Jiang. She actually took the initiative to inform Benefactor Jiang of this matter. Monk Pudu walked out after Ji Chua had left. He could not help but smile. Glancing at him unhappily, Jiang Chun said, "You know, it's not a good thing for you if my identity is exposed either. What should we do now? Should we leave Kuanwu City?" Monk Pudu shook his head. Putting his palms together, he said, "The Ji family is going to attack Kuan Mountain. The Divine Stone Convention is such a big event that only happens once in a million years. Are you willing to leave?" Jiang Chun said with a bitter smile. "Of course I'm not willing to leave." Besides, he had something else to tell her. He had not warned Xiao Ruoyin to be careful of Gu Chang'e. How could he not worry about leaving? Even if he had to leave, he had to find a way to take Xiao Ruoyin with him. At this moment, someone knocked on the door of the courtyard. Who could be visiting us at such a time? Monk Pudu gazed out of the courtyard with interest. He had deployed a tactical formation here to prevent other experts from prying into the courtyard. These forces are always like this. They are endless. I told you I'm not interested in their solicitation. Jiang Chun frowned. He was very unhappy. He instinctively thought it was one of those orthodoxies trying to recruit him again. Is the young master of the stone gambling den here? However, when Jiang Chun was going to ignore them and leave them outside, he heard a familiar voice. He was shocked. He stood up from the stone bench directly. He looked pleasantly surprised. "Ruoyin, this is her voice. Is it her outside the courtyard?" Jiang Chun walked out of the courtyard without hesitation. He was going to open the door. Seeing this, Monk Pudu tactfully left, not intending to disturb them. He could tell Jiang Chun and Xiao Ruoyin were old friends. Since Xiao Ruoyin had come, they should be reuniting. As an outsider, he would not get involved. Xiao Ruoyin was standing outside the courtyard. She was in white. Her black hair was like a waterfall. It was so shiny that it could reflect one's reflection. She looked extremely cold and otherworldly. Behind her were some sibling disciples whom Jiang Chun had met in the stone gambling Denver. "Miss, what's the matter?" Jiang Chun held back his excitement and asked with a smile that was just right for him. There were outsiders here. He was not going to show his face directly. He wanted to tell Xiao Ruoyin everything. However, since Xiao Ruoyin had come to see him this day, this was his chance. "Young master, I've come to see you because I have something to tell you." Xiao Ruoyin was surprised that this mysterious man, with a weird temper, really wanted to see her. She could not help but show a polite smile. She was going to tell him where she was from. "Oh, so you have something to tell me. Miss, if you don't mind, why don't you come in and tell me?" Jiang Chun said with a smile. He extended his hand to invite her in. Xiao Ruoyin was not worried about Jiang Chun's ulterior motives. Kuanwu City was so big. There were many strong people everywhere. As long as there was a big disturbance here, many people would come here. Soon, Xiao Ruoyin and others followed Jiang Chun into the courtyard. There was still tea on the stone table in the middle. Apparently someone had been there. Xiao Ruoyin threw him a glance. She did not ask him anything. "People from other orthodoxies came here just now. They wanted to tell me something." Noticing this, Jiang Chun explained with a smile. This was the first time he had been so close to Xiao Ruoyin, since they had parted ways in the ancient worship of the various races in the immortal ancient. However, Jiang Chun soon frowned. He found Xiao Ruoyin was walking in a weird way. She looked a little weird. "Miss, are you feeling unwell?" he asked with concern. "I sprained my ankle when I was practicing last night." Xiao Ruoyin looked a little uneasy, but she still explained casually. Sprained your ankle? Is it serious? Jiang Chen did not think too much about it. He only thought Xiao Ruoyin was too careless. How could she sprain her ankle as a practitioner? It sounded a little ridiculous, but it was true that different practicing methods would lead to such a situation. If she had been sitting with her legs crossed for too long, the energy in her ankle would not flow well. If she had stood up carelessly at this moment, she could have sprained her ankle. It's not serious. I'll be fine soon, Xiao Ruoyin said, waving her hand. She thought this mysterious source master seemed to care too much about her. Good, Jiang Chen nodded. Then he asked Xiao Ruoyin and others to sit down. Not until then did he ask her why she had come. Xiao Ruoyin did not beat around the bush. She told Jiang Chen why she had come, including the current situation in Kunwu City and the Divine Stone Convention in a few days. Jiang Chen's expression gradually froze from the smile he had been wearing at the beginning. In the end, he looked a little gloomy. You came to find me because you want me to work for Guchanga and work for him? Jiang Chen said, gazing at Xiao Ruoyin, suppressing his anger. He clenched his fist so hard that his knuckles cracked. He had never expected Xiao Ruoyin to come to him for such a reason. He was so angry that he felt like he was going to explode. You should know that no one in the upper realm can compete with young Master Gu in terms of power. He's also very capable. Even those who have achieved the doctrine are in awe of him. I know you have the inheritance of a divine origin master and you're proud, but it'll be an honor for you to work for young Master Gu. Xiao Ruoyin frowned slightly. She had no idea why Jiang Chen was so angry with Guchanga. However, she thought it was because of his pride, so she tried to persuade him out of goodwill. Chapter 540. In Xiao Ruoyin's opinion, the main reason why this young divine origin master was so unhappy was that Guchanga was about the same age as him. She had asked a proud divine origin master to work for a guy about the same age as him. Anyone else would have been pissed off. They would have thought they were being looked down upon. However, Xiao Ruoyin thought as long as she explained it to him, he would understand. In the current upper realms, who didn't want to ride on Guchanga's coattails and work for him? Xiao Ruoyin's persuasion made Jiang Chen look angrier and angrier. He clenched his fists so hard that his knuckles cracked. He really didn't expect to see the goddess of the past, to explain so earnestly in front of her, to let him serve his great enemy. Jiang Chen was very angry. He was even a little disappointed. He even mocked himself. However, Jiang Chen soon calmed down. At this moment, he couldn't blame Xiao Ruoyin, because he knew Xiao Ruoyin didn't know Guchanga's true colors at all. She had no idea why Guchanga had ordered them to be killed. Miss, you don't have to explain it. I know you are being kind, but I'm used to being idle. I don't like to work for others. Jiang Chen shook his head and refused her tactfully. Xiao Ruoyin was struck dumb. She said, Do you know whose solicitation you just refused? She couldn't believe Jiang Chen wasn't interested in Guchanga's solicitation at all. He even refused decisively. He didn't even think about it. To be honest, miss, I have a lot of conflicts with that young Master Gu you just mentioned. So it's useless to persuade me, Jiang Chen said calmly. Xiao Ruoyin didn't expect Jiang Chen to say that. She couldn't believe it. As to the conflicts between him and Guchanga, she didn't think too much about it. She only thought it was an excuse Jiang Chen had made to refuse. If that's the case, then forget it. Xiao Ruoyin sighed in her heart. She had thought that it was a done deal, but she had failed. She did not know how to explain this to Guchanga when she returned. After all, she had promised Guchanga that she would help him. Seeing Xiao Ruoyin about to turn around and leave, Jiang Chen's eyes flickered, and he suddenly said, Miss, please wait. I actually have something to tell you in private. If you don't mind, I'll just take up a little more of your time. Xiao Ruoyin frowned slightly, but she wasn't worried about Jiang Chen's evil intentions. So, after thinking for a while, she asked her sibling disciples to leave first and wait for her outside. Then she said to Jiang Chen, What do you want to tell me? Let's do it here. A smile appeared on Jiang Chen's face once again. Then he took a deep breath. Then a layer of misty clear light brushed his face. Then, the sound of bones dislocating rang out from all over his body. His entire body began to change at a speed visible to the naked eye. Soon he had a completely different appearance. You're Jiang Chen? Xiao Ruoyin was surprised. She didn't understand why he had done this. But when she saw the face in front of her clearly, she was shocked. His entire body was shocked, extremely stunned and in disbelief. Wasn't this handsome and familiar face one of her old friends, Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen, how did you become like that? Xiao Ruoyin asked in surprise. She looked delighted. Jiang Chen and the others were her rare friends in this world. She was very happy to run into Jiang Chen in Kuanwu City. Jiang Chen said with a complicated expression. It's going to take a long time to explain. Take your time. You can take your time. I have plenty of time. I was wondering why I found you familiar. Xiao Ruoyin said with a smile. She immediately figured out why Jiang Chen had offered to give her the Blood King ginseng in the stone gambling den. By the way, how did you become a divine origin master? Did you have another chance? I remember you didn't show any talent for practicing. Young Master Gu said he had helped them settle down. I was relieved. But why didn't you want to work for young Master Gu? You even said you had conflicts. Before Jiang Chen could answer, she recalled something else. She couldn't help but ask curiously. The status of a divine origin master was extremely respected in the current upper world. There were only a few famous divine origin masters in all of the ancient eras. At the thought of this, Xiao Ruoyin felt happy for Jiang Chen from the bottom of her heart. I'll explain it to you later, including everything that happened after we parted ways. Hatred flashed in Jiang Chen's eyes. Then he said calmly, it was a long story, but for Jiang Chen, it was like yesterday. Many things were still vivid in his mind. Xiao Ruoyin nodded. She was curious. She felt Jiang Chen had changed a lot compared to before. He looked gloomy. Gu Chang'e lied to you at that time. He was up to no good from the moment he released us from prison. He tampered with the talent testing steels. That's why, except for you, none of us could show any talent. In this way, he can logically drive us away and give you peace of mind. Gu Chang'e is only wearing a mask of hypocrisy. The real him is crueler and colder than anyone else. Jiang Chen spoke slowly, neither too fast nor too slow. He told her all the things that had happened recently. He told her everything, including how they had been killed by Gu Chang'e's subordinates after they had parted ways with Xiao Ruoyin. He told her everything that had happened in the Great Void Divine Tomb. What? How is that possible? Xiao Ruoyin was struck dumb at first. Then her body shook. She opened her eyes wide in disbelief. She felt her head buzzing. She had been practicing in the palace of Heavenly Tao Immortal. She had heard a lot about Gu Chang'e from her sibling disciples and elders. That was why her impression of Gu Chang'e had always been that he was as gentle as jade. He was an elegant young man, pure and untainted, like a banished immortal. Her conversations and interactions with Gu Chang'e were very normal and harmonious. However, when she heard Jiang Chen's words, she was petrified. Her face turned slightly pale. If what Jiang Chen had said was true, how dreadful was Gu Chang'e? What he had shown her was only the tip of the iceberg. How could he say it was just a disguise? Xiao Ruoyin couldn't help but shudder slightly. She realized that she seemed to have thought too simply of Gu Chang'e. Is what you said true? Xiao Ruoyin asked in a trembling voice. She was trying to calm herself down. She didn't think Jiang Chen would lie to her at this moment. It's true. We've known each other for so many years. Do you think I'll lie to you? Jiang Chen said, shaking his head. Our old classmates, including Niu Tian and the others, are still alive. But I don't think they were as lucky as me. They might have turned into a pile of bones long ago. She begged for fresh flowers. Xiao Ruoyin turned pale. She shivered. She almost fell. She suddenly recalled Gu Chang'e's gentleness the previous night. He was as gentle as jade, handsome and elegant. He was so perfect that no one could find any flaw in him. If Jiang Chen hadn't told her in person, she wouldn't have believed Gu Chang'e was so good at hiding. So Ruoyin, you'll leave Kunwa City with me. We'll find a remote place to practice. We'll go to Gu Chang'e to avenge Niu Tian, and the others when we've made some achievements. You should know that Gu Chang'e wouldn't be so nice to you for no reason. He must be up to something. Jiang Chen turned serious. He didn't tell Xiao Ruoyin directly that she was the reincarnation of the great priestess of fate. But he knew Gu Chang'e's treatment of Xiao Ruoyin had to have something to do with her reincarnation. At such a critical moment, he certainly wouldn't let Xiaoruyin get into trouble. Jiang Chun, I can't leave with you. I'm a disciple of the Palace of Heavenly Immortals now. I think, although what you said is true, young Master Gu must have some difficulties or reasons. Xiaoruyin kept silent. Then she shook her head firmly and refused. She knew once she left Kunwa City with Jiang Chun, her enemy would be Gu Chang'e. At the thought of this, she felt a chill down her spine. She couldn't help but feel scared. And she didn't want to give up everything she had. If she left Kunwa City with Jiang Chun, what would happen to her master, her school, and her future? As long as she pretended she didn't know anything about this, and stayed as Gu Chang'e's woman, she would still enjoy a respected status. She wouldn't lack practicing methods or resources. How could she give up such a life? What? Jiang Chun was looking forward to it. He had thought Xiaoruyin would understand Gu Chang'e's evil intentions after he told her these things, and leave with him. But he never expected that Xiaoruyin would reject him so straightforwardly. She even said Gu Chang'e had some difficulties. He was shocked. He even went blank. He couldn't believe it. Ruoyin, are you serious? You know Gu Chang'e doesn't have good intentions toward you. Why don't you leave? Do you have the heart to see Niu Tian and the others die with grievances? Gu Chang'e is their biggest enemy. Jiang Chun turned pale. He sounded shocked and regretful. He felt Xiaoruyin had changed. She was no longer the Xiaoruyin he had known. She didn't do anything after learning about Niu Tian and the others' deaths. She didn't plan to avenge them at all. How good had Gu Chang'e been to her? Why did she do this? I know what you're saying, but you need to give me some time. I think young Master Gu has some difficulties. He's not that kind of person in my impression, Xiaoruyin said, shaking her head. She sounded more and more determined. She was saying this for Jiang Chun's benefit, but she was also lying to herself. And she knew very well that if she hadn't said this, Jiang Chun would have taken her away by force. Jiang Chun was full of regret and disbelief. He felt his heart ache. In his opinion, Xiaoruyin was stubborn. She wouldn't give up until she saw the coffin. What on earth was so good about Gu Chang'e that she would do this for him? This made him very angry. He felt that her illness was beyond cure, and that there was no way to save her. Ordinary. Chapter 541. Don't worry. I promise I won't tell young Master Gu about what you told me today. Just leave. Go to a place where no one can find you. Young Master Gu isn't a match for you. If you don't want to die, don't think about taking revenge on young Master Gu. The atmosphere in the yard was very heavy. Xiaoruyin and Jiang Chun were in a deadlock. Because of this incident, there was even a crack between them. However, Xiaoruyin soon calmed down. She spoke in a low voice. Her eyes were cold, and she sounded distant. Because of Gu Chang'e, you don't care about our friendship at all. You're so partial to him? How can Niu Tian and the others rest in peace? Jiang Chun's eyes were full of anger and disappointment. He asked, full of regret. I think there's more to what happened to Niu Tian and the others. As far as I know, young Master Gu isn't the kind of person you described. It won't be good if there's some misunderstanding, Xiaoruyin said, shaking her head. She looked very calm. In Jiang Chun's eyes, this calmness was very strange and dreadful. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Then he suddenly covered his chest. He felt like something was being torn apart. Then Xiaoruyin sighed. She turned around and left the yard. She didn't say anything. Jiang Chun looked at her back, as pale as a ghost, but he didn't stop her. He knew from then on, there was a gap between him and Xiaoruyin that could never be closed. The current Xiaoruyin was no longer the cold and untouchable goddess he had seen for the first time. This goddess had fallen into the world of mortals. Little Chunzi, you can't leave her alone. Master, she just hasn't figured it out yet. She's obsessed with Gu Chang'e. You can't let her get into trouble. The voice of the celestial boat's weapon spirit sounded anxious and worried in Jiang Chun's mind. It had listened to the conversation between Jiang Chun and Xiaoruyin from beginning to end. It felt like Xiaoruyin hadn't thought things through yet. It was hard for her to accept such a cruel reality. Once Xiaoruyin calmed down, she would know how dangerous it was to stay by Gu Chang'e's side. You don't have to say any more. Jiang Chen interrupted her painfully. His face turned pale. He clutched his chest tightly. He felt great pain in his chest. Some kind of person or thing that was very precious to him was quietly leaving him. After parting with Jiang Chen, Xiao Ruoyin went back to the Palace of Heavenly Immortals Station. Her mind was in a mess, and she needed some time to calm down. I can only pretend to know nothing about Jiang Chen. I can't mention it to young Master Gu. To be able to reach this stage, how could young Master Gu be such a simple person? I was too naive before. She sighed and rubbed her aching brows. It had never occurred to her that the mysterious divine origin master's successor would be Jiang Chen. Things were getting more and more complicated. The most important thing for her at the moment was to play her previous role in front of Gu Chang'e. This time, she swore she would succeed, but apparently, there was an irreconcilable hatred between Jiang Chen and Gu Chang'e. She hadn't even figured out how to explain this to Gu Chang'e. On the other hand, Gu Chang'e was preparing for the Divine Stone Convention in 3 days. After the Divine Stone Convention, the JIS would join forces with other forces to attack Mount Kuan. It was a rare occasion for the whole upper realm. Gu Chang'e wasn't very interested in the Divine Stone Convention. However, it was said that some divine stones in this Divine Stone Convention were so miraculous that they caught his attention. One of them could even breathe like a living creature in the middle of the night, absorbing the starlight in the sky and swallowing up all the brilliance in the sky. Some people saw it flying into the sky. It was called a fairy fetus. The other one was said to be an ominous stone embryo that had led to the destruction of the Huanqi Holy Land. The ancestor of the Huanqi Holy Land had risked his life to carry it out of Mount Kuan. However, the Huanqi Holy Land had encountered an ominous event only a few days later. Such a great imperishable orthodoxy had been destroyed overnight. Many people said it had something to do with that ominous stone embryo. That stone embryo had been sealed deep in Kuanwu City for years, guarded by those who had achieved the doctrine. However, some time ago, there had been a disturbance in that stone embryo. It was said that the disturbance happened at the same time as the disturbance in Mount Kuan. As a result, many people wondered whether that stone embryo had something to do with Ji Shengqiu, the ancestor of the JIS, who had been trapped in Mount Kuan. These divine stones would all be taken out at this Divine Stone Convention. The imperishable sects and supreme orthodoxies had invited many people who were good at original methods. They were going to take a big risk to cut out these divine stones at this Divine Stone Convention. All the orthodoxies will take part. Maybe there will be some surprises at this Divine Stone Convention. Gu Chang'e had some speculations about this. He did not think Xiao Ruoyin could persuade Jiang Chen to work for him. Gu Chang'e did not need him either. Instead, he thought Xiao Ruoyin and Jiang Chen would drive a wedge between them because of this. Although he did not value these luck points and destiny points very much, they were more or less useful to him. For Gu Chang'e, Jiang Chen was only a chess piece that he would not use for the time being. He had asked the demonic puppet to plant the demonic seed in Jiang Chen, because he was waiting for the demonic seed to mature. At this Divine Stone Convention, Gu Chang'e's main target was Jiang Chen's friend Niu Tian, who had the blood of the hidden immortal. According to his investigation, the young lady of the hidden race was in Kuanwu City at the moment. Apparently, she was also here to join in the fun and take part in this Divine Stone Convention. He had not received any news from Yin yet, but Gu Chang'e felt she should be able to get the drop of genuine blood of the hidden immortal. If she could not even do that, what was the point of keeping such a piece of trash? She was of no value to him at all. Young master, as you said, the hidden race is looking for original masters everywhere. They seem to be very interested in that immortal fetus. At this moment, Inmei came in from outside the hall to report to him. They are interested in that immortal fetus? Gu Chang'e nodded. He seemed to be thinking about something. If he was not mistaken, the hidden race would turn to Jiang Chen in the end. In this way, Jiang Chen and Niu Tian could play the scene of an old friend reuniting with each other. He was familiar with such a scheme. For Jiang Chen and Niu Tian, he was their common enemy. At this moment, they certainly had to face a common enemy. Then, as if something had occurred to him, Gu Chang'e asked casually, I want you to keep an eye on Sienna for me. What has she been doing these days? An odd expression appeared on Yin Mei's face. She looked like she wanted to laugh. Miss Sienna noticed my men. She warned me not to follow her anymore. She also said she would get even with you later. She seems to know those men were arranged by you. Gu Chang'e shook his head. He could not help but laugh. That girl is really asking for a beating. Yin Mei smiled. She did not answer, but she was envious. She had been following Gu Chang'e for a long time. She had been following him since he was still a key disciple of the Palace of Heavenly Immortal. Later, she had heard that Gu Chang'e had plotted to kill the young lord of the White Tigers. Then he had fooled the world on the immortal ancient continent and killed the descendant of the ancient celestial venerable of Samsara. She actually knew Gu Chang'e very well. On the surface, he looked gentle and refined, but in reality, he was cold and emotionless, and his methods were ruthless. Very few people could enter his heart. Even she was just a chess piece that could be discarded at any time in Gu Chang'e's eyes. In the vast upper domain, only Gu Xian'er could receive Gu Chang'e's love and care. This kind of envy, as long as it was a woman, she would feel it. Where is she now? Asked Gu Chang'e. Miss Xian'er is in our business alliance's stone gambling den. Stone gambling. A strange expression appeared on Yin Mei's face. Moreover, Miss Xian'er's original art seems to be very good. Oh, she knows how to stone gambling? Gu Chang'e raised his eyebrows. He was a little surprised. She better not lose to herself. Speaking of which, most of the power in the business alliance was in Yin Mei's hands. Therefore, even if Gu Xian'er lost everything, she would still end up in Gu Chang'e's pocket. Miss Xian'er has never lost. According to the shopkeeper's report, I feel Miss Xian'er's original art is more like a divine origin master than that mysterious young divine origin master a few days ago. Yin Mei shook her head. She couldn't hide the admiration in her voice. More like a divine origin master? Could it be that one of her masters really is a divine origin master? Gu Chang'e was shocked. He had underestimated this silly girl. Before this, Gu Xian'er had never displayed her original art in front of him. However, she was used to being alone. Even if she had original art, she probably hadn't displayed it in front of others. If she really had the inheritance of a divine origin master, Gu Chang'e would try his best to keep her by his side at the Divine Stone Convention in 3 days. However, Gu Chang'e always felt this girl was unreliable. Was she the same as Jiang Chen? Was she also relying on external objects and cheating to judge the raw gemstones? At the same time, in the stone gathering den, many practitioners and living creatures were gathered there. They were all staring at the center of the den. As one of the 3 biggest stone gambling dens in Kuan-Wu City, the stone gathering den 4-9 had gathered all kinds of raw stones from the upper world. Even the Kuan Mountain had a lot of raw stones. They were shining in all kinds of colors. There were strands of multicolored light lingering around them. Many big shots from the upper world had gathered there. There were even many young supreme venerables. The divine son of the Ji family, Ji Yaoxing, had golden hair, and Ji Chuyue, the 6th-crown king Jun Yao, had an average-looking face in a gray robe. The heavenly phoenix maiden, who was gorgeous in a red robe, the golden cicada Buddhist master, the heavenly monster monarch, the young sacred king. Now, several of the brightest young existences in the upper realm had revealed themselves here. They were either interested, frowning, or shocked as they stared in front of them. Miss Xian'er, do we also need to cut this raw stone? A few trembling old men were holding stone sabers in their trembling hands. They were standing in front of a greenish-gray origin stone that was half the height of a person. Their voices were trembling, and their faces were red. Obviously, they were extremely excited and couldn't hide their excitement. A young girl who was as cold as a fairy, and whose eyes were as cold as ice, with a big red bird perched on her shoulder, indifferently nodded. TSK. As soon as these words were spoken, an uproar broke out. Many of the older generation were shocked. They looked serious. They stared ahead, afraid they would miss any details. Chapter 542. Inside the stone-gathering square, many young geniuses also slowly lowered their breaths at this time, their eyes fixed on the front. Many people looked at Gu Xian'er. trying to find clues from her expression. Unfortunately, that beautiful little face that was beautiful to the point it could turn all living things upside down was covered in an indifferent and calm expression, and it caused others to be unable to discern her emotions. A few elders also stared unblinkingly at the origin stone that was half the height of a person. Under the hands of a few old stone-cutting elders, layers of stone began to peel off, as if it had the beauty of jade and moonlight. A faint glow had already seeped out, giving the place a magnificent color. Many people had a premonition that something extraordinary would be cut out from this origin stone. This origin stone has been here for tens of thousands of years, and many old Genesis masters have said that it's a dead stone. There's actually something inside. Who would dare to buy a 1,500,000 origin stone if they weren't confident? At that time, many people thought that the little princess of the Gu family would be at a disadvantage, but in the end, they were all shocked. Many people were whispering and exclaiming in amazement. Today in the stone-gathering square, they had already seen many miraculous scenes. In the hands of the young girl in front of them, many origin stones that were not valued were actually shining brightly again. At first it was simple rare stones, but later on, it was rare sacred medicine that was more than millions of years old. Sealed dragon marrow jade, phoenix condensing pearl, Kirin sacred fruit, and even a jar of immortal path pills, that even Supremes coveted extremely rare divine objects were cut out from these origin stones one after another. In the end, many people were alarmed and caused quite a commotion nearby. Many cultivators, living beings, and even old antiques and famous people rushed over. After all, the person who cut out these things was Gu Xian'er. They could not recognize her. However, her cousin Gu Chang'e was known by everyone in the current upper realm. How many spirit stones is this origin stone worth? Just as a few old stone-cutting masters were busy cutting the stone, Gu Xian'er's eyes fell to the other side, looking at an origin stone that was the size of a wash basin with some reddish-black color. This origin stone was placed at a very high position, and there was a lot of black and red soil around it. A bloody mist was dense, as if it was afraid of touching the ground. This is the Ghost Blood Origin Stone. It was found by a Nine Heavens Supreme in the Ghost Blood Plateau 8 million years ago. His descendants sold it to the Business Alliance of the 10,000 Daos for 5 million spirit stones. Unfortunately, it has been left here for many years, and no one is interested in it. There were quite a few old Genesis masters who came to take a look, and felt that there was something special within. However, they did not say whether it was worth 5 million spirit stones. The shopkeeper explained with a smile. He was very frank and direct. If it were anyone else, he would try to persuade them to buy it. But in front of Gu Xian'er, how could he dare? This piece of Ghost Blood Origin Stone could be considered a somewhat famous origin stone in the stone-gathering square. Many people knew about it. Seeing Gu Xian'er ask about it, he couldn't help but be curious. He looked over with interest, thinking that she was going to buy it. Six-Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others also withdrew their gazes from the origin stone that they were cutting and looked at the Ghost Blood Origin Stone. Could it be that there is something special in this origin stone as well? The little sacred king's eyes suddenly became sparkling, and there were runes flowing in them. He was sizing up the origin stone, but unfortunately with his strength, he couldn't see what was inside. After all, it was something that a Nine Heavens Supreme had taken away from the Ghost Blood Plateau. How could it be simple? A few old antiques also surrounded it and began to carefully examine it, patting it left and right. Unfortunately, the Ghost Blood Origin Stone didn't move, as if it was very heavy. Instead, the blood-red mist on its surface was even denser. 5 million spirit stones? Gu Xian'er frowned slightly. She tilted her head and glanced at Big Red on her shoulder, hesitating whether to believe it or not. To her, 5 million spirit stones was not a small amount. Although she didn't lack spirit stones, it was still painful to spend so many spirit stones to buy a origin stone. Big Red has a special talent. If even it thinks that this Ghost Blood Origin Stone is not simple, then there must be something special in it. After that, Gu Xian'er didn't continue to hesitate. She said coldly, "Okay, then cut this piece too. But I don't have that many spirit stones on me." You can put the bill on Guchanga's head and ask him for it when the time comes. She didn't feel bad about spending Guchanga's spirit stones. Hearing this, many people were stunned. Then, a strong sense of envy grew in their hearts. Perhaps only this person in the upper realm would dare to spend money so openly and put the bill on Guchanga's head. The shopkeeper obviously didn't expect Gu Xianer to say this. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't dare to ask Guchanga for these spirit stones. However, since Gu Xianer said this in front of so many people, Guchanga definitely wouldn't go back on his word. Moreover, the most important thing was that he had heard some rumors. The person behind the massive business alliance of 10,000 paths was actually Guchanga's people. What did this bit of spirit stones count for? Meanwhile, at this time, a dense divine light suddenly spread out from the origin stone that was being cut on the other side. It was like layers of mist, and in the blink of an eye, it drowned out the surroundings. Many people looked at this scene in shock. They felt their hearts palpitate, as if there was some great terror hidden there. A divine object has a spirit. Brilliance flashed through Six Crown King's eyes. He saw that there seemed to be a dark golden sheet of paper that was quietly floating there. A few old antiques had sharp eyes and nimble hands. They released streaks of symbols, clearing out a space here to prevent the thing in the origin stone from escaping. Many people felt that the thing hidden in the origin stone seemed to have a spirit. Moreover, it contained quite a bit of ferocious might. Don't let it escape. This thing has been sealed in the origin stone for many years, long developing spirituality. Who knows, it might be a page of an immortal scripture. Many people felt incredibly shocked. Those who were a bit closer even felt waves of suffocation. That dark golden sheet of paper broke free from the origin stone. It was like a picture scroll, unfolding in the void. Moreover, it trembled slightly, as if there were characters hidden within, releasing a wave of ripples. Someone used heavenly eyes, wishing to see what was on this dark golden sheet of paper. In the end, a wave of miserable cries sounded, tears flowing from his eyes, to the extent where there was even blood mixed within. He was stabbed. This thing already possesses a vicious nature, the characters on it extremely ancient, at the very least something from several great eras ago. An elder came to this conclusion. Hazy radiance appeared from his sleeves, planning to stop it. Gu Xianer didn't expect the thing that was cut out from the origin stone to actually plan to escape. This was something that she had spent 1.5 million spirit stones to cut out. How could she let it escape? She frowned slightly and shook her jade-like hands. Suddenly, golden vines bloomed in the void, turning into a forest of vines, sweeping toward that dark golden sheet of paper. Those are the characters of the hidden immortal. There is definitely the inheritance of the hidden immortal of our clan in Kuan Mountain. Perhaps it was obtained by our ancestor. In another corner of the stone-gathering square, several men and women were watching this scene with different expressions. They were led by a tall woman whose face was covered by a veil. The tall woman's hair was like a waterfall. She was wearing a long dress with cloud patterns. Her expression was extremely peaceful, revealing a dignified and generous feeling. She said softly, her eyes also fixed on that dark golden sheet of paper. How could something of the hidden immortal bloodline fall into Kuan Mountain? Behind her, an extremely sturdy and tall man with green tattoos on his face said with a frown, I don't know about this. And this is also the purpose of my visit to Kuanwu City. The woman in the long dress with cloud patterns said softly, her eyes calm. Shall we find a way to get this golden sheet of paper? The strong man asked. After all, it is something of our ancestor. Although she cut it out, as long as the price is right, she should want to give it to us. I must get this thing back. The woman in the long dress with cloud patterns said flatly. Gu Xianer? Guchanga's cousin? A cold light flashed across the strong man's eyes, but he soon recovered his calmness. Compared to the past, he was very different now. Unless it was someone very close to him, no one would recognize his true identity. The two were the young lady of the hidden Tranquil clan, and she, and Nyo Tian, whom she had saved. Don't mess around in Kuanwu City, or I won't be able to protect you. Feeling the killing intent from Nyo Tian behind her, and she couldn't help but frown. She knew the conflict between Niu Tian and Gu Chang'e. But at that time, Niu Tian was just a nobody. Now, after the Great Change, she didn't believe that Gu Chang'e would still remember such a person. So as long as Niu Tian didn't take the initiative to provoke trouble, there would be no problem. I know, but I will always remember this hatred, Niu Tian said coldly. Killing intent flashed across his eyes, but he quickly calmed down. If he wanted to take revenge, he had to plan carefully. If he exposed himself too early, it would only bring unimaginable disasters. Buzz. At this time, the dark golden page that was trapped by the old antiques in the void suddenly shook violently. The words on it were like brilliant swords, shooting out terrifying black sword chi in all directions, directly shattering the void. Puff. The old antiques who had attacked just now all spat out a large mouthful of blood, and were sent flying. It seems to contain an amazing sword skill. Many people were shocked and felt a kind of fear in their hearts. In a trance, they saw the process of a stone evolving into the killing sword stone on the dark golden page. This sword light was so terrifying that it seemed to be made for killing. It could pierce through everything and destroy everything. At this moment, almost everyone in the stone gathering square couldn't sit still. Many of the older generation, and even the sect masters who were hiding in the dark, showed up. Their breathing was a little rapid. Anyone could see that this was definitely an unimaginably supreme sword technique. Just the trace of divine might that emanated from it was enough to slay immortals and annihilate gods. Chapter 543. The dark golden page seemed to be forged from immortal gold. It floated in the air with rustling noises. Every character was shining brilliantly, as if they had turned into a peerless divine sword. Every strand of sword radiance was enough to destroy everything and destroy all natural laws. This is definitely a supreme sword technique. Just this fluctuation alone is enough to make one's heart palpitate. Everyone's breathing quickened in the stone gathering square as they stared at the page. A few young supreme beings in particular immediately used their heavenly eyes and other techniques in an attempt to memorize the characters on the page. However, the characters on the page were too strange. Every stroke seemed to be condensed from sword energy. The moment it was cut, it could penetrate any living being. Those with weaker cultivations had tears streaming down their eyes. It was extremely painful, and they didn't dare to take another look. Regardless of who it was, they couldn't help but feel a burning passion. A sword technique that even makes us feel fear. Could it be an immortal technique that surpasses emperor arts? This is a great opportunity. Who would have thought that it could actually be cut out? Many old antiques were greedy. Even though they knew that this item was cut out by Gu Xian'er, they still couldn't control their emotions. However, they didn't dare to steal it. They all sealed the space around them to prevent the page from escaping. Many people felt regret. If they knew that this item was hidden in the ore, they would have bought it a long time ago. This level surpasses normal emperor arts at least. Six Crown King, Little Sacred King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others all had serious expressions. Every emperor art was a priceless treasure. They contained supreme mysteries that could benefit a cultivator for life. Only those imperishable great sects and supreme orthodoxies had emperor arts inheritances. They could already imagine that the value of this item had long surpassed the value of spiritual stones. You want to escape? Gu Xian'er frowned. She clearly didn't expect this, or to hide a sword technique. This item was sentient. It directly slashed out several terrifying black sword energy, shattering the golden vines she shot out into ashes. Even the space around them collapsed. The other people's methods were also futile, and could not stop it from escaping. This made her feel a little troubled. Ordinary methods obviously could not subdue this thing. Even an old supreme being was injured by a streak of sword energy just now. There were pitch-black bloodstains on his wound, and it was difficult to get rid of them in a short period of time. Then, with a wave of her white hand, a scarlet-red primordial true feather appeared. It was like a sparkling and translucent scarlet jade, sparkling and dazzling. It directly transformed into a red light that flew out, wanting to strike down this dark golden page. This was the primordial true feather that Gu Chang'e had given her. Its power was comparable to a Dao tool. Although it was difficult for her to fully activate it with her current strength, it was still far more powerful than other magic tools. Boom! This primordial true feather flew out like a scarlet stellar stream, covering that dark golden page. Immediately, an unparalleled fluctuation erupted. If the sect masters in the surroundings didn't notice something was wrong and quickly took action to block the fluctuation, just the aftermath alone would have destroyed this place. Then thousands of streaks of sword energy burst out, like thousands of divine swords awakening, cutting down everything that came close to it. Even the primordial true feather made clanging sounds. Divine chains of order burst out, and scarlet rays of light splashed in all directions. It still can't be subdued. Wuxia frowned even more. She did not expect that even the primordial true feather could not strike it down. You can try to communicate with this item using the hidden immortal's words. Seeing this scene, Anshi's eyes moved slightly, and she said to Nyotion behind her. She had already seen that this item was definitely related to the hidden immortal of their bloodline. The words on it were from the hidden immortal bloodline, and she happened to know them. However, she did not have the hidden immortal bloodline, so it would be difficult for her to activate it. Nyotion was different. He had the real hidden immortal bloodline. If there was anyone here who could activate this page, it could only be Nyotion. Hearing this, Nyotion nodded. He did not talk nonsense, and a light green rune flickered in his eyes. Then he began to chant. Strange words appeared around him, and they were light green in color. They were shaped like true dragons, immortal phoenixes, cheilants, black tortoises, and other strange beasts, but each word contained terrifying divine power. Everyone in the stone gathering square felt a strange feeling suddenly descending. Those words seemed to be resurrected, and they began to twist and manifest, shining brightly, incomparably sparkling and translucent. What is this? It's actually the same origin as those words. Many people looked at this scene in shock. Many sect masters who were hiding in the dark also fixed their eyes on Nyotion. They sensed an aura from this burly man that was of the same origin as that of the dark golden page. There was only one possibility. This burly man had the bloodline of the existence who left this sword technique. Someone from the tribe? I have never heard of such a person before. Could it be that he is also an ancient freak? Many people began to guess Nyotion's origin. They felt that his bloodline was not too simple. He could activate the dark golden page. Buzz! At this moment, the dark golden page in the void also trembled slightly, as if it had sensed something. The sound of the sword echoed in all directions. Faintly, everyone saw a murky yellow river of filth, which buried all living things. A look of joy also appeared on Nyotion's face. He did feel the spirituality and closeness from the dark golden page. I can subdue it, he said in a deep voice. His eyes were burning. A ray of green light spread out from his body. It was very dazzling, and it resonated with the page. The words of the hidden immortal seemed to have come to life. Whoosh! The page unfolded and made a sound like waves. The terrifying sword light disappeared, and then it turned into a stream of light and flew toward Nyotion. Everyone looked at this scene in shock. They never thought that the page, which was so fierce and intimidating, would have such a docile side and fly toward Nyotion of its own accord. A supreme sword technique. Looking at the dark golden page in his hand, Nyotion showed a little excited smile, and he could not hide his enthusiasm. That's great. It seems that my guess was right. And she also smiled and nodded lightly. This is something I cut out. Wuxia obviously did not expect that the divine object he cut out would fall into the hands of someone else. This made her frown, and she was very unhappy. However, she did not show it on her face. She also felt that the hidden immortal and tribe would not dare to steal her thing in front of everyone. Miss Xian'er, this item is closely related to one of the ancestors of the tribe. I think you and everyone else have seen it. At this moment, Anshi, who had been silent in the corner, suddenly walked out. She smiled graciously and said to Wuxia, "What do you mean by that?" Wuxia looked at her coldly, and there was a sense of alienation between his eyebrows. And she did not care about Wuxia's expression. She continued to speak with a smile. This is something that belongs to the ancestors of the tribe. With your status, I don't think you would do such a thing. Why not return it to its rightful owner? As long as you ask, the tribe is willing to pay a high price to buy it back. The tribe will remember this kindness for life. Of course, if you don't mind, I will ask my people to return it to you. Hearing this, everyone's eyes flashed. They felt that this young miss of the tribe was quite a character. She spoke with a sense of propriety, and was very methodical. In just a few words, she had clearly stated her purpose, and was in a very advantageous position. Her words were very beautiful. First, she said that this item was left behind by their ancestors. Then, she put Wuxia in a high position first, making people feel that with his status, it was not right to take the item left behind by the ancestors of the tribe. Then, she said that she was willing to spend money to buy it back, indicating that she had no intention of stealing it. If Wuxia did not agree, she would immediately return it. So no matter if Wuxia agreed or refused, there was nothing wrong with her and the tribe's actions. They were in an absolutely advantageous position. If Wuxia agreed, it would be fine. If he did not agree, it would inevitably make people feel that she was going overboard. It was unreasonable. After all, this action was taking the item left behind by the ancestors of the tribe by force. Many of the older generation present were shrewd people. They analyzed Inshi's intentions in a few moments. I'm afraid that the little princess of the Gu family won't be able to outsmart her in this matter. In the end, she's just a little girl. Why would she spend time studying these things? In terms of scheming, she can't play tricks on the tribe's young miss. This made them want to watch the show. They couldn't help but look at Wuxia with interest. Wuxia naturally understood Inshi's intentions. Her expression did not change. She did not care about what others thought at all. This is what I cut out, she said calmly. As for returning it to its rightful owner, I feel that you should return it to me. I know, but this is also a relic left behind by my tribe's ancestors. And she still had a faint smile on her face, as if she had Wuxia in the bag. So you plan to steal it? Wuxia raised her cold eyes and glanced at her. She said calmly, and she smiled and shook her head. Miss Xian, what are you saying? How could I have the guts to steal your things? Since you mind, how about this? I'll help you translate the words on it first. Otherwise, after you get it, you won't be able to recognize the words on it. It's useless. What do you think? Everyone could see that Inshi had been taking a step back in order to advance. She looked like she was thinking for Wuxia, but in reality, she did not want to return the paper to her. And the meaning of her words was already very clear. Apart from the hidden immortal bloodline, no one else could recognize the words on it. So even if Wuxia got it, it would be useless. In terms of sentiment and reason, there was nothing wrong with what she did. But from the perspective of the person involved, it was a bit sullen and passive. Wuxia frowned slightly. She could feel that Inshi was up to no good. So what if she couldn't recognize the words on it? Could it be that the Grand Gu clan couldn't think of a way to decipher these words? Moreover, if Inshi translated it, wouldn't she also get the sword technique on it? This was clearly taking advantage of her. She didn't want to return the paper to her just like that. However, before Wuxia could speak, a faint voice suddenly came from outside the stone gathering square. That's not necessary. Even if you can't recognize it, it still belongs to my Xian. Even if she throws it into a fire pit and burns it, it's her business. Who do you think you are? Since when did you get to decide for her? Hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the stone gathering square changed. Many of the older generation hidden in the dark, and even the sect masters of the great sects, looked out of the pavilion with solemn expressions. Six-Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Little Sacred King, and the others were also quite shocked. Guchanga, he's also in Kuanwu City. When did he come? As the voice fell, outside the pavilion, a young man walked in. His black robes fluttered in the wind, embroidered with immortal phoenixes, true dragons, stars, and other patterns. He looked extremely mysterious and noble. Many experts followed behind him, and a heart-palpitating pressure spread out from their bodies. The expressions of the cultivators in front changed slightly, and they all made a path, looking quite fearful and respectful. Chapter 544. Guchanga's arrival was out of everyone's expectation in the stone-gathering square, causing a great sensation. Many of the older generation and the sect leaders of the great sects appeared from the dark. Even when the piece of paper was about to escape, they did not show themselves. To them, Guchanga's appearance here represented a completely different meaning. Many people did not even know that Guchanga had come to Kuanwu City before this. Niu Tian once again saw his great enemy that he could not forget. Deep hatred flashed in his eyes, but he hid it deeply and clenched his fists tightly. It was hard for him to forget how Guchanga had killed all of them back in the ancient kingdom of Vermilion Bird with one face and another behind their backs. If he had not been lucky enough to not die after falling off the cliff, but fell into the river and floated down the river, and was saved by Anshi, he would have died long ago. How could he forget this hatred? Compared to Niu Tian's calmness, Anshi's face flashed with a touch of surprise, and she was a little stiff and unnatural. She naturally heard what Guchanga said. If an ordinary person said that to her, she would have been angry, but in front of Guchanga, she did not dare. The biggest reason why she played tricks in front of Gu Xian was that she felt that Guchanga was not in Kuanwu City. Gu Xian had always been used to being alone, and there were no members of the Gu family or powerhouses following him. In other words, he was easy to bully. However, she quickly recovered, and with a bit of surprise and a smile on her face, she looked very natural. She cupped her hands slightly toward Guchanga, who was walking over, and said, "And she greets young Lord Changa." Many of the members of the Yin family behind and she also saluted, and their attitudes were a little fearful. After the Battle of the 10 Regions of Desolation, Guchanga's reputation and power had reached an unimaginable level of 637 in the upper realm. Even those who had achieved the Tao did not dare to be presumptuous in front of him, and had to be cautious. Even more so for people like them. Greetings to young Lord Changa. Meanwhile, the other cultivators of the older generation and the patriarchs of the various sects also brought their fists together. Six Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddha Child, and the others had slightly unnatural expressions. However, in front of Guchanga, they didn't dare to be rude. Their emotions were extremely complicated. Back then, Guchanga was a figure who competed with their peers. Now they couldn't even see Guchanga's back. The gap was so big that it could be described as a natural chasm. Seeing Yin behind Guchanga, the shopkeeper of the stone-gathering workshop changed his expression slightly and wanted to come forward to greet her. However, after noticing Yin Mei's gaze, which was telling him not to be overly courteous, he smiled bitterly and regretted not standing up to speak up earlier. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that this was an opportunity to curry favor with Guchanga. Guchanga's expression didn't change at Anshi's actions. It was as if he didn't see her. He walked past her and headed toward Gu Xianer. This made Anshi's expression stiffen slightly. It was a bit ugly, but she didn't dare to show it at this moment. She could only maintain a courteous appearance, looking rather awkward. Everyone had different expressions when they saw this scene. Many of the patriarchs of the various sects were also interested, and didn't seem to mind the commotion. When Anshi was scheming in front of Gu Xian, just now, she was so natural and calm. Although she didn't show any overbearing attitude, that casual attitude of contempt was difficult to conceal. In Anshi's eyes, Gu Xian was just a little girl. In terms of scheming, how could she compare to her? Guchanga, what are you doing here? Seeing Guchanga suddenly come here, Gu Xian was a bit stunned. When she reacted, there was a bit of joy between her brows, but she hid it very well. Her tone was still very casual and indifferent. She knew that Guchanga should be in Kuanwu City. Otherwise, there wouldn't be someone watching her like a bodyguard. But she really didn't expect that Guchanga would personally come to the stone-gathering square. Could it be that he heard the news that she was here? This made her very happy. If I didn't come, I'm afraid that your things would have been taken away by others. When did such a nobody dare to play tricks in front of you? Today, I've really learned something. Guchanga glanced at her and gently shook his head. He could see that although Gu Xianer's expression didn't change much, it was still as cold as before. But in her heart, she must be very sullen and even wronged. This silly girl wasn't good at playing tricks at all. She didn't dare to make a move. In the end, not only would her things be taken away, she would also end up in the wrong. In front of so many people, would she dare to steal my things? Hearing this, Gu Xian'er couldn't help but retort. She really felt very wronged when Gu Chang'e poked at her heart. But she didn't put up a strong front at all. With Gu Chang'e by her side, it gave her a kind of indescribable sense of peace. I know she really wouldn't dare. If she dared to steal, she definitely wouldn't be able to walk out of here alive today. So you don't have to feel wronged. Looking at her wronged appearance, Gu Chang'e's eyes became a little deep. Then he smiled and suddenly reached out to rub her head. I'm not wronged. Don't talk nonsense. Also, don't take advantage of me. Under the gaze of so many people, Gu Xian'er's face was a little dizzy. She glared at Gu Chang'e, reached out her white and slender little hand, and very disdainfully slapped his hand off her head. Gu Chang'e smiled softly. You little girl, it seems like I'll have to teach you a lesson when we get back. Gu Xian'er was not at all afraid of him. Seeing this, she snorted softly, obviously not taking his words to heart. She ran away when she had the chance. Gu Chang'e wanted to bully her? In his dreams. Seeing this scene, everyone didn't know why, but they felt a chill run down their spines. Especially the few from the Yin clan. They shivered slightly, frightened by Gu Chang'e's words. Can't walk out of here alive? Was he planning to kill everyone here? And Shi's expression changed slightly as well. She felt a chill run down her spine, making her soul tremble uncontrollably. She couldn't help but squeeze out a smile and explained, Young Master Chang'e, you worry too much. How would I dare to steal Miss Xian'er's things? I only took into consideration that she doesn't recognize the words on it, and wanted to help her translate them. After all, this was left behind by our clan's ancestors. Other than our clan, very few clans can recognize the words on it. And just now, if it weren't for our clansmen, this piece of paper would have escaped long ago. She said this because she wanted to tell Gu Chang'e and everyone else that she didn't do anything to Gu Xian'er. She even wanted to help her. And if it weren't for her, Gu Xian'er wouldn't have gotten this piece of paper and would have escaped. Logically speaking, she didn't do anything wrong. This was also wherein she was smart. No matter how strong Gu Chang'e was, could it be that she would attack Shi for no reason? So, I should be thanking you, right? Since that's the case, I see that you're tired of living. Why don't I help you get rid of it as soon as possible? What do you think? Gu Chang'e's expression was calm and his eyes were cold. He didn't care about her words, and even looked like he couldn't be bothered to care more. Then he just stretched out his palm. The terrifying power was as if the sky had collapsed. Divine chains of order intertwined and fell, directly shaking the entire Kuan-Wu city. Many array patterns that had been engraved before were automatically activated. Many sect masters were even more frightened. Their divine souls were trembling because of this wave. The others almost knelt down, and couldn't help but crawl on the ground. If it weren't for Gu Chang'e's control, the entire stone gathering square would have exploded into pieces in an instant. Miss, be careful. The smile on Shi's face froze and turned snow white. With her strength, she couldn't even move at this moment, let alone resist. At the critical moment, an old servant who had been silent behind her took action, and moved out horizontally with her. However, the dispersing wave also made her spurt out blood and fly away. Her body almost exploded, and she fell to the ground covered in blood. The old servant who had saved her was even killed on the spot. His body and soul were destroyed. This scene made everyone in the stone gathering square change their expressions drastically. There was complete silence. Many sect masters swallowed their saliva quietly, and felt their scalps go numb. They knew that it was Gu Chang'e's intention. Otherwise, how could an old servant at the Supreme Realm save Shi? His action was equivalent to telling everyone a truth. In the face of absolute strength, any tricks were useless. The people of the Yin clan couldn't help but tremble in extreme fear. Niu Tian's scalp also went numb, his face turned pale, and his legs even felt a little weak. Uncle Guang! And she got up from the ground with difficulty. The veil covering her face was stained red with blood. She looked extremely embarrassed. Her voice trembled, full of fear and grief. She didn't expect Gu Chang'e to be so strong, and not to reason with her at all. If Uncle Guang hadn't risked his life to save her, she would have been the one who had been destroyed. The wave from this place swept across the entire Kunwa city in an instant. Many ancient existences who hadn't shown up before also appeared in the sky one after another. They looked at the stone-gathering square with solemn expressions. What's going on? In the place where the Yin clan was stationed, a silver-haired old man with a crutch had a bad feeling. He quickly disappeared and hurried over. Chapter 545. The fluctuation in the stony square shook the entire Kunwa city. Many cultivators and living beings looked over in shock. Many people even trembled uncontrollably. They were shocked by the aura fluctuation just now, and their spirits were frightened. What happened just now? Could it be that the Tao attainment ones made a move? Several ancient existences of the imperishable orthodoxies appeared in the sky with solemn expressions. They looked in the direction of the stony square with fear. In today's upper realm, the Tao attainment ones were gradually recovering. However, their identities were all ancestor-level figures of various clans. They represented completely different meanings. Unless it was a critical moment, they would not make a move. Now they actually felt the fluctuation of the Tao attainment ones. Did that not mean that there were Tao attainment ones there, or that they were fighting? This made their expressions very solemn, and they had a bad premonition. The Ji clan had not attacked Mount Kuan yet. Could it be that a terrifying battle would break out in Kunwa City first? The situation was extremely urgent. Thinking of this, the ancient existences of various clans did not dare to delay. Their figures flashed, and they stepped in the direction of the stony square. In the stony square, there was a dead silence. Everyone was trembling in fear. Even many of the sect masters felt their hearts tremble. They were frightened by Gu Chang's powerful means. As expected, Gu Xian, is his reverse scale. She can't be touched. The heavenly phoenix maiden looked at Gu Xian, with a complicated gaze. She had seen Gu Chang'e stand up for Gu Xian many times. It was also the same when they were in the Taishu divine tomb. At that time, even the princess of the Taishu divine clan was almost killed by Gu Chang'e. If it were not for the substitute puppet, she would have died long ago. Gu Xian, knew that Gu Chang'e would definitely stand up for her. However, she did not expect Gu Chang'e to be so strong and merciless. He almost killed Enshi here. She looked at Enshi, who was very proud and arrogant just now, and her miserable appearance was covered in blood. She felt a little relieved. This is that page. Let's see if it dares to escape now. Gu Chang'e's black robes fluttered in the wind. The numerous star beast diagrams on his robes seemed to have come to life at this moment, manifesting a divine might in the void. It was so oppressive that it made it hard for people to breathe, and their skin almost cracked open. He glanced at Niu Tian, and then raised his hand to grab Niu Tian. Niu Tian's expression changed, and his complexion suddenly became pale. He wanted to dodge, but he found that he seemed to be imprisoned in place. Even his blood and spirit were frozen. In Niu Tian's hand, he was still holding that dark golden page. The hidden immortal characters were shining brightly, and there was a dazzling brilliance that filled the air and intertwined. Boom! At this moment, it also felt a kind of pressure and began to awaken on its own, breaking free from Niu Tian's grasp. Then, thousands of sword chi burst forth like a black sun, blinding and dazzling as they slashed towards Gu Chang'e. Everyone in the stone-gathering square changed their expressions. Even the hierarch of the great sects couldn't help but feel frightened, and couldn't help but resist. Whoosh! In a trance, a black river appeared. There were ghosts and bones floating on it, and hundreds of millions of creatures were buried in it. These thousands of sword chi evolved together with the terrifying power of burial, resisting Gu Chang'e. However, as Gu Chang'e stretched out his palm, it seemed that there were stars in the sky condensing in his palm, and the entire universe was evolved in it. Boom! He pressed his palm forward as if the sky was collapsing, and the earth was collapsing, and the sky was turning into ashes. All the sword chi was collapsing, and all the order was turning into dust. The void was blurred. The dark golden page sensed that something was wrong. It was no match for Gu Chang'e, so it turned into a golden divine light and tried to escape. You want to escape? Guchanga's expression didn't change. His palm continued to fall, and the surrounding void was stagnant, collapsing into a terrifying rift valley. Even the hierarch of the great sects felt his heart palpitate, and he couldn't break free. Buzz! A dazzling brilliance burst out from the dark golden page, trying to resist the palm. However, under the suppression of absolute strength, it couldn't do anything even if it had spiritual intelligence. In the end, it couldn't escape. It let out an unwilling cry, and was caught by Guchanga. Everyone watched this scene, and kept quiet out of fear. The dark golden page that made everyone helpless just now couldn't escape from Guchanga's hands. Such terrifying strength was really terrifying, and many of the young supremes were even more speechless. Since you're not useful to me, what's the use of keeping your consciousness? Guchanga's eyes were cold, and there was a terrifying aura intertwining in his palm. Under everyone's horrified eyes, he directly erased the consciousness in the dark golden page. Neo-Tion, and she, and the others saw this scene, and their faces turned pale with fear. Many of the hierarchs, and the older generation, couldn't help but be terrified. They didn't expect Guchanga to not even leave its consciousness. Such ruthlessness and decisiveness made many people shudder uncontrollably. Why did you erase its consciousness? Seeing this scene, Gu Xianer felt a little distressed. After all, that was a supreme sword technique. If it was destroyed by Guchanga, she would suffer a great loss. Since it didn't listen to me, what's the use of keeping it? Guchanga gently shook his head, but he didn't intend to give the page to Gu Xian. He could see that there was indeed a supreme sword technique contained within. It wasn't that he wanted to snatch Gu Xianer's things, but he was a little interested, and didn't know the origin of this sword technique. Seeing Guchanga's intention, Gu Xianer puffed her cheeks, snorted, and turned her head away. Don't think of taking it for yourself. She felt that after this sword technique fell into Guchanga's hands, he wouldn't return it to her for a while. This made her a little angry. You little girl, when did I ever snatch your things? Seeing her vigilant look, as if she was guarding against a thief, Guchanga really wanted to give her a slap on the forehead. You always want to take advantage of me. Would you be so kind? Return my things to me sooner. Gu Xian, snorted softly, glared at him, and quickly dodged his hand. At this moment, several divine rainbows descended outside the stone-gathering square, and landed there. The people who came looked very ancient. Their hair was white, and their figures were stooped. One of them was holding a walking stick, and was watching all this with great shock. Granduncle. When she saw the people who came, the fear on her face faded, but it was still difficult to hide the grief on her face. This was an ancestor of the Yin clan. His cultivation had reached the realm of Tao realization many years ago. During this period of time, he came out because of the invasion of 8 desolates in 10 regions. Recently he came to Kuanwu City with Shi. What the hell is going on? This Tao realization expert of the Yin clan had a bad feeling. Especially when he saw Shi covered in blood, his heart skipped a beat. His gaze swept across the people in the stone-gathering square. Many people looked at him with interest, without the slightest respect or fear of a Tao realization expert. Many of the forces who had conflicts with the Yin tribe still had gloating expressions on their faces. Did you get into trouble? His expression darkened. As a smart person, even his eyelashes were hollow. When he saw Guchanga not far away, he vaguely guessed something. Therefore he directly asked in a stern tone. But before Shi could answer, he cupped his hands and looked at Guchanga. I am King in Mountain. Greetings to young Master Changa. As a Tao realization expert of the Yin clan, his status was extremely noble. He was usually high and mighty, and everyone had to respect him. But in front of Guchanga, he didn't dare to be arrogant. Oh, back then in 8 desolates in 10 regions, have we met before? Guchanga looked at him with interest. I didn't expect young Master Changa to recognize me. King in Mountain's expression turned solemn. Back then, in front of the Empyrean Abyss, I was fortunate enough to fight side by side with young Master Changa. It was also because of this reason that he knew how terrifying Guchanga was. After Shi offended him, she shouldn't think about revenge or anything. The best way was to obediently admit her mistake and ask for forgiveness. Seeing this scene, the other ancient existences who came here also seemed to be interested. They also guessed what happened just now. They didn't think it was a big deal, and looked like they were watching a show. And she also knew that her granduncle couldn't do justice for her. She could only endure the grief in her heart. Her face was slightly pale, and she said, "Please forgive me, granduncle. She accidentally offended young Master Chang'e just now. You've already received the punishment you deserve." She was very smart. After knowing that Gu Chang'e wouldn't reason with her, her attitude softened. She looked guilty and self-reproachful after doing something wrong, without any resentment or anger. She begged for fresh flowers. Many cultivators who witnessed the scene from beginning to end had different expressions when they saw this scene. Many people felt that she should have learned her lesson today. After a supreme stage-old servant was casually slapped to death by Gu Chang'e here, she still had to obediently admit her mistake. Just now, she had walked in front of the gates of hell. However, she would only be like this in front of Gu Chang'e. If it was anyone else, this hatred could be said to be unresolvable. She is not sensible, and has offended you in many ways. I hope young Master Chang'e can forgive me. After listening to Shi's explanation, King An secretly thought that it was as expected. He secretly hated Gu Chang'e's domineering attitude. If the old servant hadn't saved Shi, he was afraid that when he came over now, he would have seen Shi's bones. However, on the surface, he still apologized with sincerity, showing enough respect. And before Gu Chang'e could speak, he shouted at Shi, "Why aren't you apologizing to Miss Xian?" And she also knew that her granduncle was giving her a way out. Otherwise, today's matter wouldn't be settled so easily. So she was decisive and knew when to give and take. She put on a guilty and self-reproachful expression, then said to Gu Xian, "It was my fault just now. I hope Miss Xian can be magnanimous and forgive me." With her identity and status, this kind of thing happened in front of so many orthodoxies in Kuanwu City. It could be said that it was humiliating. Even if it was in the future, it would be difficult for her to raise her head among her peers. However, this feeling of humiliation was hidden deep in Shi's heart. Gu Xian glanced at Shi. Obviously, he didn't care about her apology. However, today, Gu Chang'e had stood up for her. She wasn't the kind of person who wouldn't let go, so she couldn't be bothered to argue with Shi. "Miss Xian, do you still want to cut this or?" At this time, the stone cutters who were in charge of cutting the ghost's blood, looked at Gu Chang'e fearfully, then walked up and asked respectfully. When Gu Chang'e made his move just now, they had been watching from the side. They almost knelt down, and the fear in their hearts was deeper than anyone else's. However, the ore that Gu Xian charged to Gu Chang'e, worth 5 million spiritual stones, was still there, and had not been cut out. Seeing this, many people realized that the most important thing today was to cut the ore. The mysterious sword technique just now was also cut out by Gu Xian, for 1,500,000 spiritual stones. Today, there was still a piece of ore worth 5 million spiritual stones that had not been cut. Could it be that Miss Xian also has the inheritance of a divine origin master? Many of the old antiques who had just arrived were curious, and looked at Gu Xian kindly. Of course. At this time, Gu Xian reacted and looked at the ghost's blood ore again. In fact, she was also curious about what was inside. "I'll put the bill on your head for buying the ore. Remember to pay the bill later, and don't blame me." However, she thought of something else. She looked at the slightly pale shopkeeper of the stone-gathering square in the corner. Then her small face became serious, and she reminded Gu Chang'e. She looked as if she was afraid that Gu Chang'e would go back on his word. Hearing this, Gu Chang'e was slightly stunned. Then, he raised his eyebrows and wondered if he had heard wrongly. He looked at Gu Xian from head to toe again. Good lord, he actually put the bill on his head for buying the ore? This guy is really arrogant. What? Gu Xian looked at Gu Chang'e's dangerous eyes and immediately glared back. She said unhappily, "Do I look like someone who has spiritual stones? You dare to come here to gamble without spiritual stones? Looks like you're quite confident." Gu Chang'e could not help but laugh. Suddenly he pinched her nose. Gu Xian'er slapped his hand away in disdain and said matter-of-factly, "That's why I put the bill on your head. Go ahead. You can cut whichever piece you want in this stone gathering square. But you have to agree to one condition." Gu Chang'e smiled, and then glanced at the many primordial stones on this floor, and said unhurriedly, "What condition?" Gu Xian'er looked at him warily. She felt that Gu Chang'e definitely did not have good intentions, and was thinking of other ways to bully her. She had to consider carefully. Ordinary. Chapter 546. Gu Xian'er always felt that Gu Chang'e's gaze was malicious, especially since he always wanted to take advantage of her. Could it be that he wanted to take the opportunity to make some excessive request of her? Thinking of this, she suddenly remembered the time when they were fighting in the 8 Wastelands 10 regions. At that time, Gu Chang'e was injured after fighting with several Dao masters of the 8 Wastelands 10 regions. When she went to see him, Gu Chang'e didn't seem to do anything to her. On the contrary, she ended up hugging Gu Chang'e and sleeping soundly. Could it be that she really wasn't attractive to him? Gu Xian'er, who was letting her imagination run wild, suddenly felt a little disappointed. "You have to promise me first." Gu Chang'e lightly shook his head and reached out to knock on her smooth and delicate forehead. "Why is this melon seed head of yours always thinking of beautiful things? You're the one who's thinking about beautiful things." Gu Xian'er came back to her senses. She panicked as if her thoughts were exposed. She hurriedly glared at him and flatly denied it. But she felt that something was wrong. What did he mean by thinking about beautiful things? "I can promise you, but you can't take advantage of this opportunity to bully me," Gu Xian'er said vigilantly. Gu Chang'e smiled and said, "If I want to bully you, do I need your promise?" Gu Xian'er was a little stunned. She felt that Gu Chang'e was right. "Do I need your promise?" This made her a little angry. But Gu Chang'e had obviously guessed what she was going to say. He smiled slightly and said, "Okay, I promise you." That's more like it." Gu Xian'er snorted lightly, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. And while the two were talking, the layers of the ghost blood origin stone began to peel off under the joint efforts of several stone-cutting masters. A faint blood-colored mist began to spread out from within. There were even faint red bloodstains that seeped out. It looked quite strange. This scene made everyone in the stone gathering square a little shocked. They all stared at it unblinking. "Bleeding from cutting stones, this is not a good sign," an old man with high mastery in Genesis techniques said with a solemn expression. He took out a simple and unadorned compass. Runes began to appear on its surface, clearly deducing something. Many people recognized his identity. They were very surprised, but soon became respectful. The old man was from the Chulian clan, an extremely famous Genesis master clan in the upper realm. The dragon-subduing clan was equally as famous as the Lianzhu clan. These clans were extremely proficient in Genesis techniques, and many orthodoxies had invited members from these two clans to the Divine Stone Convention in Kunwa City. The other older generation existences also became cautious, appearing to be extremely vigilant. The Ghost Blood Plateau is an extremely strange place. The terrain is extremely high, and can even cause cultivators, who accidentally step into it, to suffocate to death. This suffocation comes from the soul, and has nothing to do with the body. Very few cultivators are able to return alive from it. This ghost blood origin stone was brought out by a supreme being. I heard that he passed away for some reason, and this stone was sold here by his descendants. It is said that a ghost immortal was born in the Ghost Blood Plateau, and there is a ghost blood lake that was formed after a heavenly ghost was killed by a supreme being. Maybe these faint red bloodstains are the lake water of that ghost blood lake. Many of the sect leaders in the surroundings had strange looks in their eyes as they speculated. Gu Xian'er also noticed that the big red bird at her feet had become a little uneasy. Could there be something ominous hidden in this ghost blood origin stone? She frowned slightly, her white hands pinching the corner of her clothes. "Why don't you know what's in the origin stone that you chose?" Noticing Gu Xian'er's expression, Gu Chang'e was a little surprised. He thought that one of Gu Xian'er's masters was a divine origin master. Now it seemed that he was wrong. Wuxia could see that these origin stones were extraordinary because of external factors. Wuxia glanced at him and muttered softly, "How would I know what's in it? Big Red told me." Hearing this, Guchanga was a little surprised, but he was not surprised. Only then did he carefully size up the big red bird that she had always brought with her. Before this, he had never thought that this big red bird would have such talent. From its appearance, it was just an ordinary red bird. Its feathers were even mixed in many colors. A mixed red bird with a slightly bald head. It looked ugly no matter how he looked at it. It doesn't seem to be a simple red bird. It seems to be an illusion of some kind of spiritual creature. Guchanga's eyes were a little strange. Strands of golden runes flashed past, like traces of the great Tao. Noticing Guchanga's line of sight, the big red bird cast a sidelong glance at him. Its eyes revealed a human-like expression that said, "What's the big deal?" Boom! At this moment, the ghost blood origin stone suddenly cracked open, and the masters in charge of cutting the stone were all sent flying. A violent sound rang out from within. Then, a dazzling red light gushed out, illuminating the entire space in a dazzling and resplendent manner. Strands of red light spread out like fog, giving people a strange and ominous feeling. Everyone in the stone-gathering square looked over, unable to take their eyes off it. Many sect masters even used their heavenly eyes and other techniques to see what was going on. An egg. Guchanga raised his eyebrows slightly. He saw the scene clearly almost immediately. A red egg the size of a wash basin was lying in the middle of the origin stone. Thousands of strands of red light intertwined on its surface, as if it was going to turn into fog. Many people even felt that the red egg was breathing, actively swallowing the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. An egg has been cut out. Guxian also saw what was inside at this moment. He was a little stunned, completely unable to understand. A strange egg had been sealed in this origin stone, that had been there for countless years? Could this be the thing that she had spent 5 million spiritual stones to cut out? The origin of this egg is unknown, but there is no doubt that it is related to the ghost blood lake. The old Genesis master of the Chulian clan said, the compass in his hand spinning nonstop, showing a chaotic result. What is in this egg? Everyone in the stone-gathering square was very curious. Many young supremes, sect masters, and ancient existences stepped forward and used their methods to take the initiative to investigate. It's hard to determine its value. If there is a living creature inside, its talent shouldn't be very strong. This kind of fluctuation is far inferior to even the descendants of some great vicious beasts. A few Dao attainments shook their heads, feeling that this egg had been sealed for so long, because it had been contaminated with the special aura of the ghost blood lake. Even if there was a living creature inside, it wouldn't be very strong. For those creatures with powerful bloodlines, even if it was just an egg, the abnormal fluctuations caused by them would be very terrifying and shocking. Sometimes, it was even common to see them suck up all the spiritual chi of a star zone. In comparison, this egg seemed very simple and ordinary. Maybe it's the egg of a heavenly ghost. You should put it away. Gu Chang'e didn't think that with Gu Xiener's luck, what she cut out would be simple. Seeing her unconcealable disappointed expression, he couldn't help but smile. Chapter 547. After hearing Gu Chang'e's words, Gu Xiener still felt a bit suspicious, but she still put the crimson egg away. As for the heavenly ghosts that would hatch in the future, after all, heavenly ghosts were one of the most inconceivable creatures in the world. How could a creature of that level have such an ordinary egg? Not to mention an egg, even things related to it would produce heaven-shaking phenomena. Divine multicolored light would dazzle the world, illuminating the dome of heaven. Since ancient times, there had been rumors that heavenly ghosts fed on immortals. From this, it could be seen how terrifying these creatures were. Soon, the crimson multicolored light scattered, and the pervading mist also slowly disappeared. Everyone looked at the cracked door. There was still a lot of crimson liquid that looked like blood left inside. It looked like blood, but also like water that had been dyed red. A faint fragrance was released from it, and there was no strange smell. It should be an egg laid by some creature in the ghost blood plateau. It's a bit extraordinary. However, it's worth 5 million spiritual stones. This is still a bit of a loss, many sect masters guessed. Previously, because Gu Xian'er had cut out so many divine objects, they were all very surprised. They felt that her methods were extraordinary, and perhaps she had the inheritance of a divine origin master. However, looking at it now, they felt that it was most likely a coincidence. A heavenly ghost's egg, 6-crown king, heavenly phoenix maiden, and the others were also stunned. They purely felt that this was Gu Chang'e's words to comfort Gu Xian'er. Many people felt that this egg wasn't worth 5 million spiritual stones, or even 50,000 spiritual stones. However, in front of Gu Chang'e, they didn't dare to mock Gu Xian'er. Forget 5 million spiritual stones. Even 500 million spiritual stones would probably be no different from a pile of trash in Gu Chang'e's eyes. When they thought of this, many people were extremely envious of Gu Xian'er. Big Red seems to have made a wrong judgment this time. Gu Xian'er could naturally feel the changes in the expressions of the people around her. She didn't care about what others thought. She only felt that 5 million spiritual stones was a huge loss, and felt a bit of heartache. Can't you trust your own judgment? Seeing her conflicted look, Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. This is the raw stone that you want to cut yourself. Gu Xian'er glared at Gu Chang'e. Don't laugh at me. I told you. What if this is a heavenly demon's egg? Gu Chang'e shook his head and smiled. Stop trying to fool me. Do you really think I can't tell? I know that you must be laughing at me in your heart right now. You must think that I threw 5 million spirit stones into the water. Gu Xian'er mumbled to herself. She was a little sad when she saw this. However, Gu Chang'e actually comforted her in such a rare manner, which made her feel much better. Why would I make fun of you? If you're in a good mood, even if you throw 5 trillion spirit stones into the water, what's the big deal? Gu Chang'e smiled lightly, as if he didn't care at all. He didn't believe that Gu Xian'er would cut out something ordinary. Wasn't this egg strange because it was ordinary? Of course, Gu Chang'e wouldn't say this to Gu Xian'er. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er was stunned, and her heart was moved. However, she thought about it again. Wasn't this Gu Chang'e indirectly saying that she was wasteful? She wrinkled her nose slightly, raised her crystal-clear eyes and glared at him. Then she snorted. You make it sound nice, but you looked so reluctant when I asked you to pay the bill. Are you still going to cut these raw stones? Gu Chang'e couldn't be bothered to argue with her. He had all the time in the world to deal with her. He looked around at the raw stones in the stone-gathering square, and asked casually with a smile. Cut? Why wouldn't I cut them? Anyway, I'll put the bill on your head. Gu Xian'er wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to take advantage of Gu Chang'e. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She turned around and picked up the big red bird under her feet, and began to wander around in search of new raw stones. However, there were only a few raw stones left in the stone-gathering square that caught her eye. Even the big red bird had a disinterested look. It was obvious that it didn't care about the raw stones. The rest of the people in the stone-gathering square wanted to see Gu Xian'er's Genesis technique with their own eyes. However, when they saw this scene, they were disappointed. Many young supreme beings also quietly left, planning to wait for the Divine Stone Convention 3 days later. At that time, it would be held in the largest market in Kunwa City. Many supreme sects and imperishable orthodoxies would participate, and they would bring all the rare stones from their clans. Many sect masters also bid farewell to Gu Chang'e and left. When the people of the Yin clan saw that Gu Chang'e didn't have any intention of paying attention to them, they also quietly left with ashen faces. And Shi's body was still full of blood, and Nyo Tian, who was following behind her, was also pale and frightened. When Gu Chang'e took the page from his hand just now, he even felt that he would be directly slapped to death. All the blood in his body seemed to have frozen, and he once again deeply experienced the feeling of death. What happened in the stone-gathering square today quickly spread, and it set off a big wave in Kunwa City. Of course, the mysterious page was the most discussed, although Gu Xian'er had spent 1,500,000 spirit stones to cut it out. But from the perspective of many sect masters and ancient existences present, the level of the sword technique contained in the mysterious page was definitely beyond the level of an ordinary emperor-level sword technique. Anyway, it was at least an emperor-level sword technique. Therefore, its value couldn't be described with words, let alone estimated with spirit stones. From this point of view, what was 1,500,000 spirit stones? As for the ghost blood origin stone that Gu Xian bought with 5 million spirit stones, it turned out to be an ordinary egg, which disappointed many people and made them feel that it wasn't worth it. The matter of An Clan's eldest daughter, and she, almost being slapped to death by Gu Chang'e, also caused a big sensation. Of course, this matter, in the eyes of many people who had witnessed it, was also her asking for trouble. Now almost everyone could see that Gu Xian was not someone who could be easily provoked. What's more, Gu Chang'e was still in Kunwa City. After this matter, many people began to doubt whether Gu Xian had the inheritance of a divine origin master. Otherwise, could it only be explained by luck? After returning to his original palace, Gu Chang'e was not in a hurry to check the page that contained the supreme sword technique. After seeing Niu Tian's state today, he felt that this so-called hidden immortal bloodline should have other uses. Therefore, he first arranged for the Godstone Convention in 3 days. This Godstone Convention, the Longevity Gu clan naturally had to participate, but the strange stones had not been shipped over yet. It can wait a bit. There's still some time before we attack Mount Kuan. Gu Chang'e thought about this matter, then looked at Gu Xian, who had been following behind him, and couldn't help but laugh. You rascal, are you going to keep watching me? Then you have to return my sword technique to me first. Gu Xian's face showed great dissatisfaction, feeling that Gu Chang'e deliberately did not mention that matter. What do you mean by yours? I was the one who took it back. Now that it's in my hands, it's mine. Gu Chang'e smiled lightly, waved his hand, and the dark golden page appeared again, with light flowing on it, shining brightly on his palm, as if it was wrapped in a fog. You bastard! I knew that you would definitely not return it to me. Gu Xian was so angry that her teeth itched, especially when she saw Gu Chang'e's slightly proud smile. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't beat Gu Chang'e, she would have already rushed up and fought with him. Every time she was angered by Gu Chang'e, she wanted to bite him a few times. Do you recognize the words on it? Even if I give it to you now, you won't know what's written on it. Gu Chang'e waved the page in front of her. Even he did not recognize the words on it, let alone Gu Xian. Hearing this, Gu Xian was speechless for a moment. That's still mine, you can't take it away from me. But she was still worried, so she repeated it again. I'll find someone to translate the words on it, then I'll naturally give it to you. Gu Chang'e slightly shook his head and promised. That's more like it. Since Gu Chang'e said so, Gu Xian reluctantly believed him. Then she decided to leave. She didn't want to hang out with Gu Chang'e. She always felt that she would be bullied by him. You're leaving just like that. Did you forget something? Gu Chang'e saw that she was about to slip away, smiled faintly, and directly reached out to pull her back. Did I forget something? Gu Xian felt a little guilty, but she still laughed it off and asked in reply. Looks like you haven't been beaten for a while. You need to remember. Gu Chang'e stared at her with interest. Gu Xian shrunk her neck under his gaze, but still said firmly, Don't talk nonsense, isn't it just a condition? I promise you. Then, she put on a generous expression, raised her small face and closed her eyes. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, showing the nervousness in her heart. It had to be said that from a close distance, Gu Xian's face was completely flawless. Her skin was smooth and delicate, even whiter than that of a newborn baby. Her features were exquisite and flawless, like the most outstanding piece of art in the heavens. The corners of her skirt fluttered, and her head of black hair was as smooth as water, shining with a little bit of light. Her entire body had a fragrance like orchids and musk, with a celestial aura, cold and proud. Gu Chang'e looked at her appearance, but couldn't help but laugh and joked. What is in your head every day? I want you to lend me that big red bird of yours at the Godstone Convention in 3 days' time. What? Hearing this, Gu Xian was stunned at first, then opened her eyes in shock. She didn't expect that Gu Chang'e was going to say this. It was completely different from what she thought, and it didn't even have the slightest bit of connection. Seeing Gu Chang's slightly interested expression, she couldn't help but blush a little, but for some reason, she felt a little disappointed. What's wrong? Don't tell me you were expecting something. Gu Chang'e couldn't help but laugh. You're expecting something. If you want Big Red to help you, you can just go to it. Why are you telling me? Gu Xian'er quickly recovered, and with a bit of anger in her voice, she turned to leave. Of course, in Gu Chang'e's eyes, she was flustered and exasperated. He smiled faintly, and suddenly pulled her back. Whoa! In the next moment, Gu Xian'er's beautiful eyes widened, and she tried to push him away. Chapter 548. Granduncle, in order to save me, Uncle Guang was slapped to death by Gu Chang'e on the spot. At the same time, in another courtyard that was built with many stone materials, many of the tribe's clansmen, who had rushed here, gathered with solemn expressions. It was very quiet here, with stone arches, small bridges, rockery, and pavilions. It was elegant, but the atmosphere was extremely depressing, and she had already changed her clothes. The injuries on her body had not completely healed, but they were almost healed. She could not hide her grief and anger as she spoke to Wang Shan, whose back was facing everyone. When the rest of the clansmen heard this, they were also extremely angry. Many of them were not at the scene of the stony square, but they understood what happened from the news. They felt extremely sullen and angry about this, but at the same time, they were unwilling. After all, and she was the first lady of the tribe. She represented the face of the tribe, but she was humiliated by Gu Chang'e in front of everyone in the stony square. Not only did they have to swallow their anger, but they also had to carefully put on a smile. How could they bear such a humiliating thing? This is too much. This Gu Chang'e is simply lawless. Does he really think that in the upper realm, he can do whatever he wants, and that the Gu family can do whatever they want? Yes, what the First Lady did was not wrong. What right does he have to kill someone? He's completely humiliating the tribe. At this time, many of the tribe members spoke one after another to express their righteous indignation. When they were at the scene, they did not dare to say much. However, now that they were saying these words, Gu Chang'e could not hear them. They naturally said whatever they wanted without any scruples. For a moment, all of the tribe members, including the silent Neo-Tian, felt sullen and angry. They were affected by their emotions. I know about this. You don't have to say any more. If Gu Chang'e continues to be so arrogant and domineering, there will be other forces who can't stand it, even without the tribe's intervention. He's growing his wings now, but so what? He's too dazzling, and has broken the peace that has existed since time immemorial. Sooner or later, he'll be punished. King Yin held a walking stick in his hand. He looked like an old man, but his entire body was filled with a terrifying aura. He waved his hand and said, his eyes flashed with cold anger. If he had not rushed over in time, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Gu Chang'e might have killed Shi on the spot without any hesitation. He had personally witnessed Gu Chang'e's terrifying strength on the battlefield in the 8 Desolates 10 regions. Ordinary Dao enlightened cultivators were definitely no match for him. Moreover, he was only in his early 20s, about the same age as Shi. Currently, the various races and orthodoxies were extremely wary of Gu Chang'e, and the longevity Gu clan behind him. The Yin clan was no exception. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lowered his status so low, and even made Shi apologize. However, King Yin believed that Gu Chang'e would be targeted by the other orthodoxies in the upper realm sooner or later, if he continued to act this way. All that was missing now was an opportunity and a suitable reason. Although the longevity Gu clan was powerful, could they be an enemy of the entire upper realm? That was obviously impossible. Young people will always be young people. If they don't learn how to restrain their brilliance, there will be problems sooner or later. Wang Shan said faintly. His squinted eyes flashed with a sharp light. I understand, granduncle. Hearing this, and she also understood the reason and nodded. Although she was very unwilling, she could only deeply endure today's humiliation. Oh right, I heard that Yin has been a little restless recently. At this moment, King Yin seemed to have thought of something and asked. When Yin was mentioned, A golden light flashed in his eyes. It was somewhat meaningful. Granduncle, and Yen has indeed been restless recently. She's not as obedient as before. It seems that she has some thoughts about the position of clan leader. But she's just a little girl. Although she's been tolerating it all these years, she's no match for me. Don't worry, granduncle. And she shook her head and said with a disapproving look on her face. She understood that this half-sister of hers was not as naive and innocent as she appeared to be. All these years, and Yen had been very cautious in her actions, as if she was walking on thin ice. Her status in the Yin clan was even lower than ordinary direct descendants. Therefore, she was too lazy to spend more time and effort on her. In her opinion, the position of clan leader of the Yin clan was already in her bag. No one could compete with her. You still have to be careful of that girl. When we were in the 8 Desolates 10 regions, I saw that she seemed to be quite close to Gu Xian. If you say that she doesn't have any ulterior motives, I don't believe it. King Yin stroked his beard and said faintly, as the great ancestor behind Anshi, he naturally hoped that Anshi could take charge of the Yin clan. In his opinion, An Yen, who was also the daughter of the clan leader, was the biggest obstacle to this. However, because An Yan's mother died early, many great ancestors still took care of An Yen. It was not good for him to personally deal with this little girl. She's quite close to Gu Xian. Could it be that An Yen wants to rely on external forces? Haha, she's dreaming. As long as I get that drop of hidden immortal's true blood and completely restore Nyotion's bloodline, what can the other great ancestors say? And she sneered. A smile that made one's heart palpitate appeared on her beautiful face. At this moment, a servant suddenly came to report from outside the courtyard. First Lady, there's a young man outside who claims to be your friend. He's asking to see you. My friend? And she was stunned. She did have many friends. The successors of the other imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies were more or less on good terms with her. Let him in. Therefore, she did not think too much about it. She just assumed that it was one of her suitors who had heard about her humiliation and came to comfort her. Not long after, under the lead of that servant, a young man with a tall and straight figure and an exceptionally delicate face walked into the courtyard. Who are you? You claim to be my friend? Have we met before? And she frowned and took a closer look at the young man in front of her. She felt that he was a stranger. She did not know him before this. Greetings, Lady Anshi. The enemy of my enemy is naturally my friend. This one and Miss Anshi have a common enemy, so we naturally become friends. The young man said with a smile. He seemed very natural and casual, with an extraordinary aura. When he saw this young man, Nyotion, who was standing behind Anshi, frowned slightly. For some reason, he felt that the person in front of him looked a little familiar. Oh, we have a common enemy. Anshi's expression softened. You're Nyotion? However, at this moment, the young man in front of her seemed to have discovered something. He was first stunned, then astonished. His face was filled with great surprise. He stared at Nyotion, who was behind Anshi, and said in a trembling voice. Nyotion was also stunned when he heard this person call out his name. In this vast upper realm, other than a few people from the Yin tribe, only a few of his companions who had come to this world with him knew him, and by then his appearance had changed a lot. If he was not very familiar with him, it would be difficult for him to recognize him at first sight. I'm Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen had not expected to see his good friend here that day. He was so excited that his face flushed. Your little Chenzi. Nyotion opened his eyes wide. He was pleasantly surprised. He could not control himself. Then, under the puzzled gazes of the ANS, Nyotion and Jiang Chen finally met again after a long time. They were extremely excited. They gradually calmed down after catching up with each other. They roughly knew what the other had been through. So you are the Divine Origin Master, who has alarmed the entire Kuanwu city. I didn't expect that the famous Divine Origin Master would be my good friend. Nyotion sighed with a happy expression. The ANS were also shocked when they realized who Jiang Chen was. Then they started to respect him. A Divine Origin Master. What did that mean? It went without saying. And she smiled too. She extended her fair hand to shake Jiang Chen's hand. Brother Jiangchen, you're related to Niu Tian. That's great. We're on the same side. To her, this was a complete surprise. If they could get the help of a divine origin master at the Divine Stone Convention in 3 days, the ANS would definitely benefit the most from it. This naturally made her happy, and the feelings of unwillingness and humiliation from before were completely swept away. I didn't expect to see you again. I thought you were killed by Guchanga, so I wanted to avenge you. Jiangchen sighed with emotion. He looked much better after seeing his good friend. He had planned to cooperate with the ANS to deal with Guchanga after hearing what had happened in the stone concentrating square. He wanted to avenge his good friend's death and the loss of the goddess he admired. But to his surprise, Niu Tian had shouted at Anshi. I thought you were killed by Guchanga too. I was going to avenge you. Niu Tian patted his shoulder. Looks like this is God's will. God didn't want us to die. Now we're together again, we can avenge you. Even God is helping us. Guchanga will get what he deserves sooner or later. The Anses were overjoyed to get Jiangchen's help. They didn't even want the source masters they had spent a lot of money to hire. They asked them to go back. In front of a divine origin master, any other origin master would pale in comparison. They simply couldn't be compared at all. Chapter 549. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The Divine Stone Convention that attracted many orthodoxies from the upper world was held as scheduled. The entire Kunwa city was extraordinarily bustling, and it was a hubbub of voices. Numerous divine rays of light and flying vessels flashed past from all directions and converged here. Every orthodoxy had its own market, which listed all the rare stones and divine stones that they had obtained over the years. The market was packed with people, and there were also people coming and going in the various palaces and pavilions. Not only were there cultivators from various clans participating, but there were also older generation rogue cultivators who came from other regions. They would also choose rare stones. If a divine object was found, it would be auctioned here. The seniority and status of the participants were second to none in the upper world. Even the sect masters of the major sects and the clan masters of the everlasting families were a generation weaker in front of these people. The Longevity Gu family, the Longevity Wang family, the Heavenly Emperor Mountain, the Human Ancestor Hall, the Immortal Ancient Yi clan, the Hidden Peace clan, the Reincarnation Lake, the Primordial Hall. Almost all the upper world forces were participating. At this moment, a dragon carriage descended on the street. A beautiful and elegant woman in a phoenix robe walked out first. She was followed by many cultivators and creatures. There were both men and women, and all of them were extremely powerful. That's the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Princess Royal, right? She is indeed a heavenly beauty that is hard to find. I didn't expect the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, which has always been low-key, to send someone here. It's said that the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Princess Royal has a younger brother. He's only a little over 13 years old, but he's already stronger than his peers in Great Yu. He's called the Young Emperor. At the sight of this, a great commotion was stirred up. Many cultivators were discussing. When the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was mentioned, many people showed respect. Behind the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Princess Royal, there was a young man who attracted a lot of attention. He was as bright as the morning sun, and there was a golden divine light flowing around his body. He was like a young emperor, walking with a majestic gait and an unruly look. In terms of chi and blood, he was like a little true dragon, pressuring the surrounding cultivators. The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was an immortal supreme dynasty that had prospered for many eras. It was located in Shiyaotian. The mountains collapsed, the rivers dried up, the seas turned into mulberry fields, and the thunder and lightning dried up. Everything in Shiyaotian was decaying and aging, only it remained standing. 640 There was also an ancient rumor that the first emperor of Great Yu had cut out the Great Yu immortal scripture from a piece of origin stone. And that was how he established the Great Yu immortal dynasty. There was also a saying that the first imperial emperor of Great Yu was actually an immortal corpse that had gained sentience, and its accompanying item was the Great Yu Immortal Scripture. In short, in the eyes of the world, the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was always covered with a mysterious veil. Even when it came to attacking the 8 wastelands and 10 regions, no one had seen any of their clansmen go. He had never thought that they would send their clansmen to this Deity Stone convention. This place triggered quite a bit of commotion. Quite a few cultivators were sizing up the Great Regions, Celestial Dynasties group, seeing them head into the depths of the open market. Sister, what's so good about this Godstone convention? It's so boring. The young man behind the first princess of the Great Yu Dynasty had a look of disdain on his face. He looked bored as he watched the stone-cutting scene around him. Father said that the missing page of the Great Yu Immortal Scripture might be related to this Godstone convention, so we have to pay attention to it. The first princess of the Great Yu Dynasty shook her head slightly. She walked like the rising sun and the shining moon. Her graceful steps were graceful and noble, and many cultivators unconsciously made way for her. Wuxia, as her name suggested, had the noble aura of the imperial family that was hard to look down on. Even our ancestors couldn't find the missing page of the Great Yu Immortal Scripture. What can we do? In a while, I think it's better for me to help you find a husband. I think that in the younger generation, only Gu Chang'e is worthy of you. If he marries you, the offspring of the two of you will definitely be. Hearing Yu Ming's words, Wuxia shook her head slightly and interrupted him. Watch your words. If young Master Chang'e hears you, how can I bear it? What's there to be afraid of? Sister, you're so beautiful. Which man won't be attracted by you? Besides, sister, you're just keeping a low profile. Do you think I don't know your strength? Those 6 crown kings and little saint kings aren't even qualified to enter your eyes. Hearing this, Yu Ming rolled his eyes. He felt that his sister was just keeping a low profile and didn't reveal anything. Even the most mysterious Great Yu Immortal Scripture of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty appeared when his sister was born and bestowed her with the gift of divine power. Many ancestors even said that his sister was the most mysterious genius they had ever seen. Yes, she wasn't the most talented, but the most mysterious. Where was this mystery? Even the ancient existences of their clan couldn't tell what level Wuxia's cultivation had reached. Therefore, in Yu Ming's opinion, those young supreme beings didn't live up to their names. Compared to his sister, they were much weaker. Don't underestimate the people in the world. You don't know when you'll be at a disadvantage. Don't talk so much in front of outsiders. Wuxia obviously knew her younger brother very well. Although she was a little troubled by his blabbering, she couldn't do anything about it. Sister, don't tell me you're really interested in that silly boy from the Tuoba family, who only knows how to practice the sword. In my opinion, he only knows how to practice the sword. Yu Ming didn't have the self-awareness to keep his mouth shut. There was a hint of helplessness and disbelief in his words. However, Wuxia only shook her head slightly and rubbed her forehead. She didn't reply to him. Then the people from the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty continued to go deeper into the market. That place was even more spacious and had a different world. There were many streams, fake mountains, bridges, and buildings. Many origin stones were placed everywhere, shining brightly and surrounded by white fog. There were specialized cultivators watching over them. Around each origin stone, there were many people sizing it up. They either took out their artifacts to inspect it, or used their divine powers to examine it. Within the city square, every orthodoxy had their own area. The rare stones they had obtained over the years were placed there. Just the price alone was enough to make ordinary cultivators change their expressions. They easily started at 10 million spirit stones, and the value of many of them couldn't be measured by spirit stones. Even if one wanted to cut them open, they would have to pay a great price. We should be able to see the 7 divine stones of Kuanwu City today, right? If we can obtain a piece of it during this God Stone convention, then our trip will not have been in vain. Many cultivators came here with the intention of seeing the legendary 7 divine stones. After all, they were rare stones obtained by many ancient existences since Kuanwu City existed. Most of them came from Kuan Mountain, and some came from other forbidden areas. There used to be a total of 10 divine stones, but 3 of them have been cut, leaving only 7. Boom! While the cultivators were in a heated discussion, in a courtyard not far away, a green light shot up into the sky, as if a lake of life was rushing toward them, instantly attracting everyone's attention. This aura, could it be the spiritual spring of life? It's definitely the aura of the spiritual spring of life. Could it be that someone cut out the spiritual spring of life? Feeling this aura, many older cultivators were stunned at first, and their expressions changed drastically in disbelief. Then, like wild beasts that smelled blood, their eyes turned red. They hurriedly turned into divine lights and rushed toward that courtyard. This caused a great commotion. Many cultivators and living beings hurried over to see the spiritual spring of life's true appearance. When the people of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty heard this, they couldn't help but go over. In another direction, the other young supremes who had already arrived, such as Six Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Golden Cicada Buddhist Child, and others, also looked over in surprise and then strode over. For ordinary cultivators, the spiritual spring of life was precious, but it was far inferior to other divine items. However, in the eyes of the older generation, especially those who were nearing the end of their lifespan, it was a divine medicine that could prolong one's life. It was far more precious than any other longevity medicine. Many people could even fight over it, because the spiritual spring of life didn't have any medicinal properties. In other words, no matter how much one took, the effect of prolonging one's lifespan wouldn't change. Usually, when the spiritual spring of life appeared in an auction, it would cause a storm of blood, and one couldn't get it even if they paid a high price. A puddle of spiritual spring of life the size of a fist. Hiss! Soon, this courtyard was filled with cultivators and creatures. Many of the older generation couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Among the many shattered origin stones, there was a puddle of spiritual spring of life the size of a fist. It was currently quietly floating there, releasing a rich aura of life. It was like a lake, illuminating this place resplendently. Surging life force spread out from it, attracting many people. The older generation almost couldn't sit still. If it weren't for the fact that they were apprehensive about the identity of the people here, they would have directly asked for the price. I told you there was something good in there, and you didn't believe me? If you agree to bet, you must accept your loss. I won. Now, it's time for you to agree to a condition of mine. In the courtyard, an ethereal, cold and moving beautiful young woman couldn't help but speak. Her jade-like hands clenched tightly, feeling a bit proud. Beside her, Gu Chang'e seemed to have a headache as he rubbed his forehead, as if he didn't expect this at all. Seems like I was careless. Your luck really is quite good. He sighed slightly, seeming a bit helpless. What do you mean my luck is quite good? This is my strength, okay? Gu Xian was obviously very dissatisfied with Gu Chang'e's answer. She glared at him. Don't try to go back on your word. You promised me. I know, I'm willing to accept my loss. It's just a condition, I'll agree to it. Gu Chang'e slightly shook his head. Hearing this, Gu Xian revealed an expression of at least you know what's good for you. Then, she waved her small hand and directly accepted the puddle of spiritual spring of life. When the people who had rushed over saw this scene, they were very envious, although they really wanted to ask her if she was willing to buy it. But when they saw Gu Chang'e beside her, they couldn't help but shut their mouths and bitterly laugh. If it was someone else who cut it out, they would still ask and want to buy it, or use other methods to get it. After all, this was an extremely rare spiritual spring of life. But this was cut out by Gu Xian, so it was completely different. At this moment, they were very tactful. They didn't even dare to ask more questions, afraid that Gu Chang'e would misunderstand that they wanted to steal Gu Xian's things. The incident that happened 3 days ago, at the Hidden clan, was still vivid in their minds. Now that the origin stone has been cut out and your condition has been agreed to, you should be appeased, right? Gu Chang'e didn't care about the thoughts of the people around him. Seeing Gu Xian's unconcealable smug expression, he asked with a light smile. Don't even think about it. This matter isn't over yet. Who told you to bully me 3 days ago? When Gu Xian heard him mention this matter, She immediately became angry. A faint blush appeared on her delicate white face. Then I'll let you bully me back. Won't that be enough? Gu Chang'e lightly shook his head, looking rather helpless. You're the one who's dreaming. I won't let you off so easily. Gu Xian'er glared at him. Gu Chang'e chuckled. What's the big deal? Do you have to ignore me for 3 days? 3 days ago, he took the opportunity to teach Gu Xian'er a lesson. As a result, he made her angry. She completely ignored him. Her small face was very tense. She looked as cold as ice, as if no one could get close to her. Gu Chang'e was too lazy to care. After all, he was used to this kind of thing. Gu Xian'er was just angry and embarrassed. After a while, her anger would dissipate. But considering this God's stone convention, he still had to borrow her big red bird. Ignoring him like this wasn't a good idea. Gu Chang'e made a bet with her. He let her use her own skills to gamble on the stones. If she cut out something good, it would be his loss. If he lost, he would agree to one of Gu Xian'er's conditions. If he won, she wasn't allowed to be angry. How could Gu Xian'er hold back when she heard that this was a sure-win bet? She felt that this was a good opportunity for her to avenge her humiliation and take revenge. She immediately agreed, which led to the scene in front of her. Chapter 550. This caused quite a stir. Many of the primordial stones in the courtyard belonged to a certain sect. After Gu Xian'er cut out the spirit spring of life, the disciple of the supreme sacred sect came. The inheritor of this supreme inheritance came after hearing the news. He was a young man with an extremely brilliant smile, his bearing extraordinary, purple energy faintly discernible around his body. Congratulations, Miss Xian'er, for cutting out this item. Today, all the fees for cutting stones in our Wuxia sacred sect's market will be waived. After he came here, his attitude was very humble. With a warm smile on his face, he then bowed to Gu Chang'e. Hearing this, the expressions of the people present changed. After all, if all the fees for cutting stones were waived, it would be a sky-high price. After all, how could the primordial stones that were placed in the divine stone convention be simple? Even the primordial stones would cost at least 10 million. The disciple of the Wuxia sacred sect in front of them was very bold and courageous. Moreover, what if Gu Xian'er cut out all the primordial stones in the Wuxia sacred sect? Many old antiques gasped. If it were them, they would not have the guts to do such a thing. Gu Xian'er also did not expect such a good thing. However, she also knew that the other party said this because of Gu Chang'e. This was completely giving face to Gu Chang'e and showing goodwill. There's no need for that. I can still afford this small amount of spiritual stones. Gu Chang'e had some impression of this tactful disciple of the Wuxia sacred sect. He smiled faintly and waved his hand. Then Yin Mei, who was standing behind him, took out a large amount of spiritual stones from her storage ring and handed it to the shopkeeper in charge of this place. Gu Chang'e did not have many people by his side for this divine stone convention. Other than a few subordinates, only Ada, Yin Mei, and Su Qingge were by his side. Many of the cultivators present recognized Yin Mei and were secretly shocked. The heavenly lady of the nine-tailed fox clan was now with Gu Chang'e. Many young sky prides were envious. When they heard that Yin Mei's fiancé, the young master of the White Tiger clan, died in the hands of the inheritor of demonic arts, they were secretly happy for a while. Young Master Chang'e is too polite. The successor of the Purple Cloud sacred sect was tactful. He laughed bitterly in his heart, but he still maintained a respectful expression on his face. Although the Purple Cloud sacred sect was a great sect, there was still a huge gap between them and the imperishable great sects. Naturally, he was unwilling to give up such an opportunity to curry favor with Gu Chang'e. However, it was clear that Gu Chang'e did not intend to accept it. There's nothing to cut here. Looking at the time, the 7 great divine stones should be taken out. Gu Chang'e casually laughed. He was actually very interested in the 7 divine stones. After which, he led the group towards the central region of the city square. Gu Xian'er was in a good mood after cutting out such a large chunk of the spring of life, so he didn't go against Gu Chang'e. On the way to see the 7 great divine stones, Six-Crown King, Little Saint King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others took the initiative to greet Guchanga. As for the old acquaintance, Golden Cicada Buddhist child, he still avoided Guchanga like a viper. He didn't forget how Guchanga tricked him and Buddha Mountain in the demon burial abyss. Brother Gu, could it be that you plan to cut the 7 great divine stones today? Six-Crown King and Guchanga could be considered to be quite familiar with each other. They had cultivated together in the True Immortal Academy before. He couldn't help but ask curiously, "That's not necessarily true. Before seeing the 7 great divine stones, it's very difficult to judge." Guchanga smiled faintly. "I heard that one of the divine stones has been emitting strange movements recently. It is said that it has a lot to do with Kuan Mountain. Back then, it was carried out by the ancestors of the Huanchi sacred ground from Kuan Mountain." On the other side, Little Saint King walked over. He was very curious about this strange stone and wanted to see what exactly it was. However, many ancient existences in Kuan City kept it tightly guarded. They wouldn't take it out until the day of the Divine Stone Convention. Little Saint King was just like his name, his entire body releasing the aura of a king. His entire body was shining. His fluttering hair looked like it was made from molten gold, golden and dazzling. As he walked, it was as if a great sun was crushing down, his aura majestic. That ominous stone, if it really is like this, then we can try cutting it open. Guchanga smiled casually. When they heard these words, everyone's minds trembled. Every single divine stone in Kuan City was priceless, difficult to measure with spiritual stones. It was to the extent where in the eyes of many cultivators, its value surpassed ordinary emperor artifacts. This was also the reason why only 3 out of 10 divine stones had ever been cut open. Many people weren't sure what was inside these divine stones, worried that they would suffer a great loss. From Guchanga's words, could it be that he planned to buy that ominous stone today? Could it be that young Master Changa knows what is inside? At this time, on the other side, an elegant and pleasant voice sounded. Many people were surprised. They didn't expect that the extremely mysterious eldest princess of Great Yu would come. She looked extremely noble and elegant. Her whole person was graceful and beautiful. Her eyes were bright like the stars, and her white teeth were crystal clear. With a light and elegant fragrance, she came to Guchanga. Wuxia also heard these words. Just now when Gu Xian'er cut out the spring of life, she came over. But she didn't greet Guchanga. Before this, she had never seen Guchanga. This was the first time that she talked to Guchanga. She begged for fresh flowers. Guchanga glanced at Wuxia with a little surprise. He searched for the impression of this person in his mind, but he didn't seem to know her. "Greetings, young Master Changa." At this time, she realized that Guchanga didn't seem to know her. Wuxia's face was a little embarrassed. However, he quickly recovered and bowed respectfully. Yin Mei, who was behind Guchanga, explained Wuxia's origin to him. He was a little surprised, and then showed a faint smile. "Princess Fia, you don't have to be so polite. I was just curious. I don't know what is hidden in that ominous stone." Even if he knew, he wouldn't say it. Such a simple question, was there a need to ask? Wuxia smiled gracefully, tucked the hair on her forehead and said, "Fia is presumptuous. I hope young Master Changa won't take offense." Zero, she was just surprised and asked subconsciously, because this time, she came to participate in the Godstone Convention with the purpose of that ominous stone. She felt that if the remnant page of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Great Yu Celestial Scripture was here, it was most likely related to that ominous stone. But thinking about this kind of thing, if Guchanga knew about it, he wouldn't say it out loud. The central area of the market was very spacious and contained heaven and earth. Formation patterns were engraved on the stone walls, pavilions, and palaces everywhere. There were Tao attainment artifacts around, and a faint pressure filled the air. Brilliance shrouded the sky, and ripples were emitted. Many cultivators were slightly surprised. Judging from the number, there was more than one Tao attainment artifact guarding the area. Just the pressure that filled the air was enough to make ordinary cultivators not dare to act rashly. Once the Tao attainment artifact was awakened, its explosive power could definitely destroy the entire Kuan City. And there was more than one Dao attainment artifact here, which was enough to show the importance that each clan and orthodoxy attached to this Godstone convention. The surrounding fog shrouded every place. Almost all the big shots gathered here, and even the sect masters of the great sects could only be juniors here. Many living fossil-level figures appeared everywhere, sizing up the wondrous stones in this place. Royal Elder Sister, your method of flirting and greeting just now was too low-level. Yu Ming of the Great Yu dynasty had been silent until he saw Gu Chang'e leading people in another direction. He couldn't help but sigh and say to Yufiya earnestly. In fact, it was not only him, but many people who saw that scene just now also had the same thought. Fan. Chapter 551. Yufiya knew that her actions just now had caused Yu Ming and the others to misunderstand. She felt a little helpless. However, even if she explained, they probably wouldn't believe her. Therefore, she just shook her head lightly and didn't say much. Her gaze fell to the front, looking at Gu Xianer and the others, who were sizing up the strange stones around them. Sister, why don't you change your method? With Gu Chang'e's current power, it would be good if he could be my brother-in-law. Yu Ming saw Yufiya looking at Gu Chang'e and couldn't help but continue to say with a smile. He felt that his sister was probably shy. From what he saw today, whether it was in terms of appearance or cultivation, Gu Chang'e was the best choice. In such a big upper realm, could there be a more suitable person than him? Yufiya glanced at him and didn't say anything. Sister, if you don't want to, then just pretend that I didn't say anything. Yu Ming suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He touched the back of his head and retracted his words. He understood that this was a sign that his sister was angry. He must have some understanding of that ominous stone. Yufiya's eyes flickered slightly. From the short contact with Gu Chang'e just now, she could feel the casual confidence in Gu Chang'e's words. It was a feeling that everything was under control. The divine stone is going to be taken. The appearance of the divine stone is huge. At this moment, there was a commotion in the distance. Many cultivators looked over in shock. Streaks of divine rainbows also flew in that direction. In a corner of the market, there was an extremely old vine. It was so thick that it looked like a dragon crawling on the ground. It was more than 10 meters in diameter and stretched in all directions. The old vine's branches and leaves were full of green light, which filled this corner, giving people a feeling that it was full of vitality. Below this old vine, there was an ancient well. The four walls were engraved with powerful formation runes. It was made of origin stones, and it emitted a dense radiance. A powerful aura was spreading out. Usually, the ancient well was sealed because there was a piece of divine stone inside. Today, traces of Tao laws appeared, as if they were breathing, wanting to rush out of the ancient well. The energy fluctuations here instantly attracted the attention of many cultivators. A few ancient existences appeared, their faces indistinct. They towered in all directions, chaotic energy swirling around them. When they took action, they produced streak after streak of divine patterns, to ensure that nothing unexpected would happen when the divine stones appeared. A dense white fog rose from this place. That was a sign that the spiritual energy here was extremely dense. Every piece of stone was reflecting off each other, emitting a misty brilliance. The wondrous stones had spirits. When they sensed that a divine stone was about to appear, they all began to tremble, releasing resonating trembling sounds. This miraculous scene shocked everyone and made them click their tongues in wonder. This is the ethereal demon stone of the 7 great divine stones. A purple-clothed young man walked up. He had an imposing appearance, and he had the bearing of a demon god. His sharpness was restrained, and in the depths of his eyes that were like stars, there was a domineering aura that could conquer the world. It was the heaven demon sovereign. He couldn't hide his joy as he stared at the ancient well. Many people suddenly understood. It was rumored that the ethereal demon stone of the 7 great divine stones came from the Sky Demon Cloud Tomb. And the Sky Demon Cloud Tomb was the final resting place of the most powerful great demons in the universe. For those ancient great demons of the demon race, when they reached the end of their lifespan, they would quietly leave their clans and find a quiet place to pass away. And the Sky Demon Cloud Tomb was such a mysterious place. This ethereal demon stone came from there. Many old Genesis masters guessed that this ethereal demon stone very likely contained the core of an ancient great demon, or something similar to a relic. However, if one wanted to cut open this ethereal demon stone, they had to obtain its approval. Ethereal demon stone. It is rumored that every full moon night, an ethereal voice like the sound of nature will come from this place, and it has something to do with this demon stone. Guchanga also came over, a pensive look on his face. At this moment, a rich brilliance gushed out from the ancient well, as if a scene of ascension was appearing. A primordial stone the size of a wash basin, sparkling and translucent, very dazzling, flew out from it, and then steadily landed on the ancient vine above. This scene caused the breathing of many cultivators to quicken as they stared at the ethereal demon stone. Many ancient existences appeared, sealing off the surrounding space. However, many people felt that there was a misty immortal light sprinkling from the ethereal demon stone. An extremely dazzling brilliance rushed out, as if an incomparably beautiful immortal demon was slowly dancing there. Such a beautiful scene made people click their tongues in amazement, unable to take their eyes off it. They even felt that the dance contained an indescribable mystery. What's going on with Big Red? At this moment, Gu Xianer's somewhat surprised voice sounded as he looked at the big red bird at his feet. Hearing this voice, Gu Changa also withdrew his gaze and looked over with a strange expression. The big red bird that Gu Xianer had always carried at his side was currently staring at the ethereal demon stone, as if in a daze, as if its soul had been sucked into it, not moving at all. However, the color of its feathers gradually became brighter and brighter. Even the bald spots on its body had new feathers growing out. This ethereal demon stone is said to be related to an ancient great demon. Could it be that this big red bird's origin is not simple? Seeing this scene, Gu Changa was a bit surprised as he thought to himself. As the daughter of fate, Gu Xianer's item had an extraordinary origin. He could understand this. Before this, he felt that the big red bird was not a simple bird. Instead, he felt that it was some kind of spiritual object that had gained intelligence. However, compared to the other godly stones, this ethereal demon stone's conditions were very strict. It had to be activated first before it was qualified to be cut. At this moment, even the heaven demon sovereign walked up excitedly, trying to establish a connection with the ethereal demon stone. He took a deep breath and channeled an ancient technique. His entire body shone like a purple sun, emitting a dazzling aura. However, the ethereal demon stone only quietly landed on the ancient vine, not moving at all. It was not affected by the heaven demon sovereign. No matter what method he used, it was still as quiet as a mountain, not changing at all. Even a young elite like the heaven demon sovereign could not activate this ethereal demon stone. It seems that no one will be able to cut it in this God Stone convention. Ever since the ethereal demon stone was brought to Kuanwu City, it has not been activated by anyone. Even the demon race's magnates could not do anything about it. Everyone could not help but shake their heads. They were not disappointed as this was expected. How is this possible? Even I cannot activate it. The heaven demon sovereign was unwilling and in disbelief. His expression became very ugly. He had come prepared and read many ancient records. He was full of confidence. Moreover, he was the demon race's recognized young paragon for many years. There was no one in the same generation who could match him. Now, even he had no fate with this godly stone. Then, the heavenly phoenix maiden, golden cicada Buddhist child, six-crown king, and the others also walked up one after another, trying to establish a connection with the ethereal demon stone. However, they all failed in the end. They shook their heads and retreated regretfully. Even I can't do it. It seems that fate is needed. Gu Changa also walked up to try. However, the stone still did not change. He did not care about this. Then he looked at the big red bird beside Gu Xianer. He thought for a while, and did not put it on the stone. If this ethereal demon stone had a connection with the big red bird, he would have enough time to try it. He was not in a hurry. At this moment, several people walked over from the other side. The leader was Shi from the Yin clan. Her complexion looked much better now. Her expression was calm, and she wore a veil. She was followed by Niu Tian, Jiang Chun, and the others. Apart from that, there was another handsome man with a slightly pale complexion, who seemed to have just recovered from a serious illness walking very close to him. There seemed to be a divine halo floating around him, and it was very hazy. A golden cross flashed in his eyes, and the chaotic scene of the opening of the heavens appeared. He was like a matchless war immortal. Seeing this group of people coming over, a great disturbance was created. And she, the eldest daughter of the ANS, I thought she would not participate in this God's Stone convention. The young man behind her, isn't he that mysterious divine origin master from a few days ago? Is he going to help and she? If she can get the help of a divine origin master, it will be like adding wings to a tiger. Many people were shocked. They recognized Jiang Chun. He was the guy who had bought so many holy objects in the market. Kunwu City had been in an uproar recently. Many forces and orthodoxies had extended an olive branch to him, but Jiang Chun refused to meet them all. He refused all of them. Rumors about his eccentric character also spread like wildfire. Seeing him following Anshi that day, many people were shocked. They found it incredible. Some senior origin masters stared at Jiang Chun. They sized him up carefully, but they could not sense any origin master energy from him. Little immortal of war. He is here too. Has he recovered from his injury? But he looks like he hasn't fully recovered yet. However, even more people noticed the handsome young man on the other side of Anshi, and were secretly shocked. It was the little immortal of war, the descendant of the war immortal's palace, who had been attacked by the inheritor of the demonic method, and escaped by luck. The little immortal of war had almost been killed by the inheritor of the demonic method. Fortunately, his protector had noticed it and saved him. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. This had caused a great disturbance in the upper realm. Many people even thought the little immortal of war's origin had been damaged. He would not show up in the world in a short time. He should be fine. But we can ask him about the inheritor of the demonic method. The inheritor of the demonic method is hiding in the dark. It's impossible to guard against him. The heavenly phoenix maiden, the celestial monster monarch, and many other young supreme venerables had the same idea when they had seen the little immortal of war. The inheritor of the demonic method could be said to be everyone's enemy. It would be a good thing for them to know his current means and strength. If they ran into the inheritor of the demonic method in 4-9, they would have a way to deal with him. Greetings, Doctrine Brothers. The little immortal of war was very handsome. His hair was long. Golden cross-shaped symbols were flashing in his eyes. This was one of his terrifying and mysterious eye techniques. Many people did not have the nerve to look at him directly. After arriving, he greeted the heavenly phoenix maiden, Six-Crown King, Wuxia, and the other young supreme venerables with a smile. And she and the others beside him were also very natural. It was as if they had forgotten about the humiliation they had suffered before. Everyone was extremely courteous as they asked about his injuries. I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern. The little immortal of war shook his head. Then, he looked at Gu Chang'e on the other side. However, when he noticed Su Qing'e behind Gu Chang'e, his pupils suddenly shrank and his body trembled. It was as if he had seen something terrifying. He was extremely shocked and could not believe it. Although he quickly recovered, his strange expression could not be hidden from the young supreme venerables. The sect masters and ancient existences of the great sects were also confused. From what they could see, the little immortal of war was not showing such emotions because he saw Gu Chang'e. Why are you staring at me, Doctrine Brother? Could it be that you want to avenge the previous war immortal of the war immortal manner? Noticing this, Gu Chang'e glanced at Su Qing'e behind him. Then he smiled faintly and asked, Chapter 552. The ancient vine was as thick as a dragon with verdant leaves and branches. The ethereal demon stone lay quietly on top of it, emitting a lustrous glow. It was as still as a mountain. Many people had gathered at this place. When they heard Gu Chang'e's words, they all had different feelings. The appearance of the little war immortal caused quite a stir here. Many cultivators looked over. His strange behavior just now had attracted the attention of many ancient existences and sect masters of the great sections. After all, the little war immortal was an ancient freak of the war immortal's manner. In the current upper realm, he was one of the best among his peers. Why would he be shocked by such a simple thing? Greetings, young Lord Chang'e. I was thinking about something just now, and was a little absent-minded. I hope young Lord Chang'e won't be offended if I offended you. The little war immortal quickly recovered and cupped his hands. He pretended not to hear Gu Chang'e's slightly mocking words. He also understood that he was so shocked that his expression changed. That was why Gu Chang'e and the others noticed the abnormality. However, although his expression was calm, his heart was surging with waves of shock. He was not shocked because of Gu Chang'e, but because of Su Qingge, who was behind Gu Chang'e. Some time ago, he was attacked by the inheritor of the demonic arts and almost died. However, in this incident, he used his innate eye technique to see through the veil covering the face of the inheritor of the demonic arts, and saw her true appearance. The inheritor of the demonic arts was not a man, but a woman. Moreover, her face was exactly the same as the woman in white who stood quietly behind Gu Chang'e. That was why he was so shocked just now. He found it hard to believe, and his heart was in turmoil. If the two of them were the same person, then the implications of this matter were simply too terrifying. It was simply unimaginable. Did Gu Chang'e know about it? If Gu Chang'e knew, thinking of this, even with the little war immortal's mental state, after all these years of cultivation, he still trembled slightly with fear. Oh, so you're thinking about something. Could it be that you've hurt your mind before and haven't recovered yet? Gu Chang'e asked with interest. Thank you for your concern, young Master Chang'e. It seems that I haven't fully recovered from my previous injuries. Little war immortal was not an idiot. At this time, he did not act rashly and alert the enemy. After calming down, he revealed a smile and cupped his hands. In that case, fellow Taoist, you really should pay attention to your rest. Gu Chang'e nodded and smiled. Hearing the conversation between the two, everyone present had different expressions. Many older generation existences also frowned slightly, a little puzzled. It was obvious that the little war immortal was being a little vague. These words were also like a riddle. They were not as simple as they seemed on the surface. However, they did not expect this to be related to little warrior fairy being attacked by the inheritor of the demonic arts. Looks like there's something going on between the two of them. The expressions of the heavenly phoenix maiden, golden cicada Buddha child, and the others changed slightly. They felt that there was something going on between the little battle immortal and Gu Chang'e. If the little war immortal had contact with Gu Chang'e, it was when he was in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. However, at that time, Gu Chang'e was busy dealing with the supreme experts of the 8 Desolation 10 regions. Obviously, he had no contact with the little war immortal. If there was a grudge between the two, it was related to the previous war immortal of the war immortal manor. After all, the reincarnation of the war immortal was said to have been killed by Gu Chang'e in the Tianlan realm. This caused the war immortal manor to hate Gu Chang'e. In addition, when the little war immortal was attacked by the inheritor of the demonic arts, Gu Chang'e was still in the 8 Desolation 10 regions. They had nothing to do with each other. Therefore, they did not think about this matter. Soon peace was restored. Seeing that nothing had happened, the sect leaders did not care, and continued to study the ethereal demon stone. Gu Chang'e, on the other hand, took Gu Xian Su Qingge, Ada, and the others to another area of the market. The market was very big and contained heaven and earth. Every godly stone was placed in a different place, and far away from each other to avoid being affected by each other's aura. Qingxian, the little war immortal seemed to be looking at you. Have you seen him before? Gu Chang'e smiled faintly and asked Su Qingge who was beside him. Su Qingge's heart skipped a beat. In fact, when the little war immortal looked at her, she felt a little uneasy. She felt that something had gone wrong. Although she had hidden her real face well, the little war immortal obviously had some kind of special eye technique. It was very likely that the little war immortal already knew her real face. Otherwise, he would not show such a shocked expression. Young Master Gu, I have never seen the little war immortal before. I don't know why he was staring at me. Su Qingge shook her head and answered. She was very serious about this matter. Then it seems that he is a lecher. Hearing this, Gu Changge smiled faintly and his expression did not change. Su Qingge braced herself and said, maybe he mistook me for someone else. She felt that Gu Changge was helping her out just now, but in this case, things became more difficult for her. Su Qingge already felt that it was very difficult to continue hiding her identity as the inheritor of the demonic arts. This made her a little flustered for a moment, and she did not know what to do next. Could it be that the moment had come for her to confess to Gu Changge? Then would he kill him directly? There are countless ways to change one's face in this world. It is possible that he mistook me for someone else. Gu Changge nodded in agreement with this statement. But Su Qingge always felt that there was a hidden meaning in his words. This was Gu Changge trying to give her an explanation. She was more or less relieved. Now it seemed that the only way was to get rid of the little war immortal. And she was not sure whether the little war immortal would tell the power behind him about this after knowing her real face. This was what she was most worried about. Are you all right? On the other side, among the people of the Yin tribe who were investigating a few strange stones, and she was a little confused, and asked the little war immortal. The two of them were very close, and the power behind them even wanted to form a marriage alliance. Obviously, they were very familiar with each other. The little war immortal had already calmed down. He shook his head, and used the excuse just now to fool and she. I was just a little absent-minded. It's nothing serious. While speaking, he stared at the back of Gu Changge in the distance and frowned. If Gu Changge's maid was the inheritor of the demonic arts who tried to kill him some time ago, then it was very likely that Gu Changge did not know about this. He also did not know that his maid was the inheritor of the demonic arts who hid very well. But there was another possibility. In fact, Gu Changge knew about this, but he had always acquiesced and turned a blind eye. The reason why the inheritor of the demonic arts could escape from Gu Changge several times was also because of this. From the previous incident, when the inheritor of the demonic arts tried to kill him, the little war immortal could feel that the inheritor of the demonic arts was very strong. But it was only limited. It was not to the extent that it could easily kill him. Otherwise, he would not have been able to escape by chance. Compared with the inheritor of the demonic arts who only Gu Changge could control, there was obviously a big gap. Looking at it this way, it made sense why such a weak inheritor of the demonic arts could escape from Gu Changge several times. This matter must be reported to the sect after the Divine Stone Convention. Otherwise it will definitely be a big deal. It's really too scary. No matter which possibility it was, the little war immortal felt that this matter was very troublesome, and his whole body was slightly trembling. He did not dare to tell this matter to a second person, for fear of alerting the enemy. Otherwise, his situation would become extremely dangerous, and he might not even be able to leave Kuan-Wu City, since the little war immortal did not want to say more, and she did not ask further. She had come here mainly for the 7 divine stones. Then she said something to Niu Tian and Jiang Chun behind her. The two glanced at each other and nodded. Soon there was a great commotion. The brilliant stones were cut open one after another. Rich lights gushed out, like a colorful sea of 643 tides. Jiang Chun launched an attack. He showed his skills as a divine origin master. A group of people surrounded him, all of them with white heads. Many older people's eyes lit up. They hoped Jiang Chun could help them cut some longevity herbs. The other divine origin masters also came over. They wanted to see Jiang Chun's skills with their own eyes. However, they were disappointed when they saw it. They did not see any great skills. Jiang Chun picked up the stones casually, as if they were watermelons. He said there must be something good hidden in them. Such skills were very different from what they had expected from a divine origin master. But they could not find any other explanation, except for the divine origin master's explanation. He doesn't look like a divine origin master. Instead, it looks like he has some kind of talent or skill. He can tell whether there are any divine objects in them. But it's really admirable that he can cut stones with such talent. Six-crowned king, the heavenly phoenix maiden, and others also came over. They came to this conclusion after witnessing Jiang Chen's skills. The whole Kuanwu city had been shocked when Jiang Chen had cut out so many divine objects. Since he was going to cut stones, this place was immediately crowded. Many big shots came over. Even Wuxia, the eldest princess of the Yu dynasty, showed up. Her eyes were bright and beautiful. She was observing Jiang Chen's skills carefully. Looks like he's going to steal the show. That's a good plan. Gu Chang'e, waiting for the fairy fetus to show up, noticed the other side. Raising his eyebrows, he guessed what Jiang Chen and others were up to. Many big shots from the upper realms had gathered here. If Jiang Chen helped him after showing his skills, the other big shots would appreciate him easily. For the ANS, and even in Shi, this was a good chance to get favors from those big shots. Gu Chang'e did not plan to intervene. His smile became a little strange. The higher he stood now, the more despair he would feel when he fell. Chapter 553. Jiang Chen was a respected divine origin master, but he had another identity that had not been exposed. He was the evil guy who had killed the leaders of various religious sects in the Great Void Divine Tomb. He might even have something as good as the divine personality of Void with him. Not to mention that Gu Chang'e had planted a demon seed in him. This thing was a time bomb. As long as he wanted to, he could ruin Jiang Chen's reputation in an instant. He would become a rat despised by the whole world. However, it was not the right time yet. Gu Chang'e was not going to do that. He needed to make use of Jiang Chen to attack Mount Kuan this time. Gu Chang'e, I think there's something good in this wonder stone too. At this moment Gu Xiener's voice came. It interrupted Gu Chang'e's thoughts. He looked back. If there's something good, cut it. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. He glanced at the wonder stone she had chosen. There were many stones in this corner. Many practitioners were picking them. Although Jiang Chen had caused a great disturbance, not all of the cultivators went over to watch them. Seeing Gu Chang'e not interested in it, Gu Xiener murmured, "I'm just telling you." Then she asked the stone-cutting master to cut the wonder stone open for her. At once, dazzling light filled the air, causing another round of commotion. Undoubtedly, this was the birth of a precious treasure. The energy fluctuation alone was enough to make people take it seriously. Not until then did many people recall that Gu Xiener was also suspected to have the inheritance of a divine origin master. She was very good at picking stones. However, compared to Jiang Chen, who was alone, Gu Xiener was not someone they could get close to. At this thought, they felt sorry for her. The Divine Stone Convention had attracted the attention of the whole upper realm. Almost all the famous people had shown up, picking stones in every corner. They patted them left and right, looking at them as if they were choosing watermelons from fruit farmers at a roadside stall. Dazzling lights could be seen everywhere at every moment, illuminating the sky of this place. Many ancient existences would even fight over a piece of strange stone. Not long after, the rest of the 7 great divine stones appeared one after another. Many figures gathered over, surrounding this place, continuously sizing it up. There were even some who used ancient methods in an attempt to trigger its resonance. Apart from the Void Spirit Demon Stone, the rest of the divine stones were also of different shapes. There was even a piece that had 7 orifices and was as tall as a child. It was like a beating heart, and every orifice was flowing with radiance. It was enshrouded in mist, and it was colorful as it swallowed the Tao rhythm of the world. It is rumored that the 7-orifice divine stone nurtures a creature. It is a type of unrivaled creature that was born and matured. This 7-orifice divine stone has always been sealed under the Tao attainment treasure in Kuanwu City. It has been absorbing the Emperor's aura day and night. Now it already has some Emperor's aura. If it is allowed to come out, it will be absolutely unimaginable. Many ancient figures walked up, carefully sizing up this 7-aperture divine stone. They could see multicolored light surging within the apertures, continuously interweaving and spreading outwards like a layer of mist. If a cultivator's cultivation was slightly weaker, they would even feel waves of fear and involuntarily worship this 7-orifice divine stone. As the seven-orifice divine stone of the seven great divine stones, it was also the most special among them, because it could not be cut open. Its origin was not small. It was obtained by an ancient Taoist master from a certain immortal demon Tao field. At that time, the rules of heaven and earth had not been broken yet. Those who could be called Taoist masters had at least surpassed the immortal realm. Therefore, in many people's opinion, this seven-orifice divine stone was very likely to be the descendant of a former unrivaled existence, sealed in the form of a divine stone. This seven-orifice divine stone had been placed in Kuanwu City for more than a few eras. During this period, some people had tried to steal it using various methods, but in the end, they all failed. Either they accidentally touched the Tao attainment treasure guarding this stone, or they were obliterated by the restrictive array patterns on its surface, vanishing into thin air and died. Guchanga paid attention to this seven-orifice divine stone. He felt that it seemed to be transmitting a kind of fear and avoidance to him. This made him somewhat interested. It seemed that this seven-orifice divine stone had already developed a considerable amount of spiritual intelligence. Apart from the seven-orifice divine stone, there was another divine stone that attracted the most attention. To be precise, it was a divine fetus. It was half the height of a person, and it was placed in a pile of celestial materials. Its entire body was like a clear and flawless jasper, sparkling and translucent. One could see dense celestial mist flowing within it, and wisps of it curled around the divine fetus. At every moment, one could see countless Taoist rhythms and spiritual opportunities surging in between heaven and earth, being swallowed and absorbed by it. In fact, even the cultivators standing beside it would feel as if their Tao hearts were clear, and they could even meditate where they were, feeling a sense of enlightenment. The origin of this divine fetus was even more mysterious. Some said that it fell from the 9 heavens, and some said that it came from a heavenly river that flowed through the celestial realm, and flowed along the heavenly river into this realm. There were too many rumors about this divine fetus. Every night, one could see the glow of the Milky Way falling from the heavens, illuminating the vault of heaven, and finally converging into this divine fetus. At this moment, many people were surrounding this divine fetus, carefully sizing it up. A group of ancient existences were using various methods to size it up. Their bodies were glowing brilliantly, and they were using all kinds of great techniques and abilities, trying to pry into the true form of this divine fetus. This divine fetus has been deposited in Kunwa City for several eras. If one wants to cut it open, they must exchange it with celestial essences, and the amount of celestial essences required is not small. Even the imperishable orthodoxies would find it difficult to come up with this amount. Celestial essences are rare to begin with, and since the immortal Tao has not manifested, the imperishable orthodoxies are already considered to have a strong foundation if they can come up with 1 or 2 pieces. Many cultivators shook their heads and sighed inwardly, thinking that it would be very difficult to see this divine fetus being cut open in their lifetime. What were celestial essences? They were spirit crystals that contained celestial essences, and their value was immeasurable. Even those who had achieved the Tao would covet them and fight for them. If a celestial essence appeared in the world, it would definitely set off a bloodbath. If one wanted to cut open this divine fetus, the amount of celestial essences required was even more unimaginable. Even if those who had achieved the Tao spent all of their wealth, it would still be very difficult for them to get enough celestial essences. Unless the imperishable orthodoxies worked together to make do, they would never be able to cut open this divine fetus. As a result, although there were many people around this divine fetus, they were just sizing it up casually, and none of them approached it. What's in this divine fetus? Can you tell? And she, junior warlord, Niu Tian Jiangchen, and the others also came over. And she asked Jiang Chun, who was next to her, while gazing at this divine fetus passionately. Jiang Chun pretended to be sizing it up carefully, but he was actually asking the weapon spirit of the creation immortal boat in his mind. There's definitely something good in it, and its value is beyond imagination. No matter what it costs, as long as it can be cut open, it won't be a loss. The voice of the weapon spirit of the creation immortal boat came. He could not hide his shock. Jiang Chun was shocked. He looked serious. He told Anshi and the others exactly what he had said. The others around them also heard it, but they didn't doubt it. After all, Jiang Chun had proved his identity and his means. What a pity. This divine fetus needs many celestial essences to be cut open. Even though we know there's something good in it, we're not qualified to cut it open. Junior Warlord shook his head regretfully. Many people agreed with him. Even young Supreme Venerables like Six Crown King and the Heavenly Phoenix Maiden agreed with him. This divine fetus was the most expensive one among the 7 divine stones. Almost no one in the current upper realms could afford so many celestial essences to cut it open. The divine fetus is mysterious. It might even contain something of the immortal doctrine. The Great Yu Celestial Dynasty's Grand Princess Wuxia was also staring at this divine fetus without blinking. She was touched. She had a hunch that the last page of the incomplete scripture of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty was probably related to this divine fetus. It was an intuition that was hard to explain. If all the forces collected the celestial essences, we might be able to figure it out. However, if there were any celestial essences, they would have been taken away by that ancient to practice. How could they have been left here? The Heaven Monster Monarch said, shaking his head walking over. There seemed to be a strange scene in his purple eyes. Gazing at the divine fetus, he said, "Isn't there any other way to cut it open?" Jiang Chun was also excited. He could not help but ask Anshi. No. Many ancient beings took an oath to the natural law together. And she said, shaking her head. She was not disappointed. She had never thought about this divine fetus. Her target was the ominous stone that had caused the Kuan Mountains disturbance. Do we have to wait until it's left here? Will the celestial stone be covered with dust? I don't think it's a good idea to leave it here. Why don't we cut it open? Jiang Chun had learned from the celestial boat's vessel spirit how precious the thing in this divine fetus was. Of course, he did not want to leave it here. If you can give me the corresponding celestial essences, of course this divine fetus will be yours to cut open. A white-bearded old man with a cold face walked over from another direction. He was emitting a terrifying energy. The practitioners on the scene felt their bones cracking. They almost could not help but kneel down. He spoke calmly. However, everyone turned pale when he spoke. They became respectful to him. This was an accomplished doctrine. He was very old. He was one of the people who had taken an oath to the natural law. Jiang Chun turned pale. He felt embarrassed. Apparently, he had not expected an accomplished doctrine to show up. He did want to cut open this divine fetus, but where would he get the celestial essences? He had not even seen what celestial essences looked like. Since you don't have the celestial essences, don't even think about cutting the stone. You don't deserve it. The white-bearded old man glanced at Jiang Chun calmly, as if he had seen through him. He did not show any mercy to Jiang Chun, as if he was looking at a bumpkin. He did not like Jiang Chun at all. He wanted to cut open this divine fetus to have a look. Then what should they, who had taken an oath to the natural law, do? Seeing this accomplished doctrine irritated, the people on the scene could not help but quieten down. They kept quiet out of fear. Even the other ancient beings did not speak. They did not want to offend him at this moment. Jiang Chun turned pale. He was annoyed that he had been so humiliated in front of so many people. However, under the accomplished doctrine's slight energy, he could not help but tremble slightly. His skin was about to explode. He turned pale. It was difficult for him to stand still. Jiang Chun had shown his extraordinary power a moment ago. He had won the favor of many big shots. However, in front of an accomplished doctrine, no one dared to stand up for him. Even his good friend Niu Tian turned pale. He was almost suffocating. The accomplished doctrine was at the peak of the upper realm. They could not get in touch with him normally. He could kill them hundreds of millions of times with just a breath. This divine fetus is really extraordinary. Today we can cut it open to have a look. The people kept quiet out of fear. They did not dare utter a single word. However, at this moment Gu Chang'e, who had been sizing up this divine fetus for a long time, suddenly spoke with a chuckle. The white-bearded old man was struck dumb at first. Then he came to himself. He was obviously surprised. However, in front of Gu Chang'e he calmed down. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, young Lord Chang'e. But I wonder why you said that, young Lord Chang'e? What? Do you want to cut it open?" The people on the scene were also surprised. They did not expect Gu Chang'e to also want to cut open this divine fetus. Jiang Chen did not deserve it, but Gu Chang'e was different. If he really wanted to cut it open, he might be able to get enough immortal crystals. In today's upper realm, there was no one wealthier than Gu Chang'e. Chapter 554. What? Young Master Chang'e is going to cut the fairy fetus? Is it true? Hearing Gu Chang'e's words, everyone couldn't help but look over in shock. Even the practitioners who had been inspecting the rest of the 7 divine stones not far away were surprised. They hurried over to surround Jiang Chen. They wanted to see what was going on. In fact, they had noticed Jiang Chen when that accomplished Tao master had scolded him. After all, it was rare to see a divine origin master. Jiang Chen had been a big shot recently. At least in the current market, few people did not know him. A moment ago, Jiang Chen had helped the older generation's experts to cut out several longevity herbs, and they had a good impression of him. However, when it came to offending an accomplished Tao master, everyone made the same choice. They stood aside and watched the show in silence. They pretended they had not seen anything. They did not say anything. Almost instantly, the news that Gu Chang'e was going to cut the fairy fetus spread around the market. It caused a great sensation. Everyone knew about the fairy fetus. It was the most expensive one among the 7 divine stones. No one could afford to cut it. Young Master Chang'e, are you going to cut the fairy fetus? Streaks of divine rainbows flew over one after another. Many people carried great interest as they hurried over. Is that fairy fetus really going to be cut open today? In another direction, many big shots also came after hearing the news. They were shocked. They did not think Gu Chang'e was joking. If it's Brother Gu, we might really be able to gather those immortal crystals. Maybe we can feast our eyes today. That divine origin master doesn't look like someone who can afford fairy crystals. The heavenly phoenix princess said in a low voice. Her pretty face was full of splendor. She was very proud. Few people could make her take seriously. Gu Chang'e was the only exception. She frowned when Jiang Chen said he was going to cut the stone. She felt he was overthinking. Young Master Chang'e doesn't look like someone who would open his mouth casually. Thanks to him, maybe we can see what's in the 643 fairy fetus. The great Yu Celestial Dynasty's eldest princess, Wuxia, also fixed her beautiful eyes on Gu Chang'e. Her skin was sparkling and translucent, and her figure was tall and slender, exuding a noble and elegant temperament. At this moment, her eyes were glued to Gu Chang'e without blinking, causing many young elites who had been secretly watching her to lament in their hearts. It seems that Brother Gu can really take out things like immortal crystals. It's said that not only did he empty out the Violet Palace, he also took the largest amount of resources when he was in the 8 Desolates' 10 regions. He basically plundered all of the ancient clans. 6 Crown King couldn't hide his envy. They were considered to have some status, but compared to Gu Chang'e, they were even worse than beggars. Young Lord Chang'e, are you serious? The white-bearded old man was also shocked to hear the discussions around him. In his opinion, Jiang Chen couldn't be compared to Gu Chang'e at all. It would be an insult to Gu Chang'e, even if one were to describe him as being in heaven and the other on earth. How could a person like Jiang Chen be qualified to cut a stone? He probably hadn't even seen what immortal crystals looked like. Divine origin masters weren't any different from ordinary cultivators in the eyes of doctrine achievers like them. Since Gu Chang'e had stated that he would cut a stone, it was enough for him to take him seriously. I'm serious. Senior, do I look like I'm joking? A divine fetus is indeed not something that just anyone can cut. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly, his expression natural. The white-bearded old man also revealed a smile. He glanced at Jiang Chen and said in agreement, Young Lord Chang'e, you're right. Everyone understood what he was implying, and they all looked at Jiang Chen with a mocking and playful look. Bang! At this moment, many powerful and terrifying auras appeared in the sky. The people who had rushed over were all ancient existences. Their expressions were grave, and they were surrounded by chaotic energy. They were quite vague. Many of them had made a heavenly law oath, and they couldn't violate the principle of cutting a stone. Can Guchanga really afford so many immortal crystals? Jiang Qin's face was very pale. He felt like his face was burning, as if he had been humiliated and then slapped in the face. Young Lord Changa, when we made a heavenly law oath, we said that this divine fetus was worth 100 immortal crystals. 100 immortal crystals are enough to buy this divine fetus. One of the ancient existences who had rushed over said seriously. Although he was a doctrine achiever, he didn't dare be arrogant in front of Guchanga. He treated him like a peer. What? This? 100 immortal crystals? Isn't this price a bit too high? The crowd had been looking forward to this, but when they heard this, they all turned pale and gasped. Many seniors and leaders of great sects, who knew what immortal crystals were, felt their scalps go numb. They couldn't help but open their eyes wide. They had underestimated the value of this divine fetus. They had thought 10 immortal crystals was the limit. However, to their surprise, it was 100 immortal crystals. This was already an unimaginable price. It was extremely difficult for the current upper realms to get 100 immortal crystals. Which force could be sure that they could get 100 immortal crystals? 100 immortal crystals? How dare you ask for that? The grand ancestor of the annals, An Wangshan, showed up behind An Shi and others. His face was twitching slightly. Apparently he was shocked. Granduncle, what do 100 immortal crystals mean? And Shi Jiangchen and others were puzzled. They still didn't know what 100 immortal crystals meant. However, judging from the big shot's pale faces, it must be something special. I was lucky enough to get an immortal crystal. I hit it well. Later, I was lucky enough to break through to the middle stage of the sovereign realm. It was thanks to that immortal crystal. It contained fragments of the immortal doctrine, and even some immortal source. For an immortal force, 100 immortal crystals can even create many doctrine achievers in a short time. And Wangshan couldn't help but say, shaking his head. He looked envious. Many practitioners who didn't know about 100 immortal crystals, including the monarch of the celestial monsters and the junior combat immortal, couldn't help but gasp. They were shocked. For an ordinary imperishable sect, a single Tao enlightened being was already in existence that could not be considered as part of their foundation. However, these 100 immortal crystals were able to create many Tao-achieving cultivators. Furthermore, they were able to do so in a short period of time. This was simply a divine object whose value was hard to estimate. If he had 100 immortal crystals, who would buy this divine stone with them? Someone couldn't help but murmur. He was extremely shocked. He hadn't come to himself yet. No matter how rich Guchanga is, he can't afford so many immortal crystals. It's absolutely impossible. Jiang Qin was also shocked. When he had come to himself, he stared at Guchanga with reddened eyes. He clenched his fists. He was reluctant to accept the fact. He had been fighting so hard for some practicing resources. He had almost lost his life, but he hadn't even seen an immortal crystal. However, Guchanga was so arrogant. He didn't even bat an eyelid in front of 100 immortal crystals. He was calm and composed. He couldn't accept it. He recalled how resolute Xiao Ruoyin had been when she had abandoned him. After all, as long as she followed Guchanga, she wouldn't have to worry about anything. She would have endless practicing resources, methods, and theurgies to choose from. She wouldn't have to worry about anything. If she had run away with him, she would not only face Guchanga's pursuit, but she would also have to worry about every spiritual stone she could use for practicing. The huge and cold gap between their states was like an invisible mountain. It weighed heavily on Jiang Chen's heart. He couldn't even breathe. He clenched his fists tightly. Although he could understand Xiao Ruoyin's choice, he couldn't understand it. He couldn't forgive it. 100 immortal crystals? Although the price is a little scary, but it's still acceptable. I want this immortal fetus. However, when the crowd was shocked by the price of this immortal fetus, Guchanga shook his head. He seemed to sigh softly. It seemed like he was reluctant to pay it. It's still acceptable. The expressions of the white-bearded old man and the others became complicated. They were shocked, dumbfounded, and in disbelief. They had been prepared for Wuxia to shake his head and refuse the price. However, they hadn't expected him to say that it was acceptable. This made them wonder if their ears were playing tricks on them. They weren't the only ones who were dumbfounded. The mouths of the many great sex masters and the older generation's legendary experts were also half open. They couldn't utter a single word. How rich did he have to be able to say something like that? The expressions of the heavenly phoenix maiden, six-crown king, Wuxia, and the others froze. They were shocked. They opened their mouths. They wanted to say something, but they didn't know what to say. However, I don't have immortal crystals, but I do have some of this. Take a look. If it's suitable, I'll have someone cut this immortal fetus. Wuxia shook his head slightly. He didn't plan on wasting words. He raised his hand, and a sealed jade jar fell into the white-bearded old man's hand. Back in the immortal ancient continent, he had entered the immortal gate with Yu Mingkong's help. He had obtained many immortal essences. Actually, immortal essences were immortal sources. The two came from the same source. After Wuxia gave some to Yu Mingkong, Yinmei, and the others, he still kept a lot for himself. He had refined some over the years, but there was still a lot left. That was why he casually took out a bit. Immortal crystals were the spirit crystals of immortal sources. The most important material was immortal sources. A fist-sized immortal sources was enough to refine dozens of immortal crystals. His jar was more than enough. Wuxia was not at all worried that he would get into trouble because of his wealth. In the entire upper realm, who would dare to blatantly steal something from him? Looking at this scene, especially seeing Wuxia's understatement, everyone's expression was a little bit stifled, and they were speechless. No immortal crystals? Then what was sealed in the jade jar? The white-bearded old man and the others nodded. They didn't talk nonsense. They understood that with Wuxia's identity, he wouldn't play tricks on them. That was why they waved their sleeves and sealed the surrounding space. This way, everyone could only see some of the scenes inside, but couldn't hear their conversation. In the next moment, the white-bearded old man and the others were shocked when they saw that every piece of the immortal path in the jade jar was formed by interweaving immortal path fragments. They were filled with a surging and vast aura. Their bodies shook violently, and they couldn't believe it. They almost instantly determined what this was. Their expressions changed drastically, and their breathing became extremely rapid. They looked at each other and quickly sealed the jade jar again. They didn't dare to let the slightest bit of aura leak out. As people who had attained the Tao, they were naturally not stupid. They understood that the value of these things surpassed immortal crystals. Chapter 555. This is a big deal. You should understand. The white-bearded old man said to the ancient existences next to him in a deep voice. He put the jade jar away carefully, as if it was very precious. Immortal crystals were hard to find, not to mention the things in the jar, which were many times rarer than immortal crystals. They had to be careful. Don't worry. We all know what it is. The other ancient existences took a deep breath. They looked serious. Glancing at each other, they guaranteed, according to the oath of the natural law. Of course they had a share of the immortal essences in the jar. So the fewer people who knew about this, the better. Then they waved their hands to remove the formation around them. A few people walked out from the crowd. Compared to before, the expressions on their faces had changed. There was some unconcealable joy. Young Lord Chang'e, don't worry. This is a big deal. We know. You can cut this immortal fetus. They smiled and said to Wuxia, who was in front of them. As to how Wuxia had gotten so many immortal essences, they didn't need to think about it. Although they knew Wuxia probably had more immortal essences, they didn't have the nerve to be greedy. Looking at this scene, although everyone outside was shocked, puzzled, they were very curious about what exactly was in that jade jar. But they could only suppress their curiosity. They didn't have the nerve to ask. After all, every doctrine achiever in front of them could kill them thousands of times in a snap of their fingers. They should know about this. Of course they would know. They shouldn't have known. If they had known, they might have brought a fatal disaster upon themselves. However, everyone was sure about one thing. The things in the jade jar were definitely more precious than the so-called immortal crystals. Otherwise, those ancient existences wouldn't have been so shocked. This is impossible. How did Gu Chang'e get something more precious than 100 immortal crystals? How could he get them so easily? Jiang Chun was reluctant to accept this. He wanted to see Gu Chang'e lose face in public, but things didn't go as he wished. 100 immortal crystals was not difficult for Gu Chang'e at all, and the thing he took out was obviously more precious than the immortal crystals. Jiang Chun was not only unwilling to accept this, but he also felt very jealous of him. Something even more precious than immortal crystals? The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Six-Crown King, Sky Demon Monarch, and the other young supremes held their breaths as waves of shock rose in their hearts. The shock that Gu Chang'e had given them today was simply too great. He originally thought that even Gu Chang'e would find it difficult to take out 100 immortal crystals, but in the end, he casually took out something even more precious than immortal crystals. What was that? They were extremely curious. No matter what, it was definitely related to the immortal Tao. Since that's the case, let's begin. Gu Chang'e didn't care about the shocked expressions of the people around him. He spoke casually to the stone-cutting masters who were still in a daze. Yes. Hearing this, the stone-cutting masters came back to their senses. Their words were filled with shock and trembling, and they felt that their hands and feet had become sluggish. They had been cutting ores all their lives, but this was the first time they were cutting the 7 divine stones. If this matter was passed down, it could even make their descendants proud, and it could even be passed down through the ages. This made them feel that the stone knives in their hands had become heavy and trembling, and their palms were full of cold sweat. After all, this was the most valuable deity fetus among the 7 divine stones. Just the price of a scrap was enough to make them feel despair and tremble all over. Now that it was in front of them, they didn't even dare to cut it. We really have to cut this deity fetus. This trip to Kunwa City was worth it. To be able to see the 7 divine stones being cut open, this old man's life was worth it. Yeah, I never thought that I would be able to see this deity fetus being cut open in my lifetime. Many of the older generation were so excited that their faces were red, and their bodies were trembling. They were even more excited than when they were cutting the stone themselves. As expected of young Master Chang'e, he actually bought this deity fetus. This is definitely a big matter that will shake the upper realm. With so many resources, I feel like he can totally buy an imperishable sect. I don't dare to imagine how a person can have so much money. What do you mean by rich and overbearing? This is rich and overbearing. He bought this deity fetus without even batting an eyelid. Many young people were also in high spirits. They stared at the tall and slender figure in front of them, and their eyes were full of undisguised reverence and passion. Many talented girls were also staring at Gu Chang'e with admiration and reverence. They couldn't wait to throw themselves at him. Young Master Chang'e, don't worry about cutting the stone. We have already sealed off the heaven and earth here. If the thing in the deity fetus wants to escape, we can trap it in the first moment. The white-bearded old man and the others waved their hands and flicked their fingers, sending out runes that enveloped the heaven and earth here. She begged for fresh flowers. Terrifying fluctuations of Taoist artifacts spread out, pressing down on everyone's heart like the evening drum and morning bell. There were formation patterns flashing in the sky, and thousands of divine chains of order intertwined and fell down, like a soul-stirring waterfall. Taoist artifacts floated there, and just a corner of them exuded a majestic and vast pressure. They were simple and heavy, enough to crush all living things. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly, indicating that the stone-cutting masters didn't have to be nervous, and could just cut directly. Boom! An unimaginable commotion broke out in this place, and it was extremely noisy. Almost in an instant, the market square was completely surrounded by people, and it was packed with people. In the distance, there were more divine rainbows flying over. They had all heard the news that Gu Chang'e bought the deity fetus at a high price and was going to cut it open. They wanted to see the grand scene. The deity fetus was wrapped in layers of deity fog, surrounded by multicolored light, and sat quietly among the many deity materials. Many strange phenomena were manifesting, and wisps of Taoist rhyme and spiritual opportunity surged into it, even forming a small vortex. As if it knew that it was going to be cut open, more intense deity light and Taoist rhyme spread out from it. Don't worry, young Master Chang'e. We'll be careful when cutting the stone. We won't damage it at all. The expressions of the few old men in charge of cutting the stone also gradually calmed down. They took a deep breath and began to show their special skills. Silver blades flew, and large amounts of stone fragments drifted down. Everyone stared at this scene without blinking, not daring to miss out on the slightest detail. Kacha! When the sound of the stone being cut rang out, everyone trembled, and the surroundings quietened down. No one said anything, and they were all focused on watching. Stone fragments rustled down. The stone-cutting masters were sweating profusely as they carefully cut off the layers of stone on the surface of the deity fetus. Everyone heard a wondrous Tao voice resounding in the void. It was as if a perfected immortal was sitting cross-legged on this deity fetus, chanting the immortal scripture for everyone. Strange phenomena appeared in the world. Golden lotuses descended from the sky, and clear springs surged from the ground. Pieces of sparkling deity light turned into petals and fell around the deity fetus with extreme beauty. It's definitely a deity treasure. It contains unimaginable value. The sect masters of the great sects breathed rapidly, and they couldn't hide the shock in their eyes. They felt that the bottleneck of their cultivation was showing signs of loosening at this moment. The Tao attainment artifacts hanging around also trembled slightly at this moment. Wave-like ripples spread out, and a vast Tao voice resounded in the sky. Ordinary. Chapter 556. Everyone felt that they were about to become immortals. Their skin became sparkling and translucent. Dense immortal light intertwined and filled the air, drowning this place. As more and more stones fell, the light inside the divine fetus became even more dazzling. In the end, the light in this place became too bright. It was as if a blazing sun was awakening within. It was vast and majestic, turning into a smoke signal that directly penetrated outside of Kunwu City and into outer space. This scene was too shocking. Everyone couldn't help but take a step back. They felt that their eyes would be blinded by that light. They couldn't look directly at it. Even those who had achieved the Tao chose to close their eyes. They couldn't see what was hidden inside the dense immortal light. A heavenly book? Gu Chang'e narrowed his eyes. While everyone else was closing their eyes, he was able to see clearly what was inside the divine fetus. It was a sparkling and resplendent ancient book. It quietly floated among the broken stones. It was unknown what material it was made of. It was filled with an immortal aura that had been through the vicissitudes of time. This vast fluctuation was caused by the words on the book. Its origin was clearly mysterious and extraordinary. Buzz! In the next moment, Gu Chang'e reached out and directly grabbed the heavenly book. All the light dimmed and became silent. This heavenly book was a little different from the heaviness he imagined. This heavenly book was very light, as if it was made of Daoyuo immortal gold. The edges were suffused with immortal silver light. Each word was as heavy as a star, containing obscure and profound mysteries. Immortal seal. Gu Chang'e recognized the two ancient words on the book. His eyes were a little strange. However, when he tried to open this heavenly book, he felt a terrifying power as majestic as the world descend. It directly bounced his fingers away, and he couldn't easily turn the pages. A heavenly book was cut out of the divine fetus? At this time, everyone also noticed the silver heavenly book in Gu Chang'e's hand. They were extremely shocked. Many who had achieved the Tao were also shocked. They could feel that this silver heavenly book was extraordinary. Just the immortal aura alone was as if it had experienced countless eras. They even suspected that this was a real immortal scripture that recorded many heavenly arts and divine abilities in the immortal realm. It's not a living creature but a heavenly book? His origin is absolutely unimaginable. This caused a huge commotion. Everyone stared fixedly at the heavenly book in Gu Chang's hands. It was difficult for them to conceal their burning desire. They were extremely envious and jealous. Even Heavenly Phoenix Maiden and Six Crown King, these type of proud and arrogant young supreme beings, right now their breathing became a bit hurried, their eyes also a bit red, clearly incredibly envious. Jiang Chun was even more envious. He was so jealous that he almost ground his teeth into pieces, but he was trying his best to stay calm. Such an immortal treasure was taken away by Gu Chang'e right in front of him, and he could only watch. This item definitely has a lot to do with the pages of the De Yu immortal scripture. I have to think of a way. The expression of the great Yu celestial dynasty's eldest princess, Wuxia, turned solemn as she stared at the heavenly book without blinking. She knew that coming to the Deity Stone convention this time was definitely the right choice, and her heart was burning with anger. At this moment, almost everyone wanted to take a look at the heavenly book's true appearance, but it was in Gu Chang's hands, so no one dared to ask. This item was very important, and Gu Chang'e had spent 100 immortal crystals to cut it out. Even if they were tempted and wanted to take a look, they would probably have to pay a terrible price. Although the white-bearded old man and the others were also burning with eagerness, after taking the immortal spirit, they understood that this item belonged to Gu Chang'e. They glanced around slowly and snorted coldly. Put away your petty thoughts. Don't tell me that you dare to covet something that belongs to young Lord Chang'e. Do you want to die? Several Dao achievers spoke, and their voices contained a special doctrine rhythm and pressure. Many people, who were blinded by jealousy, were shocked, and they came back to themselves, their backs covered with cold sweat. If they had any other intentions, they probably wouldn't be able to leave this place alive today. Not to mention Gu Chang'e. Even the few Dao achievers in front of them would not allow them to covet this item. Moreover, Gu Chang'e was not a kind person. If they dared to covet his item, they would not even know how to spell the word death. Even the sect masters and the older generation of legendary figures sighed in their hearts at this moment. They knew that if they wanted to take a look at the heavenly book, they would at least have to pay a price that would satisfy Gu Chang'e. However, they only thought about it. A divine treasure that costs 100 immortal crystals to cut out. Even if they just wanted to take a look, it would probably cost a sky-high price that would make them feel despair. With their status, they might not be able to afford such a price. Someone cautiously asked Gu Chang'e through voice transmission, asking how they could take a look at the heavenly book. However, Gu Chang'e didn't seem to care at all. After looking at the heavenly book for a while, he kept it. He didn't care about the sound transmissions and the burning gazes of the sect masters. He knew that what happened today would definitely cause a huge uproar in the upper realm. Many forces and orthodoxies might have some devious thoughts. However, he did not care about that. Things like possessing a jade ring would not happen to him. At least in the current upper realm, no forces would dare to do so openly. Congratulations, young Lord Chang'e, for obtaining a copy of the heavenly book. You've allowed us to feast our eyes on it. You've fulfilled a lifetime wish. After that, the crowd stepped forward to express their congratulations, not daring to mention the matter of viewing the heavenly book. Gu Chang'e's expression did not change much. He planned to study this heavenly book properly when he had time. The two words immortal bestowment made him feel that this heavenly book was not as simple as he thought. Now that the upper realm's rules are incomplete, it's difficult for many orthodoxies to produce immortals. In my opinion, this mysterious heavenly book might have recorded something related to this. Young Lord Chang'e is open-minded and generous. It's really a blessing for the current upper realm to obtain this heavenly book. It just so happens that many seniors are gathered here today. In my opinion, why don't young Master Chang'e be generous and let the seniors take a look at the heavenly book? If they can find a way to crack it, wouldn't it be a great contribution to the entire upper realm? I think all the cultivators would be sincerely grateful to young Master Chang'e. If I get this heavenly book, I'll definitely let all seniors have a look at it. However, at this moment, an untimely voice suddenly rang out. Jiang Chun walked over with a smile on his face. He looked sincere, as if he really cared about her. He had planned to discuss Guchanga. Anyway, since he had already offended him, he was not afraid that Guchanga would hold a grudge against him again. And it was obvious that he was doing this for the sake of the world. At the same time, he was doing this for the sake of becoming an immortal. He was doing this for the sake of the greater good. He had implicated many seniors on the scene, including the leaders of the great sects, the older generation, and even a few achievements. After all, he was doing this out of the goodness of his heart. He was doing this for their sake. Then Jiang Chen showed a kind smile. He was waiting for Guchanga's answer, as if he did not care about the consequences of this matter at all. However, upon hearing this, the whole market went silent. It was so quiet that even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. However, the crowd turned pale. They glanced at Guchanga uneasily, as if they were afraid he would misunderstand them. The older generation who had been on good terms with Jiang Chen were also shocked. They hurried to stay as far away from him as possible. The leaders of the great sects also stared at Jiang Chen coldly. They were not young. Even their eyelashes were hollow. Of course they understood what this divine origin master was implying. He just wanted to take this opportunity to discuss Guchanga. However, by doing this, he was going to implicate them as well. In the current upper realm, everyone knew how strong Guchanga was. Even if you want to die, you shouldn't do this. Oh, are you teaching me how to do things? Guchanga stopped. He glanced at Jiang Chen with interest. He really hadn't expected Jiang Chen to say such a thing to him at such a moment. Was he really clever? Or was there something wrong with his head? Was he blinded by jealousy? Ignorant kid. You're just a clown. You think you're smart. Who are you? How dare you teach young Lord Changa how to do things? The white-bearded old man beside Guchanga also turned cold. He felt more and more that this Jiang Chen was not a good guy. Maybe there was something wrong with his head. He didn't waste time. He rolled up his sleeves. A great power gushed out and hit Jiang Chen. The smile on Jiang Chen's face froze immediately. Then he spat out a mouthful of blood, mixed with pieces of his internal organs, and was sent flying. If the white-bearded old man had not controlled his power carefully, Jiang Chen would have exploded. Both his body and soul would have been destroyed. Chapter 557. Seeing this, the people in the market kept quiet out of fear. At this moment, even those from the ANS, who were not on good terms with Guchanga, did not have the nerve to speak up for Jiang Chen. Because even they thought what Jiang Chen had done was too stupid. It was stupid, or he was thinking too much. He had no power or influence. At most, he had some inheritances of divine origin masters. But he wanted to instigate others to get Guchanga's heavenly book. Wasn't this courting death? The others were not stupid. Who would take the risk of offending Guchanga and stand up for him at this moment? This so-called righteousness was no different from stupidity. Little Chunzi, are you all right? Niu Tian hurried to help Jiang Chen to his feet. He could not help but ask him worriedly. He did not understand why Jiang Chen had spoken to Guchanga like that, either. Compared to the calm and steady Jiang Chen he knew, there was a huge gap between him and the usual Jiang Chen. He thought Jiang Chen had been blinded by hatred. That was why he had spoken to Guchanga like that. Niu Tian did not know what had happened between Jiang Chen and Xiao Ruoyin. Jiang Chen thought it was a shame. He had not mentioned it to Niu Tian. I'm fine. Jiang Chen felt a sharp pain all over his body. He stood up with difficulty. He looked very embarrassed. He wiped the blood from the corners of his mouth and shook his head. He felt extremely humiliated. Then he clenched his fists. Seeing Guchanga, who had walked away with disdain and indifference, Jiang Chen became silent. He had not expected this at all. He had planned to annoy Guchanga with this to avenge Guchanga's loss of the woman he loved. But to his surprise, these people's reactions were totally different from what he had expected. In this world, morality was important. Obviously, he had been blinded by jealousy. He had been too naive. These people were more afraid of Guchanga than he had imagined. Take a rest. The ominous stone of the 7 divine stones hasn't shown up yet. And she, Junior Warlock Immortal, and others walked over to express their concern for Jiang Chun. She had just witnessed what had happened, so she didn't interfere. And she knew clearly that if she attacked him forcefully, she would probably end up in the same situation as Jiang Chun. Teach Guchanga how to do things. She didn't know where Jiang Chun had gotten his courage from. She figured no one would have the nerve to say such a thing except for Jiang Chun. Although Jiang Chun was a hothead, he obviously had another plan. He had tried to disgust Guchanga from the moral high ground. This was not something an ordinary person would dare to think about. He only has himself to blame. You are being foolish. The Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Sixth Crown King, and the other young Supreme Venerables glanced at Jiang Chun and shook their heads slightly. It was obvious that they disdained him. Originally, they were suspicious of this divine origin master. After witnessing what had happened that day, he felt Jiang Chun didn't live up to his reputation. What he had done couldn't be described as just stupid. Even if he was blinded by jealousy, he would not say such words. In many people's eyes, what had happened was just a small episode. After this incident, Jiang Chun's image as a divine origin master was greatly damaged in many people's eyes. Especially in many people's eyes, what Jiang Chun had done had already offended Guchanga. After offending Guchanga, it would be very difficult for him to settle down in the upper realm from now on. He would be restricted in many ways. Those forces and orthodoxies who had planned to extend their olive branches to Jiang Chun started to hesitate. Compared to this, the news that the celestial fetus of the 7 divine stones had been cut open, and that a mysterious heavenly book had been found spread across the upper realm at a terrifying speed. It caused a great disturbance. All the heavens of the upper realm were shocked by this news. Many orthodoxies and forces started to discuss it immediately. A mysterious heavenly book that had been cut out of 100 immortal crystals. How could it be a simple thing? If the person who had cut out the heavenly book was not Guchanga, but someone else, endless bloodshed would have started already. During this time, some practitioners noticed a dreadful black demon cloud, shrouding thousands of miles, was approaching Kunwa City from the sea area, where the demon mountain was. It was so dark that it covered the sky and the sun. It was surging violently. Many black thunderbolts were striking in it. Chaotic energy filled the air. All kinds of dreadful demons showed up. They had dense scales and flowing demon wings. It was quite frightening. Since the demon mountain had been established, it had taken in demons from all heavens of the upper realm. It had become a great force that many orthodoxies could not underestimate. Especially the master of the demon mountain, the red-clothed female demon, who had been born in the demon burial abyss. She had killed so many people in the divine city that everyone was terrified of her. She was so dreadful that it would be difficult to find anyone in the upper realm who could rival her. That was why many people turned pale at the mention of the demon mountain. They were extremely scared of it. Now this terrifying demonic cloud was rolling towards Kunwa City with a sweeping momentum. Many orthodoxies were shocked by this scene. They felt the demon mountain was going to intervene in this matter. After all, after the Divine Stone Convention, the Ji family would join forces with many orthodoxies to attack Kuan Mountain to rescue their ancestor, Ji Xingqiu. Could it be that the demon mountain was going to interfere? Dong! Just when the major orthodoxies were speculating about this matter, a dull sound was suddenly heard from the depths of Kuan Mountain, not far from Kunwa City. That sound was like the sound of a huge drum, piercing through time and space. It was also like a beating heart. All the cultivators who heard this sound could not help but tremble in fear. They felt as if their souls were about to leave their bodies. Another strange sound came from Kuan Mountain. Among it was a sky full of dark light that suddenly covered the sky. From afar, one would think that night had fallen. 650, it was the ominous stone that was carried out from Kuan Mountain by the Huanqi Sacred Ground's ancestor. At the same time, a terrifying black fog spread out from the surface of the stone. It carried a strong demonic aura. Even the most powerful cultivators did not dare to approach it. It was the divine stone that received the most attention among the 7 great divine stones. The ominous stone had yet to appear in the world. It had always been suppressed by the Taoist instrument. However, at this moment, even the Taoist instrument could not suppress it. On the surface of the stone, there were countless strands of black demonic aura that intertwined with each other. It was so dense that everything within 100 miles of it turned into darkness. Such an unusual scene made the ancient existences, who were usually in charge of guarding the stone, extremely cautious. They did not dare to be careless. At the same time, at the Palace of Heavenly Immortals base in Kunwa City, in an extremely grand palace, a woman in white sat cross-legged on a cattail hassock. Her eyes were tightly closed. She seemed to be in pain and her brows were tightly knitted. In between her brows was an extremely ancient and profound rune. It was shining brightly, reflecting the mixed feelings of nothingness, fate, and time. Her entire person looked as if she was carved out of jade. Her skin was crystal clear, revealing a holy and otherworldly aura. However, there was also a sense of ancientness and immortality that came from the vicissitudes of time. Her aura was sometimes strong and sometimes weak. Her expression was sometimes painful and sometimes calm. Numerous transformations appeared on his body at the same time. Chapter 558. Who am I? There was only silence in the palace, and only the brilliant light was intertwining. The white-clothed woman seemed to have woken up from an eternal slumber. Her expression was a little confused and blurry, but then it gradually became calm and clear. She felt that her mind was in a mess, like a muddle-headed chaos, filled with all kinds of strange and unusual scenes. I am the High Priestess of Destiny. I control the void of destiny, traverse the river of time, and deduce the path set by the immortal palace. I am also Xiaoruoyin. In the end, all the scenes converged, condensing into a point of light. The white-clothed woman calmed down, and there seemed to be thousands of streaks of light flashing in her eyes, which were many chaotic and majestic fragments. She softly muttered to herself, and the ancient rune between her eyebrows became even more dazzling, like a small blazing sun, and then gradually returned to silence. Her entire person looked more and more illusory. The surrounding space fluctuated, and there were billions of mysterious lines intertwining, surging from an unknown latitude. This was an inconceivable mysterious power that involved time, space, and even destiny. A large number of memory fragments appeared in the depths of her soul, like a dusty box that had been opened for a long time, and various scenes rushed out. Xiaoruoyin suddenly sighed softly and stood up. Is this an ill-fated relationship? Or is it a predetermined karma that belongs to me? If the immortal palace had not collapsed, if the era had not collapsed, if nothing unexpected happened, she should still be in the fane of destiny, guarding her duties. But the immortal palace had collapsed, and even the era had become a taboo, buried in the river of time. Billions of eras had passed, and even she could not escape the predetermined karma and destiny. Just like fish can never leave the river, I can't escape the fate that belongs to me. She said words that only she could understand, and her expression was extremely complicated for a moment. In front of Xiaoruoyin, there were thousands and thousands of lines appearing. Some were shining with silver light, some were as black as ink, and some were as light yellow as gold. But no matter which one it was, they all emitted a dazzling light that illuminated the entire palace. Behind these lines of destiny, there was another person connected to her, and there was an inexplicable karma between them. She reached out, wanting to touch these lines. In the next moment, as her hand passed through them, these lines gradually became blurry. Then, they broke one after another, and finally returned to nothingness, as if they had never existed. Destiny was void. All the threads of destiny she had come into contact with would eventually turn into nothingness. That was one of the miraculous aspects of fateless ones. Anything that had to do with destiny would be difficult to apply to them. It was even difficult to have any interaction with them. As long as Xiaoruoyin wanted to, she could make everyone in this world forget about her. It was as if she had evaporated from this world, and any traces of her existence would fade away. However, at this time, there was one thread of fate that was extremely thick. It was like the deepest night sky, and it didn't fade into nothingness like the other threads of fate. This string of destiny seemed to connect through the long river of time, following an unknown latitude, connecting to this era. Is that so? When Xiao Ruoyin saw this, she was not surprised at all. She sighed softly and withdrew her hand. Even for someone like her, when she had touched the string of destiny, she had felt a stabbing pain in her hand, a backlash that had caused black smoke to rise up from her hand. This wasn't karma that she could simply erase at will. Guchanga. Is that his current name? Xiao Ruoyin murmured, her expression cold and tranquil, as if she didn't belong to this world. Scenes of what had happened during this period of time appeared in her mind, and then she frowned slightly. She naturally remembered everything that had happened before. Compared to the previous Xiao Ruoyin, the gap between her and the previous Xiao Ruoyin was not very big. The only difference was that she had awakened the memories of her time as the High Priestess of Destiny, as well as her fateless constitution. However, Xiao Ruoyin's 20-some years of memories weren't enough to guide her. She knew everything that had happened recently. She also knew that Xiao Ruoyin had made many choices in order to rely on Guchanga. She also knew what Xiao Ruoyin had been thinking. After all, the two of them had always been the same person. Although she couldn't agree, what was done was done. She couldn't say anything. Guchanga is keeping me by his side. He probably already knows my identity. He hasn't made a move against me yet. It seems that he's waiting for my constitution to mature. I can't let Guchanga know that I've awakened the memories of the High Priestess of Destiny. Xiao Ruoyin frowned, thinking of a countermeasure. Many things that had happened recently flashed through her mind. She knew many things better than Xiao Ruoyin, including Guchanga's terrifying origins. If it weren't for that string of destiny that couldn't be erased, she might not have been able to discover this problem so quickly. Since Guchanga was the one who had caused her to reincarnate, his identity was naturally obvious. Xiao Ruoyin didn't doubt this. However, Xiao Ruoyin also didn't understand why such a powerful and invincible existence would end up like her in reincarnation. She didn't have the time to consider so many things now. In her opinion, Guchanga had probably awakened his memories long ago. That was why he could reach such a terrifying level in a short 20 years. Xiao Ruoyin knew how terrifying Guchanga was. Even though she had awakened the memories of her past life and the divine talisman imprint of the fateless body, she still couldn't compare to him. But if he wanted to compete with Guchanga, it was still a far-fetched idea. It was impossible. He should be plotting for my essence, trying to take the final step to achieve the Tao. I can't let him succeed. It wasn't easy for the world to restore peace. Will he destroy it with a single palm strike? Xiao Ruoyin sighed softly, understanding all this. She really hadn't expected that she would face such a huge predicament after awakening her memories of her past life. Now it seemed that the only way was to drag things out, or find a way to escape from Guchanga. But no matter which way it would be very difficult. Especially her nominal master Yanji, who was Guchanga's informant, had always been around her. Guchanga would notice if there was a slight mistake in her every move. Xiao Ruoyin didn't know this before. She even thought Yanji was doing this for her own good. But by then she had figured it out right away. Guchanga had an ulterior motive since he got in touch with her in the first place. Everything was a trap set up by Guchanga. My naive and sweet image didn't work at all. Instead, I lost the big picture because of a little gain. I've been toyed with by him. The immortal boat of good fortune should be with Jiang Chun. I have to get it back. Only in this way will I have a chance. Then the energy emitted by Xiao Ruoyin started to change gradually. It went from vague to solid. In the end, it was exactly the same as before. There was no difference at all. Not until then did she walk out of the hall. She looked toward the market of Kunwa City, which was bustling with people. Apprentice Sister Ruoyin, are you going to see young Lord Changa? A disciple in charge of guarding the hall asked Xiao Ruoyin, with a flattering smile, when he saw her walking out of the hall. Xiao Ruoyin was struck dumb. Then she thought about it. She recovered her usual easygoing smile. She nodded and said with a smile, yes. At first, She was not used to the sky of the outside world. There were white clouds and blue sky. The sun was shining brightly. She was used to the cold and lonely divine palace of fate. She was not used to this scene. At the same time, in the depths of the market, all of the cultivators and living beings became very alarmed and uneasy, retreating backwards. Even the group of ancient existences stared ahead with solemn expressions, seeming to be very fearful. A large amount of black fog filled the air, and the surrounding scene instantly became pitch black. Many palaces, pavilions, and waterside pavilions were covered by the black fog. Large amounts of spiritual plants and ancient vines withered and died. The ominous stone sitting in the middle trembled slightly. A large amount of black fog gushed out from the cracks in the stone. Could it be that the strange movement in Kuan Mountain just now alarmed this ominous stone? Why don't we cut it open and take a look? Otherwise, it can't go on like this. The former Huanqi sacred ground met with misfortune overnight because of this thing. I don't want to be contaminated with misfortune because of it. The surrounding practitioners and living creatures were talking among themselves. They stared at the ominous stone with fear. They did not expect that there would be such a strange movement. The black fog was contaminated with a strong demonic aura. It made people suspect that there was some kind of terrifying demonic creature in it. Who dares to cut the stone at this time? An old man's voice was trembling with fear. He kept retreating. When there was a strange movement in Kuan Mountain just now, many people rushed out immediately and looked toward Kuan Mountain. A black light rushed into the sky and covered the sun. It covered the sky for hundreds of thousands of miles, turning it pitch black. Kuan Mountain, which usually looked like a fairyland, was now as gloomy as a ghost town. Demonic aura filled the sky and suppressed everything. What is inside? Why is Big Red so scared? Gu Xian stood behind Gu Chang'e and looked over curiously. However, he saw Big Red trembling beside his feet. It showed an expression of extreme fear for the first time. It was as if there was some kind of peerless monster hidden in that ominous stone. This place might not be peaceful soon. Ada, take Xian'er and Yin Mei and leave first. Gu Chang'e frowned slightly. He turned around and ordered Ada. As he spoke, he looked toward the sky outside Kuan City. He had a bad feeling. The thing inside the ominous stone gave him a very familiar feeling. However, this familiar feeling did not mean that it was safe. Just like him and Chan Hongyi, something big might happen in Kuan City soon. The area around the ominous stone was obviously the most dangerous. I'm not leaving. I want to stay here. Hearing this, Gu Xian'er quickly grabbed Gu Chang'e's sleeve. Seeing Gu Chang'e frown and look at her, she stubbornly looked back at him and muttered softly, "Unless you leave with me." She could see that the ominous stone was very dangerous. At this time, the best thing to do was to leave this place as soon as possible. She would not be at ease if Gu Chang'e did not leave. Don't be ridiculous. I'll be fine. Gu Chang'e understood Gu Xian'er's meaning. He gently shook his head and let go of her hand. At the same time, he ordered Ada again. Take Miss Xian'er and the others away. Yes, master. As a quasi-emperor, it was naturally easy for Ada to take Gu Xian'er and the others away from this place. Gu Xian'er glanced at Gu Chang'e a little angrily. She was very dissatisfied that he had pulled off her hand. However, at this time, she obediently left and did not stay to cause trouble for Gu Chang'e. She rarely saw Gu Chang'e show such a cautious expression. The sect masters and family heads of the other large sects nearby also ordered the younger generation to leave at this time. They sensed the danger here. Only a few young supremes like Six Crown King, Euphia, Golden Cicada Buddha, and Enshi chose to stay. The strong were bold and did not worry about their own safety. For a time, the crowded city became much quieter. The other large divine stones were also taken away by several ancient existences. Buzz! In the sky, the surrounding Tao attainment artifacts trembled. Strands of Emperor Realm precepts descended in an attempt to suppress the ominous stone. However, when they were about to land on the surface of the ominous stone, they were suddenly blasted away and dispersed like ripples. The terrifying momentum still swept in all directions like a wave. The other ancient existences hurriedly took action to neutralize it. Otherwise, just the aftermath alone would cause unimaginable damage. Could the thing in this ominous stone surpass the Emperor realm? A sect master of a large sect spoke. Golden runes flickered in his eyes as he tried to see through the cracks of the stone. However, in the next moment, a ray of black light suddenly rushed out. It was faster than lightning and directly rushed into his eyes. His entire body let out a miserable cry and instantly exploded. His body and soul were destroyed, turning into powder. Nothing was left. This scene made the expressions of the people who were still in the city turn serious. They felt a chill on their backs and became even more cautious. A ray of black light easily killed a sect master of a large sect, who was at least in the supremacy realm. If there was some kind of divine weapon hidden in this ominous stone, its level was definitely above the Emperor realm. The surrounding Dao attainment artifacts could not suppress it. Although it wasn't fully recovered, it still showed how strange and terrifying this thing was. Rumble! Right at this moment, in the sky to the east of Kuanwu City, a mighty black demonic cloud swept over, covering the sky and covering the sun. A huge and terrifying demonic shadow wandered about. Its colorful feathers flowed, and its demonic wings shook the sky. It was incomparably terrifying. Someone from the demonic mountain came? Seeing this scene, the expressions of many sect masters changed drastically. All the cultivators in Kuanwu City also became uneasy and panicked because of this black demonic cloud that swept over. Chapter 559. Dark demonic clouds descended above Kuanwu City, covering the sky and the sun in a menacing manner. Many ferocious demons appeared in the clouds. They had strange appearances. Some had black wings, some had horrifying horns on their heads, and some had green faces and fangs. They were all covered in blood. May I know why the demon mountain has come to Kuanwu City? An old man flew into the sky with a solemn expression and asked. Many people recognized him. He was an elder of Kuanwu City, and his cultivation level was in the supreme realm. However, when they heard this, the devil clouds in the sky still surged. Many great devils were extremely cold, standing there like shadows. They didn't utter a single word, like ice mountains and iron walls. The atmosphere in the entire Kuanwu City became extremely oppressive and silent. Many cultivators and living beings looked at the scene in horror. They were very worried and fearful. Although many orthodoxies and sects from the upper realm were gathered here, and there were many enlightened cultivators guarding the place, they still felt uncertain. The terrifying power of the red-robed female demon had long shocked the upper realm. Now many great demons under her command were equally terrifying. Among them, there were also existences who were not inferior to the enlightened cultivators. They had once wreaked havoc everywhere with monstrous ferocity, giving the imperishable sects and supreme Taoist orthodoxies headaches. What? Could it be that the Devil Mountain thinks that it can contend against all of us by itself? At this moment an enlightened cultivator snorted. He was a little dissatisfied. He waved his sleeve and appeared in the sky, looking at the people in the demonic clouds. Above his head, a blurry small green cauldron floated up and down. Strands of light fell from it, and the Emperor's aura filled the air. It was breathtaking. Ehe, brother, what's with your attitude? We've traveled hundreds of millions of miles to come here. Is this how you treat us? Seeing this, a cold sneer sounded in the demonic clouds. A hunched old Taoist in a green robe with dragon horns walked out. His eye sockets were sunken like dried tree bark. His eyes were bright like two green torches. However, there was a terrifying aura around him. Taoist Master Qing Long. I didn't expect him to join the Demon Mountain. The moment they saw this person, it caused quite a commotion in Kuanwu City. Many of the older generation's existences had solemn expressions. They seemed to be extremely fearful. Taoist Azure Dragon was a Tao enlightened being. 3 million years ago, he stole a supreme treasure from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain and was hunted down by the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Along the way, he killed countless cultivators from the Heavenly Emperor Mountain. Some people also wanted to see what the Demon Mountain was up to. After all, Even a doctrine attainment artifact could not suppress that ominous stone. Why do I have a feeling that something even more dreadful is hiding in the depths of the demonic clouds? Could it be the master of the demon mountain? Following in she and others, Jiang Chen could not help but look toward the dreadful demonic clouds. He whispered to Niu Tian, who was next to him. It's possible. She's a peerless criminal. Even the whole upper realm is helpless against her. Niu Tian nodded. He was extremely cautious. It's said that there is a grudge between her and Gu Chang'e. In the Divine City, it was Gu Chang'e who led the group to besiege and kill her. Do you think she will take revenge on Gu Chang'e? Jiang Chen lowered his voice. He couldn't help but be excited. He really wanted to see such a scene happen. It's unlikely. If they fight here, it won't be good for her. Besides, Gu Chang'e is so strong now. He won't necessarily be afraid of the Demon Mountain's master. Niu Tian thought carefully. In the end, he shook his head. Gazing at the white-clothed man who was walking in the front with many Dao attainments, he sighed to himself. It was really hard to eat and sleep well after offending such a great enemy. It was really desperate. Fortunately, Gu Chang'e did not know his and Jiang Chen's true identities yet. Otherwise, how could he let them live in this world? It's said that only young Lord Chang'e and the Demon Mountain's master survived in the Divine City. The rest of the ancient existences who rushed there all died there. What happened at that time? Was it really as the rumors said, that both of them were seriously injured? The Grand Princess of the Great Yu Celestial Dynasty, Wuxia, was also trying to see through the figure in the demonic clouds. She did not believe it. The Divine City was very far away from the 8 Desolates' 10 fields. Even if the space was broken, and they fell into the space tunnel, Gu Chang'e could not have shown up near the boundary monument C. She had been suspicious when she had heard the rumor. She did not believe it. She had a feeling that Gu Chang'e and the red-clothed female demon had reached a consensus. My master will take this ominous stone. Just as everyone was having different thoughts, the group from the Demon Mountain came to a stop at the place where the black fog continued to spread out. Pointing at the ominous stone in the front, the old Taoist master Azure Dragon said calmly. The ominous stone was not big. It was only slightly bigger than a fist. It was full of cracks and looked as black as ink. Strands of black fog gushed out from within, drowning the entire area. The ominous stone used to be half a man's height. It was said that it was even bigger when the ancestors of Huanxi carried it out of Kuan Mountain. However, it had been falling out of the rock layer over the years, so it had become smaller. So it looked like it was only a little bigger than a fist. Lying in the front quietly, it gave off a terrifying energy. What do you want to trade for it? The attainments on the scene were not surprised. Then they stared into the depths of the demonic clouds and asked in a deep voice. The ominous stone represented misfortune. It had even led to the destruction of the Huanxi Holy Land. But it was not cheap. It had been in Kuanwu City all these years. It took a lot of manpower and resources to suppress it. Chapter 560. In the deepest part of the market, the ominous stone laid there quietly. Rays of light intertwined and filled the air, revealing a frightening black color. At this moment, there were even black lights that could easily kill the hierarch of the major sections. They buzzed and slashed down from the void, causing everyone to be extremely cautious. What do you think we need to exchange for this ominous stone? Taoist Qing Long asked faintly. His eyes were as bright as a divine lamp, revealing divine light. This ominous stone was brought to Kunwa City by Taoist Chu Wei, who escaped from the Huanxi sacred ground. However, he passed away 80 million years ago. Today, his descendants can only be found in Xixing Heaven. He once told us that if anyone wanted this ominous stone, not only would they have to take care of his descendants, they would also have to offer this item to his ancestors at the ruins of the Huanxi Holy Land. Furthermore, he also promised that the rest of the items exchanged for this stone would all belong to us. After looking at each other for a while, the few Taoists present spoke one after another, mentioning Chu Wei, who brought this ominous stone back then. Many people still had some impressions of this person. He was the young master of the Huanxi sacred ground. However, after encountering misfortune in the Huanxi sacred ground, He went crazy and passed away in one of the mountains. If the master of the demonic mountain wants this ominous stone, then please show your sincerity. The white-bearded elder stared at the depths of the demonic cloud and said in a deep voice. He knew that there was a high possibility that the red-robed female demon was sitting there, but she did not show herself. Show my sincerity? Taoist Qing Long smiled faintly and said, what you said is not a problem. As long as the master behind me says it, I believe that in the upper realm, no one would dare to make things difficult for the descendants of Taoist Chu Wei. What else do you want to say? Just say it. Hearing this, everyone's expression softened. They felt that the red-robed female demon was not as ferocious and difficult to get along with as the rumors said. After a brief discussion, the white-bearded elder said, if that's the case, if you can take out 100 immortal crystals, then you can take this ominous stone. When Gu Chang'e cut the divine fetus, he already took out 100 immortal crystals. Thus, after some thought, they felt that this ominous stone, which was as mysterious as the divine fetus, should also be worth this much. The expressions of the other sect masters and the older generation changed slightly when they heard the number. Young Master Chang'e may be able to take it out, but the demon mountain might not. Many young supreme beings glanced at each other. They felt that after the ancient existences said these words, the atmosphere on the side of the Devil Mountain became slightly stagnant. This made many people feel uneasy. They felt that none of these devils were easy to get along with. Even for the master of the Devil Mountain, that red-robed female devil, after she was born, she had also committed many massacres. There were quite a number of supreme beings who had died in her hands. 100 immortal crystals? The smile on Taoist Qinglong's face suddenly disappeared. He frowned and became a little suspicious. If it wasn't for the fact that the white-bearded old man and the others didn't seem to be joking, he would have suspected that they were toying with him. 100 immortal crystals? What did that mean? They really dared to demand an exorbitant price. The faces of the other great devils behind him also darkened. A murderous and terrifying aura swept over. It was as if it was autumn and winter, and all living things were about to wither. Do you all think that the Devil Mountain is easy to bully? Or do you all think that I don't know what 100 immortal crystals mean? Now that the upper realm is so big, why don't you all tell me who can calmly take out 100 immortal crystals to cut this stone? Haha, not to mention 100 immortal crystals. Even if it's 10 immortal crystals, I don't think anyone can take it out. Taoist Qinglong's face was a little displeased and cold. He slowly glanced at the white-bearded old man and the others, and his words were even colder. He didn't believe that anyone could take out 100 immortal crystals at this time, let alone use them to cut the stone. This was simply a fantasy story. He even suspected that these supreme beings in Kuan-Wu City were making fun of them. Taoist Qinglong, if you think it's inappropriate, then don't cut it. We didn't force the Devil Mountain to cut this ominous stone. Hearing this, the white-bearded old man's tone was not polite at all. The rest of the people's expressions also became a little strange. Before this, they did hold the same attitude as Taoist Qinglong, thinking that it was impossible for anyone to take out 100 immortal crystals. In the end, Gu Chang'e showed everyone what it meant to be really rich and imposing. Wuxia, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, and the others couldn't help but look at Gu Chang'e, who was in front of them with a calm expression, and felt very strange. They were afraid that Taoist Qinglong didn't think about this at all. As for what you said, please forgive me for not agreeing. Just now, young Master Chang'e just spent 100 immortal crystals to cut the divine fetus of the 7 great divine stones. Everyone in Kuan-Wu City saw it with their own eyes. How can it be false? The white-bearded old man continued with a bit of mockery in his eyes. What? Gu Chang'e. As soon as he said that, the expressions of the people from Demon Mountain changed. Taoist Qinglong also became a little surprised and looked at Gu Chang'e in disbelief. He naturally recognized Gu Chang'e. But he never thought that before they came here, Gu Chang'e had already spent 100 immortal crystals to cut a divine fetus? The expressions of the people present told him that this should not be a lie. Gu Chang'e, You really took out 100 immortal crystals to cut that divine fetus? Taoist Qing Long's expression was full of deep shock, and his breathing was a little difficult. 100 immortal crystals? I can still take it out if I squeeze it. Gu Chang'e glanced at him casually and said casually. As he spoke, he kept feeling that Chan Hongyi's eyes were looking at him from the depths of the demon cloud. He was very casual, and didn't look at her across the void. Ihi, my words are right here. If you want to cut the ominous stone, then take out 100 immortal crystals. The white-bearded old man and the others sneered. They could already see that there were not many supreme powerhouses from Demon Mountain this time. In Kuanwu City, powerhouses from various orthodoxies had gathered. There were even several Dao attainment artifacts. Naturally, they were not afraid of the people from Demon Mountain. Besides, Gu Chang'e was also here. His current strength was unfathomable. 100 immortal crystals. Taoist Qing Long and the others' expressions turned ugly. They were not as proud and calm as before. They looked at each other with murderous intent in their eyes. They were great devils who wreaked havoc. In the past, they would just rob whatever they wanted. Now that they couldn't afford so many immortal crystals, why not just rob? All of a sudden, a terrifying murderous intent emerged and swept over like the coldest of winter. Everyone's expression changed slightly, and they all became vigilant. It seems that the huge Demon Mountain can't take out 100 immortal crystals now. The white-bearded old man and the others looked at each other. Divine runes appeared in their palms under their sleeves. The precepts of Tao disappeared, and their bodies began to emit powerful and terrifying auras. It seemed that this battle was unavoidable. Everyone became serious and began to take out their artifacts. Qi and blood appeared on the bodies of some of the elders. The top of their heads shone brightly like stars. It was a sign that their spiritual power was extremely strong. Demon Mountain can't take out 100 immortal crystals now. However, just as the atmosphere was about to explode, a cold and calm voice suddenly came from the depths of the demon cloud. The voice was very pleasant, like the sound of nature. In a trance, it seemed that a peerless beauty who brought calamity to all living things was sitting there. However, everyone felt a terrifying chill. Even the Tao attainment experts felt their divine souls trembling. The female devil in red. She's really here. The white-bearded old man and the other Tao attainment experts' expressions changed slightly. They became even more serious and didn't dare to relax at all. She begged for fresh flowers. It's her. The expressions of the sect masters changed drastically. Their scalps were numb, and they felt that their divine souls were about to be frozen and cracked by the voice. The young supremes like Six Crown King, Heavenly Phoenix Maiden, Heaven Demon Monarch, and she almost suffocated. A mouthful of blood rolled in their throats. Their divine souls shook, and they almost couldn't stand steadily. It took them a long time to recover. However, their faces were unusually pale, as if they had lost all their blood. Only the great Yu Celestial Dynasty's eldest princess, Eupheia's glabella shone slightly. There was a mysterious rune flickering. She was fine. Except for Gu Chang'e. The others didn't notice this abnormality on Euphia. At this moment, Chan Hongyi's voice came from the depths of the demon cloud again. However, Gu Chang'e, since you can take out 100 immortal crystals, it shouldn't be difficult for you to lend me another 100 immortal crystals. Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Even old Taoist Qing Long and the others were extremely shocked and puzzled. Then they realized that the female devil in red was talking to Gu Chang'e. Do they know each other well? They became even more puzzled. Why would the female devil in red talk to Gu Chang'e like this? Shouldn't they have a grudge against each other? Why did it seem like they knew each other? The ferocious female devil in red had taken the initiative to ask Gu Chang'e to lend her immortal crystals. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it. How is this possible? Jiang Chun Nyotian and the others were also extremely shocked. They do know each other. Euphia, who had been doubting, was even more sure now. Oh, so why do you think I can take out another 100 immortal crystals? Gu Chang'e hadn't expected Chan Hongyi to ask him to lend her immortal crystals. His expression changed slightly, but he recovered quickly. He asked casually, "You don't need to know that." Chan Hongyi's calm voice came. Then why should I lend them to you? Guchanga smiled lightly. You will. Chan Hongyi's voice was as calm as ever. Guchanga shook his head slightly. If I lend them to you, how are you going to pay me back? You owe me. How are you going to pay me back? Chan Hongyi was sitting in the carriage. Her red clothes were as red as blood. Her expression was as cold as ice. Her rhetorical question made people tremble with fear. The two's words, which didn't make sense and sounded like riddles, never stopped being shocked. Why did they feel like there was a secret between Guchanga and the female devil in red? Could it be that Guchanga had reached some kind of agreement with the female devil when he was hunting her in the Divine City? At this moment, people were so confused and shocked that they could only guess in this way. 100 immortal crystals. If you want them, I'll lend them to you. But I'll give them to you now. Do you dare take them? Just as everyone was making guesses, a voice suddenly rang out. Guchanga smiled slightly. A sealed jade jar appeared in his palm again. Those who saw him cut the divine fetus couldn't help but hold their breaths. They knew what was inside the jade jar. Then, Guchanga walked forward unhurriedly. It seemed like he was going to personally hand the jade jar to Chan Hongyi. Seeing this, people from Demon Mountain were also shocked. Even Taoist Qing Long, who was standing at the front, retreated. He seemed to be quite afraid. He naturally knew how terrifying Guchanga's strength was. Although he had been famous for many years, he was definitely not Guchanga's match. The other demons from Demon Mountain also retreated. They couldn't help but make way for Guchanga. Chan Hongyi, who was sitting in the demonic cloud, was silent for a moment. She didn't expect Guchanga to do this. She didn't say anything. Her cold and emotionless eyes reflected Guchanga's figure as he approached her unhurriedly. She seemed indifferent. Fan. Chapter 561. At this moment, everyone in the market was in a state of extreme shock. Even the white-bearded elder and the other Dao enlightened cultivators were dumbfounded and in disbelief. Not only did Guchanga agree to lend her 100 immortal crystals, but now he was going to personally give them to her. Although many people were shocked by Guchanga's wealth, to be able to take out another 100 immortal crystals, they were shocked. But even more people were shocked by the woman in red's attitude. Compared to Guchanga's aggressive attitude, the ferocious woman in red was extremely silent at this moment. They couldn't help but wonder what had happened between the two of them during the siege in the Divine City. From the conversation just now, it was obvious that the woman in red was very familiar with Guchanga. Quite a few creatures have died at the hands of the red-robed female devil. Guchanga really has guts. Isn't he afraid that the woman in red will suddenly become violent? Many of the legendary figures of the older generation were watching all of this solemnly. Brother Gu is not a reckless person. He is definitely not worried that the woman in red will suddenly attack. Heavenly Phoenix Maiden guessed softly. She felt that Guchanga was even more mysterious. His actions were unpredictable and difficult to guess. The demonic clouds in front of them were extremely dim, and chaotic chi lingered. A black carriage stopped. Four black demonic flood dragons with scarlet eyes were letting out ferocious roars. But facing Guchanga's arrival, they were still extremely uneasy and fearful, and kept retreating. Buzz! Suddenly, a ray of crimson light that was as red as blood leaked out from the carriage. Accompanied by a terrifying aura, the four demonic flood dragons trembled on the ground and did not dare to continue moving. Why bother? They are just ferocious beasts. Guchanga smiled faintly and walked towards the carriage. He was not worried that Chan Hongyi would attack him. You don't have to come over. Just give me the immortal crystals here. Chan Hongyi also spoke indifferently. Her eyes were deep and cold, revealing her ruthlessness. In front of the curtain of the carriage, a hand as white and delicate as jade stretched out. It shone brightly and signaled to Guchanga to hand the jade jar to her. I've already come all the way here. Red coat. Are you not even willing to see me? However, Guchanga didn't seem to notice her outstretched hand. He lightly shook his head and continued to walk towards the carriage. His words carried some regret. The poison you gave me last time was really painful. As he spoke, A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Upon hearing this, Chan Hongyi, who was in the carriage, suddenly felt a wave of cold air assault her. She did not say a word. Her eyes were cold and emotionless. She directly raised her hand and slammed it down, choosing to strike first to gain the upper hand. The one who rushed to Kunwu City was just a spiritual body, not even an avatar. Otherwise, with her temperament, she wouldn't have spoken so nicely to those ancient existences outside. She would have snatched the ominous stone long ago. Boom! Seeing this scene, Guchanga was not surprised. He smiled faintly and slammed his palm forward. The laws of order lingered and intertwined in the void, using the same method to resist Chan Hongyi. He knew that Chan Hongyi had not recovered to her peak, not even 1/10,000th of her peak. Not to mention that the person here was not her. In just an instant the place exploded. Terrifying cracks appeared in the void, blurring and chaotic. All the laws of order seemed to be broken. Astral chi rushed into the sky and swept in all directions. The terrifying aura mixed with the Emperor Realm laws almost rushed out of the realm. The entire Kunwu city was trembling. The people from the Demon Mountain in the city, as well as the white-bearded old man and the others, looked at all this in shock. They quickly moved to block the aura that rushed out. Otherwise, it would be a great disaster for the entire Kunwu city. They never expected that Guchanga would suddenly fight with the red-robed female demon. They thought that the two would reminisce about old times and so on. This also put a big question mark on their previous suspicions. If the two of them were very familiar with each other, why would they suddenly make a move? It was as if they were facing each other with life and death. At this moment, demonic fog filled the sky and drowned out all directions. Chan Hongyi appeared in the carriage. Her red clothes were as red as blood, and her eyes were cold as she fought with Guchanga. Although she was a spiritual body, her strength was far beyond that of an ordinary Tao-enlightened cultivator. The terrifying murderous aura turned into all kinds of ancient runes that condensed in the void. Then like knives, spears, swords, and halberds they slashed toward Guchanga. This place became incomparably dazzling. All kinds of extremely ancient, and even long-lost divine powers and ancient heavenly techniques were displayed. However, with the demonic fog blocking them, the people outside could not see anything clearly. They could only feel that the aura here was extraordinarily turbulent and terrifying. Are you sure you want to fight with me? Don't forget that everything you know was taught by me. Guchanga raised his hand and easily wiped away the many divine powers in front of him. His expression did not change at all as he shook his head slightly. Hearing this, Chan Hongyi's figure descended from the sky and stopped attacking. She looked coldly at Guchanga without saying a word. Just now, she felt that Guchanga was going to attack her, so she made the first move to gain the upper hand. Compared to the last time in the Divine City, Guchanga's strength was clearly more terrifying now. Moreover, she could not figure out Guchanga's current trump card, so she was not confident that she could deal with him at this time. Give me the immortal crystals, Chan Hongyi said. Just now you wanted to kill me, and now you're asking me for immortal crystals. Guchanga's gaze fell on her face as he said with interest. Don't you think it's a bit wrong to do this? Or have you always felt that this was the right thing to do? Chan Hongyi said coldly. I will naturally return what I borrowed from you. Guchanga shook his head and smiled. No need. When have I not given you anything you want? Saying this, he suddenly grabbed Chan Hongyi's hand. When she was about to subconsciously withdraw her hand, he gave her the jade jar containing the immortal essences. I don't have immortal crystals, but there are quite a few immortal essences. After you exchange for this stone, you can keep some for yourself. Then, without waiting for Chan Hongyi's reply, Guchanga's figure had already left the demonic fog and walked outside. Chan Hongyi lowered her eyes and looked at the 4/9 crystal jade jar in her hand. The warmth of Guchanga's hand still lingered on it. When have you not given me? She muttered this sentence as a flash of emotion passed through her eyes. Then, they returned to being cold and emotionless. Young Master Changa, what happened just now? Why did you suddenly attack? Are you okay? Outside the demonic fog, the white-bearded old man and others had been waiting anxiously. Seeing Guchanga come out, they could not help but feel relieved. They could not help but ask. Seeing Guchanga's expression and energy not change much, Jiang Chun, Niu Tian, and she, and others were a little disappointed. They had wanted to see Guchanga suffer a loss at the hands of the red-robed female demon. But things did not go as they wished. Guchanga was obviously fine. It did not even look like he had attacked. The old Taoist Master Azure Dragon, and others from the Demon Mountain, were also confused. The two had been fighting, but they had suddenly stopped. They could not understand why. Chapter 562. It's nothing. It's just a small conflict. Guchanga smiled and shook his head. Seeing this, although there were many doubts and puzzles in everyone's hearts at this time, they could only choose to suppress it in their hearts and not ask any more. At this moment, a jade jar flew out from the depths of the demonic clouds and landed in Taoist Qing Long's hand. Cut that stone open. Chan Hongyi's voice was heard. Seeing this, the crowd immediately understood that Guchanga had lent 100 immortal crystals to the red-robed female devil. Why did the two of them fight just now? Yes, master, Taoist Qing Long said respectfully. He did not dare to look at what was in the jade jar, and passed it to the white-bearded old man. Young Master Changa is so generous. The white-bearded old man, and the others naturally knew what was in the jade jar. Their eyes were burning with desire. After receiving the jade jar, they checked it like before and nodded in satisfaction. Only then did they pass the ominous stone to the people from the Demon Mountain. The ominous stone? Taoist Qing Long's expression was slightly fearful. He looked at the black stone in front of him, and did not waste any time. He tried to cut it open. At this moment, the crowd was also curious and looked over. They wanted to know what was hidden in the ominous stone. Soon, a silver knife appeared in Taoist Qing Long's hand. It seemed to be made of immortal silver gold. It buzzed and was very sharp. He waved his sleeve and sealed the surrounding void. Then he began to carefully cut the stone. Back then, he was also one of the people who mingled in the major stone gambling dens. Naturally, he was familiar with the method of cutting stones. Not long after, the stone fragments fell one by one. They were mixed with dense black light, as if they were corroded by the ominous qi. The black light that gushed out was even denser. Even the demonic qi that filled the air flooded in all directions with a terrifying corrosive aura. Ordinary cultivators did not dare to get close. Buzz! With a crisp cracking sound, the silver knife in Taoist Master Qing Long's hand seemed to have come into contact with something. Fine cracks appeared on its surface, and then it broke apart. The thing in the ominous stone is out. A great sect master's eyes narrowed as he stared at the ominous stone, only to see a dense black light emerging from within. Everyone looked over, unable to take their eyes off him, as if they were afraid that they would miss something. The dense black light turned into a ball of light. A palm-sized wooden comb floated silently in the air. It was unknown what kind of wood it was made of, but it was tainted with an extremely dense and ominous aura. The edges seemed to be a bit damaged. There were some bloodstains that were extremely ancient. What? The thing inside the ominous stone is actually a wooden comb. This scene shocked everyone. It was simply unbelievable. Even the Azure Dragon founder, who was cutting the stone, was stunned. The movements of his hands stopped. In their opinion, the thing hidden within this ominous stone was definitely a peerless vicious object that would bring misfortune to all living beings and cultivators. That was why he was so cautious. But who would have thought that it was actually a somewhat broken wooden comb? This was completely beyond everyone's expectations. This wooden comb is extremely old. Judging from its age, it has definitely surpassed many eras. The bloodstains on it are the source of the misfortune. Many legendary figures of the older generation said cautiously. They felt that this wooden comb was not simple at all. It was intertwined with natural Tao and principles. In some aspects, it was even rarer than natural objects. Most importantly, the bloodstains on the wooden comb were very likely from a certain supreme existence. A trace of blood was the reason why the Huanqi sacred ground was encountering misfortune. Just how terrifying was that supreme existence? Just as everyone was feeling shocked, the wooden comb suddenly left the stone and turned into a ray of black light, flying toward Chan Hongyi, who was in the depths of the demonic clouds. Does this wooden comb belong to the red-robed female devil? Is it her original item? This scene caused everyone to be extremely shocked, and tempestuous waves arose in their hearts. So it's this item. Gu Chang'e shook his head gently. He naturally recognized this wooden comb. To be precise, this wooden comb came from him. He had personally given it to Chan Hongyi. However, the memory fragments were too chaotic, and he could not remember clearly when he had given it to her. It seemed to be the first gift he gave her after she killed the bandits. Long time no see. In the depths of the demonic clouds, Chan Hongyi looked at the slightly damaged wooden comb in her hand. Her eyes flashed with a look of preciousness as she carefully put it away. As she spoke, she looked outside and seemed to see Gu Chang'e looking at her. "Master, why are you so cruel?" She murmured these words softly from the corner of her mouth. That immortal king who died in Kuan Mountain might be related to the red-robed female devil. Could she have killed him? The red-robed female devil's strength at her peak is unimaginable. The white-bearded old man and the others looked at each other and saw shock and fear in each other's eyes. They were all guessing who the bloodstains on the wooden comb belonged to. After all, an immortal king had died in Kuan Mountain. Although it was a long time ago, it could be investigated, and conclusive evidence could be found. Soon, the red-robed female devil's arrival in Kuanwu City with the demonic mountain caused quite a stir. The news of the ominous stone being cut instantly shook the entire city. Many of the ancient cities in the vicinity heard the news immediately. The various orthodoxies and forces in Kunwa City also quickly spread the news of what had happened. In this divine stone convention, a piece of the immortal fetus was cut open. The stone of misfortune, which represented misfortune, was also cut open. This was beyond many people's expectations. Most importantly, both stones were cut by Gu Chang'e at a cost of 100 immortal crystals. The red-robed female devil even personally borrowed immortal crystals from Gu Chang'e to cut the stone in front of everyone. This news caused a stir that was not any smaller than the previous news. Many orthodoxies were guessing the relationship between Gu Chang'e and the red-robed female devil. All kinds of theories were spread, and the most agreed upon one was that during the battle at the Divine City, Gu Chang'e and the red-robed female devil might have reached some kind of agreement. This also explained why the red-robed female devil treated Gu Chang'e differently from the others. This caused no less discussion than the heavenly tomes being cut out of the immortal fetus. Of course, they were interested in what was recorded in the heavenly tomes. That was the matter of the orthodoxies. Ordinary cultivators knew that this matter had nothing to do with them, so they were very gossipy and guessed the unknown relationship between Gu Chang'e and the red-robed female devil. After all, the world was not short of gossipy people. Gu Chang'e was now the top person of his generation in the upper realm, the leader of the upper realm, and other titles. His every move would cause a stir. This time, his negotiation with the red-robed female devil was seen by many as a love-hate relationship. One was a sky pride of the era, the other was a peerless demon from an unknown era. It was said that she was so beautiful that she could bring disaster to the world. Once this topic was spread, it seemed like it could not be stopped. This was especially the case for the group of young existences, who were all very interested in it. In the palace, the heavenly tomes cut out from the immortal fetus appeared in Gu Chang'e's hand. On the silver pages, there was a brilliant light, and ancient words appeared one after another. He did not care about the various rumors and discussions in the outside world. After Chan Hongyi took back her wooden comb, she left with the people from the Demon Mountain. They did not stay in Kunwa City any longer. This made everyone in Kunwa City let out a long sigh of relief. In these few days, the unusual situation in Mount Kuan became more and more serious. The Ji clan gathered the experts of various orthodoxies and prepared to attack Mount Kuan. If Gu Chang'e guessed correctly, the Ji clan would attack Mount Kuan in 3 days. This was also an opportunity for him. After that, Gu Chang'e tried to flip the heavenly tomes and open it. However, like before, it was to no avail. An abundant amount of energy surged out and almost knocked the heavenly book out of his hand. Even with his current realm, it was difficult for him to open it. After studying it for a while, he softly muttered the words on it. He vaguely felt that he had seen this heavenly tome somewhere before. Immortal seal. However, there was another point without a doubt. Not only did this heavenly tomes hide a certain secret, but it could also be used as a sealing treasure. If Gu Chang'e guessed correctly, the two words immortal seal should be immortal words. He could use these two immortal words as an attack method. The sealing power contained in it was not simple. Of course, with his current strength, he did not really need to use such a method. Young master, according to your instructions, I found a few famous figures who have studied the language of the hidden immortals. They're working through the night to translate the sword technique. At this moment, Inmei walked in from outside the palace. Gu Chang'e came back to his senses. He nodded and asked, "How's the progress?" "In about 3 days, they should be able to translate the sword technique by 660 words, replied Inmei. Gu Chang'e nodded slightly. Of course, he would not take out the complete sword technique. He would only cut out a part of it and let the others translate it. He would then integrate it in the end. Oh right, have you arranged for the assassins of the Spring Breeze Jasper Pavilion? Then he thought of another matter and narrowed his eyes. Reporting to young master, I have already informed Bai Lianer of this matter. She has arranged for 5 Great Sage Realm and 1 Quasi-Supreme Realm Assassin to take action today. Inmei replied respectfully. The guardian behind the Little War Immortal is only a Supreme. I've already arranged for people to hold him back. In just half an hour, the Little War Immortal will be dead for sure. Gu Chang'e nodded. Don't leave any traces. I trust you. By then, all the orthodoxies in the upper realms were very scared of him. As a result, he could not kill the Little War Immortal openly. Otherwise, it would be a good excuse for other forces to gang up on him. However, it would be much easier for him to arrange for assassins to kill the Little War Immortal secretly. Judging from what had happened at the Divine Stone Convention, the Little War Immortal had obviously known Su Qingge's identity. For Gu Chang'e, it would be better to get rid of such a hidden danger as soon as possible. After the Divine Stone Convention, all races would relax a little bit. The Little War Immortal would not expect Gu Chang'e to kill him. As to the Fighting Immortals mansion behind the Little War Immortal, Gu Chang'e had plenty of ways to get rid of them. Then Gu Chang'e sent people to find Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiyue. Jiang Chen could still play a role in this attack on Mount Kuan. Given Ji Yaoxing's character, he would never let go of such a good opportunity. Gu Chang'e could also give it a try to see whether he could take the immortal boat of fortune from Jiang Chen. After all, the weapon spirit of the immortal boat of fortune had almost recovered after such a long time of nurturing. Soon, footsteps came from outside the palace. Ji Chuiyue and Ji Yaoxing, who looked anxious, arrived. For the whole Ji clan, Gu Chang'e was their savior. Without Gu Chang'e's call, the other forces would not have helped the Ji clan in rescuing their ancestors. Therefore, when Ji Chuiyue learned that Gu Chang'e had something to discuss with them, she had to bite the bullet and come, no matter how reluctant she was. Chapter 563. In the palace, celestial mist lingered. Gu Chang'e was in a luxurious robe, sitting on the main seat, exuding a noble and mysterious aura. When Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiyue came in, he was drinking quietly with a lazy smile on his handsome face. Greetings, young Lord Chang'e. Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiyue just looked up at Gu Chang'e, then cupped their hands and greeted respectfully. Brother Yaoxing, Miss Chuiyue, please sit down. Gu Chang'e glanced at them, smiled slightly, and gestured for them to sit down. The two of them didn't know why Gu Chang'e called them here, but they didn't dare to disobey Gu Chang'e's good intentions. After they sat down, Inmei walked over and poured wine for the two of them. The rich and mellow aroma of the wine filled the air, swaying in the bronze wine cup. Strands of multicolored light intertwined. Thank you for the wine, young Lord Chang'e. Young Master Chang'e. Why did you call me and my sister here today? Ji Yaoxing raised his cup and toasted Gu Chang'e, then asked respectfully. Ji Chuiyue, who was next to him, was wearing a light yellow dress. Her face was as bright as the moon, delicate and fair, and her hair was soft and beautiful. At this moment, she also imitated her brother and toasted Gu Chang'e. The two of them were more or less anxious. As the saying goes, being with a king is like being with a tiger. Beside Gu Chang'e, they even had to think for a long time before saying a word. It was obvious that they were nervous. The news of Gu Chang'e fighting against the red-robed female demon in this Godstone convention had spread everywhere. Many people felt that even if he didn't use the supreme treasure he obtained in the 8 Desolation 10 regions, he could still fight against those who had achieved the Tao. Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiyue were even more afraid of him. Brother Yaoxing, don't be nervous. In fact, I called you two here to discuss the matter of rescuing your ancestor. Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. Hearing this, the two of them calmed down slightly. They weren't as nervous as before. Ji Chuiyue also let out a long sigh of relief. She actually couldn't understand why Gu Chang'e would help their clan without asking for anything in return. Could it be that after rescuing their ancestor, they would be able to resolve the calamity of the absolute in heaven? Or was there some other reason? Our Ji clan will never forget young Master Chang'e's kindness. Regarding the matter of rescuing our ancestors, we'll have to trouble you, young Master Chang'e. After the few ancestors of our clan had a discussion, we've decided to take action in 3 days. At that time, all the forces will gather at the foot of Kuan Mountain and use the Tao-achieving weapons to open a path. Ji Yaoxing didn't beat around the bush. He told them everything about their clan's current plans without hiding anything. Gu Chang'e nodded and smiled as he drank. That's a good idea. Since it's 3 days from now, I'll definitely bring the experts of the Gu clan and do my part to save Senior Ji Shengqiu. Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiyue couldn't help but show gratitude on their faces. They raised their glasses to propose a toast to Gu Chang'e. No matter what Gu Chang'e's purpose was, he had really helped them a lot in helping the Ji clan's ancestors. In fact, I know how dangerous Kuan Mountain is. I don't think we'll be able to save Senior Ji Shengqiu if we go there recklessly. Brother Yaoxing, do you remember that guy called Jiang Chun in the Purple Mountain? He actually has the inheritance of a divine origin master. He has an instinct to seek luck and avoid danger in all kinds of dangerous places. If we can find him this time, I think he'll be of great help. Then Gu Chang'e smiled slightly. She suddenly mentioned Jiang Chun, implying something. Young Master Chang'e, do you mean Jiang Chun, the guy who rushed into the Purple Mountain? Ji Yaoxing was shocked, but he put on a puzzled look and asked. Ji Chuiyue didn't expect Gu Chang'e to mention Jiang Chun either. Somehow she was worried about him. She remembered Jiang Chun had always wanted to take revenge on Gu Chang'e. She knew Jiang Chun had disguised himself as a divine origin master and stayed with Enshi, the young lady of the Yin clan. Besides, what worried her most was that her brother, Ji Yaoxing, knew Jiang Chun's true identity. It's him indeed. He didn't die in the Purple Mountain when it collapsed. Then he showed up in the Great Void Divine Tomb. He triggered the formation there and killed many leaders of the great sections. Then he stole the Great Void Divine Personality, which caused a great disaster. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly, smiling. He made Jiang Chun the scapegoat in a few words. Of course, what he said was also the consensus of all the orthodoxies in the upper realm. After all, many people were still looking for Jiang Chun's whereabouts, so that they could take revenge for their leader. I see. As long as we can find this guy, we'll have more confidence in our plan to rescue our ancestors. Ji Yaoxing nodded. He looked serious. He understood what Gu Chang'e meant. He didn't doubt Jiang Chun's ability at all. He had killed so many leaders of the great sects in the Great Void Divine Tomb with his low cultivation. How could an ordinary person compare to this kind of means and courage? Gu Chang'e nodded, smiling approvingly. Brother Yaoxing, it's good that you understand me. This time, we'll be able to rescue your ancestors mostly because of that divine origin master's disciple. He had eyes everywhere in Kunwu City. As long as he wanted to investigate, he could find out that Ji Chuiwe had visited Jiang Chen not long ago. In this way, Ji Yaoxing had probably known Jiang Chen's true identity a long time ago. Gu Chang'e had told him this because she wanted him to catch Jiang Chen and take him with him when the time came. In order not to alert the enemy, Gu Chang'e had to pretend he didn't know who Jiang Chen was at the moment. Otherwise, if Jiang Chen entered Kuan Mountain because he was frightened and didn't want to do anything, Gu Chang'e's plan to deal with the Ji family's ancestors would be ruined. Then Gu Chang'e told Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiwe something else. Then he looked tired. He waved his hand and asked them to leave. It's time to expose the fact that Jiang Chen has the demon seed. He looked at the back of the Ji family's brother and sister as they left, and lightly tapped his wine cup. In terms of cultivation, Jiang Chen was much weaker than the inheritor of the demon method. However, this didn't stop Gu Chang'e from misleading the public. He made the situation even more chaotic. At the same time, on a street in Kunwu City, after Ji Yaoxing and Ji Chuiwe bade farewell, they headed back to the encampment with heavy expressions. They seemed to have a lot on their minds. "Brother, are you really going to expose Jiang Chen's identity?" Ji Chuiwe couldn't help but ask worriedly. Glancing at her, Ji Yaoxing shook his head. "Do you have a better idea? Do you have the heart to see our ancestors suffer in Kuan Mountain for an outsider who has nothing to do with you?" Ji Chuiwe was speechless. She couldn't find a reason to refute him. There is no room for negotiation in this matter. When it comes to rescuing our ancestors, we can give up anything, even this friend of yours. Ji Yaoxing's words were cold. Besides, do you think it was a coincidence that Gu Chang'e suddenly mentioned this? Or does he already know something? Ji Chuiwe felt a chill down her spine. She was scared. Ji Yaoxing sighed. "For the sake of the family, sister, what you should do now is to do what Ji Qingxian did." "Brother, do you want me to please Gu Chang'e too?" Ji Chuiwe opened her eyes wide. She couldn't believe it. At this moment, Ji Yaoxing felt like a stranger to her. "It's not my idea. It's my father's idea. You're as pretty as Ji Qingxian, but she's not as good as you in the Ji family. Your conditions are much better than hers. For you and me, the engagement is not something that we can decide. We don't have the right to choose." Ji Yaoxing sighed softly. He couldn't bear to see Ji Chuiwe's pale face. "So, all of you want me to be Gu Chang'e's concubine?" Ji Chuiwe was pale. She clenched her fists. "It's fine if that's the case, but it seems Gu Chang'e won't like you." Ji Yaoxing sighed. "You should know that even without Gu Chang'e, your future husband will be a young hero from another force. I know you have a good impression of Jiang Chen, but he's just a poor guy with no power or influence. Besides, he offended Gu Chang'e." It was the first time Ji Chuiwe had heard such cruel words from her brother. She shivered. Her face turned pale. She couldn't accept it, but she knew this was the reality. In the northwest corner of Kunwu City, in a quiet yard, and she, Jiang Chen, Niu Tian, Junior Warlord, and others were there. They were talking and laughing. They looked very natural. There were all kinds of delicacies on the table. Many pretty maids were waiting on them. "This is the kind of life a cultivator should have," Yi Futian said. Looking at the table full of delicacies, Jiang Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He recalled how hard he had been living these days. The meat of the fierce beasts in front of him cost at least 10,000 spiritual stones. He didn't even have the nerve to look at them. Even the maids waiting on him were pretty and lovely. He was envious of such a life. Only the descendants of ancient immortals, or supreme sects like Inshi and Junior Warlord, could enjoy such a life easily. They were born with the resources and methods that average practitioners would spend their whole lives looking for. "Brother Jiang, if you want as a divine origin master, it'll be easy for you to get all of this." Junior Warlord smiled gently. There was an elegant smile on his handsome face. Golden cross symbols flashed in his eyes from time to time. Judging from his energy, he had almost recovered. He hadn't suffered a serious injury to his origin, as people had speculated. Jiang Chen smiled bitterly. "Brother Warlord, you flatter me. I know my level very well." Then he drank a few glasses of wine. He flushed. Seeing such a feast, He couldn't help but think of Xiao Ruoyin again. He felt very depressed. There are plenty of fish in the sea. Little Chunzi, why do you keep thinking about her? After the Holy Stone Convention, Niu Tian had asked Jiang Chun about Xiao Ruoyin. He had learned something from the indirect inquiry, so he couldn't help but persuade him. He seemed to care about him a lot. Niu Tian, you don't understand. Until now I finally understood why she left so decisively. After all, she was with Gu Chang'e. Her life was much more luxurious than what she had here. How could she give it up? Jiang Chun's eyes turned red. He clenched his fists. His voice was low and hoarse. He didn't want to give up. Thinking about it, Xiao Ruoyin had been walking in a weird way, and speaking in such a secretive way. What did that mean? It was ridiculous that he had been so naive to think she had really sprained her ankle. Xiao Ruoyin isn't the kind of person who despises the poor and favors the rich. I think she must have had some difficulties. Maybe she didn't have a choice. Niu Tian sighed when he saw Jiang Chun's heartbroken look. And she, who had been silent, also showed a surprised look. She kind of understood what had happened. It turned out Jiang Chun had been robbed of his love by Gu Chang'e during this period of time. The woman he loved had been robbed by Gu Chang'e. In this way, it would be a better chance for her to draw Jiang Chun to her side. However, when she was about to comfort Jiang Chun, she suddenly felt a chill down her spine. Outside the courtyard, a murderous aura suddenly shrouded the area, bringing with it a bone-chilling murderous aura. It abruptly enveloped the area. That's not good, there's an assassin. Little warlord sensed something was wrong immediately. He turned pale and stood up. Chapter 564. A cold murderous aura swept in from outside the courtyard. It was as if winter had arrived, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness that made one's divine soul tremble. The people in the courtyard did not need Little Combat Immortal's reminder to know that an assassination was coming. Their expressions changed drastically as they took out their weapons. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Many figures rushed out from the originally quiet courtyard with weapons in their hands. They stared at their surroundings vigilantly. These were the people from War Immortal's Manor and the Yin clan. Although there were good and bad people, the strongest among them had reached the Great Saint Realm. Most of them were only at the Sage Realm, or the Divine King Realm. Boom! A black light suddenly swept in from outside the courtyard. Like a fog, it instantly shrouded the place, leaving only a gloomy gray. Several figures in gray walked in from the void outside the courtyard. Their expressions were cold and emotionless as they walked in from the void outside the courtyard. The black longswords in their hands were made of unknown materials. They were extremely sharp and filled with murderous aura. One could even see the blood-red radiance emanating from them. They wore black cloths on their heads, revealing only their eyes. Their bodies were secretly emitting a terrifying aura. Moreover, their aura was even more terrifying. Several great saints appeared, and among them, there were even quasi-supreme existences. Protect the young lord. Protect the young lady. Seeing this, the expressions of the experts from War Immortal's Manor and the Yin clan changed drastically. After they appeared, they were filled with murderous aura. They stared at the courtyard and shouted in a low voice. They could not understand why someone would choose to assassinate them at this time. One should know that it was broad daylight in Kuanwu City, where many supreme experts from various orthodoxies had gathered. Once there was a commotion, it would definitely alarm the other experts. This group of assassins was extremely daring. Their actions were tantamount to committing murder in public. They did not care about the risk of being exposed at all. Who are these assassins here to kill? Who among us is targeted by them? And she's expression was gloomy. She clenched her jade-like hands and could not help but ask. It was supposed to be a perfect banquet, but her mood was ruined by the sudden intrusion of these assassins. Moreover, she wanted to know who had offended them and sent Assassin 667 to kill them. In this world, not many forces could send so many powerful assassins at once. Even the assassin organizations Buddha and Hell wouldn't do. Jiang Chun and Niu Tian were also very serious. If this guy had come to kill them, He was overestimating them. They were far from being a match for any one of these assassins. They're targeting me. They're here to kill me. The little war immortal said with a solemn expression. He felt that the killing intent was locked onto him. This caused him to feel even more uneasy. He couldn't figure out when he had offended someone to actually send so many powerhouses to assassinate him. Kill you? Did you offend someone? And she asked, puzzled. Little war immortal shook his head and said in a low voice. I don't know who I offended. Also, my Tao protector seems to be held back by someone. I can't contact him. In fact, he had a faint guess in his heart. But he did not dare to imagine that the other party would be so unbridled. Kill. Immediately, several assassins quickly took action, rushing towards Little War Immortal and the others surrounding them. They all took action, all types of precious techniques and divine abilities crushing down. One magic artifact after another appeared, including a magic lamp, an ancient cauldron, a stove. They covered the whole area, and were extremely powerful. In just a second, the strong men of the Onces and the War Immortal's mansion all started to cough up blood. They were no match for the other party at all. In terms of cultivation strength, it was very difficult for the people here to contend with these assassins. Even if they tried their best, they would still die quickly. Protect the young lady. A strong man of the Onces shouted in anger, trying to transmit his voice so that the others would hear him. However, an assassin stared at him and disappeared from where he had been. He was like a black lightning bolt. The black sword in his hand flashed over quickly and penetrated the center of his forehead. He died immediately, and Shi Jiangchen, Niu and the others turned pale when they had seen this. They hurried to use all kinds of methods to protect themselves. In an instant, a big fight broke out in the yard. Many people coughed up blood and died. Heads rolled down. The smell of blood was pungent. This place was shrouded in a black fog to prevent the energy from leaking out. Unless a quasi-emperor attacked, it would be very difficult to crack this barrier. This made the Onces and the War Immortal's mansion even more desperate. After all, their grand ancestors were not here. They went back to their sects after the Divine Stone Convention ended, and Shi's granduncle in Wangshan also went back to his family. He did not stay in Kunwa City any longer. He was worried that the Ji family's attack on Mount Kuan would bring disaster to Kunwa City, so he wanted to avoid it. Are we all going to die here today? The young War Immortal was unwilling to accept this. He shouted in anger. The golden cross-shaped crack in his eyes emitted a dreadful power. He gave off a strong cyan light. He exerted a secret method. His roar shook the world like thunder. He dashed forward like an eternal furnace. He was full of energy and energy. His fists seemed to have turned into matchless sacred mountains. They crashed down with a rumbling sound. None of the assassins dashing toward him could match him. Some of them even collapsed under the fist print. They could not approach him at all. The War Immortal's formula is really extraordinary. Unfortunately, you still have to die today. Seeing this, the would-be supreme venerable assassin moved his eyes slightly. He dashed forward, but his voice was still cold and emotionless. He only slashed out with his sword. The void cracked. Many of the experts from the infamily and War Immortal's manor exploded and turned into powder. They could not even block a single slash. This was the power of a would-be supreme venerable. Unless they were at the same level, no one could block it. Who sent you to kill me? The young War Immortal shouted angrily. The gray-clothed assassin said indifferently, Don't you know who you have offended? Who did I offend? The young War Immortal's eyes were a bit red. He searched through his memories. Finally, he stopped at the Divine Stone Convention. He saw Guchanga's casual and contemptuous face. At this moment, he was almost sure that the person who sent the assassin was definitely related to Guchanga. Think about it on the road to the Yellow Springs. The gray-clothed assassin said coldly. He attacked again. His terrifying power crushed down. The others exploded into powder. The young War Immortal was invincible among great saints when he exerted his peak strength. But he was still no match for a would-be supreme venerable. Under this attack, his fist was cracked. His whole body was covered with sword marks. He was bleeding. He roared angrily. Blood suddenly flowed out of his golden cross-shaped eyes. With a cracking sound, it was as if some kind of shackle had been broken. At this moment, the young war immortal's whole body was burning, as if he could not feel any pain. He had turned into a peerless war immortal. He could fight against anything. His practicing body was peerless. A golden whip appeared in his hand. It looked like the whip of immortals in ancient myths. He kept fighting with the would-be supreme venerable assassin, regardless of his own life. And Shi Jiangchun and the others were also helping him. They threw out many divine talismans and ancient methods, trying to help the young war immortal. If the young war immortal died here, they probably would not be able to survive. Buzz! The air was shaking. A giant golden cauldron suddenly flew out of Enshi's spiritual altar. It was intertwined with rules and principles. It was even emitting the brilliance of the immortal doctrine. The whole world was shaking. It fell toward the assassin with a boom. For a moment, the fluctuations here suddenly became incomparably terrifying. Even the quasi-supreme assassin's expression changed drastically. That's not good. All the buildings and palaces here had been sunk. The whole place was in ruins. It was really shocking. Jiang Chen's glabella lit up. A vague shadow of a bronze immortal boat showed up. It dispersed the black fog shrouding this place. The terrifying aura instantly startled the entire Kunwu city. Streams of powerful divine sense swept across the area in astonishment. Who is causing trouble here? A Tao fulfillment cultivator coldly snorted and extended his giant palm. That's not good. The gray-clothed assassin turned pale, but he was decisive. He chose to explode himself without any hesitation. A dreadful fluctuation exploded in an instant, as if many stars had exploded. The young war immortal, Jiang Chen, and the others were sent flying. Covered with blood and seriously injured, they fell onto the ground. Oh, it was a failure. In the palace, Gu Chang'e, sipping tea leisurely, shook his head slightly. He looked a little surprised. Young master, please punish me. I underestimated the young war immortal. Although his accomplished doctrine was delayed, in the end, he exerted an extremely weird method to kill the would-be supreme venerable. That led to the failure of the assassination. If I had sent more people, I wouldn't have made a mistake. And the formation pattern was cracked. That's why the other accomplished doctrine in Kunwu City were alerted. Yinmei stood in front of him. Her small face was as white as jade. She begged for forgiveness and was about to kneel down. Gu Chang'e thought for a while. Then he waved his hand to ask her to stand up. He said, "It's okay that it was a failure. It's not your fault. I didn't expect the young war immortal to be so strong. In my opinion, this should be a 90% certainty." He didn't blame Yinmei. The young war immortal was very close to Jiang Chen and Niu Tian. He was more or less affected by the energy of the Son of Luck. It was reasonable that he had exploded at such a critical moment. However, since the assassination had failed, he had to figure out a way to clean up the mess. After all, it had caused a great disturbance. The young war immortal and others might suspect him, but Gu Chang'e wasn't worried that he could provide any evidence. Besides, if he wanted to get rid of the young war immortal secretly next time, it would be troublesome. Young master, I'll arrange more people. I don't believe we can't kill the young war immortal. Yinmei nodded. She wasn't willing to accept the fact that she hadn't finished Gu Chang'e's task of killing the young war immortal. Although Gu Chang'e didn't blame her, it was also because she hadn't done a good job. Don't do that for the moment. After this incident, the young war immortal will learn to be smart. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. Yes, young master, Yinmei said, lowering her hands. Do I have to do it myself? Gu Chang'e thought for a while. He didn't consider asking Ada, who was a potential emperor, to do it. After all, the young war immortal had been attacked by the inheritor of demonic methods first. Then he had been assassinated all of a sudden. Nowadays, all the orthodoxies were keeping a close eye on their inheritors, fearing accidents. Even Gu Chang'e couldn't guarantee that Ada wouldn't leave any traces. If he did it himself, he could get rid of the young war immortal secretly. However, it was really risky. Many people in Kunwu City were keeping an eye on him. Gu Chang'e didn't want the upper world to attack him. He had to wait for the right time. I'm in the limelight now. Many things aren't easy to do on the surface. Gu Chang'e shook his head slightly. He put down the teacup. If people found out he was going to kill the young war immortal, it would affect the entire upper world greatly. This would cause a huge upheaval in the upper world. Many orthodoxies wouldn't allow him to do so. Since Gu Chang'e could kill the young war immortal for no reason, he could also kill the inheritors of the other orthodoxies. When that happens, they would have an excuse to attack him and the Longevity Gu clan. After all, Gu Chang'e still couldn't dominate the entire upper world. He's lucky this time. I wonder if he'll enter Mount Kuan. If he does, I'll kill him myself. Gu Chang'e smiled faintly. He didn't take this to heart. A young war immortal wouldn't be able to do anything. Even if he told the war immortal's manor behind him about Su Qingge's identity, it wouldn't do anything in a short time. After all, without evidence, what was there to believe? Unless the young war immortal could capture Su Qingge. How can a young war immortal hinder you, young master? As long as he's out of Kunwa City, killing him will be as easy as crushing an ant. Inmei nodded. She lifted the teapot and filled Gu Chang'e's cup. Gu Chang'e smiled and pulled her into his arms. His smile was a little strange. But you did remind me. After this incident, it's a good excuse for me. Inmei, spread the word that I'm inviting all the young sky prides in Kunwa City to Stargazing Pavilion. We're going to attack Mount Kuan the day after tomorrow to rescue Ji Shengqiu. Oh, I mean the Renzu. I'd like to see who dares to not give me face. That you're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.